It's 8:01 a.m. on Thursday, October 5th, 2023, and OU still sucks.
Always.
Always and forever. What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. It is Thursday of Red River Week. We are 2 days away from the Longhorns and Sooners kicking off at the Cotton Bowl in Dallas, Texas, USA, America. We will continue our preview of the big game from now until 10 o'clock. Of course, all day long, today and tomorrow, we will continue to get you set right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered for number 3 Texas and number 12 Oklahoma. The battle for first place in the Big 12 Conference and what feels like the biggest Red River Shootout since 2008. Good morning, Buck.
Good morning, BK. How are you this morning, my friend?
I am good. We are getting closer and closer. It always feels like this week is the longest week of the year, right? There's just so much excitement, so much anticipation leading up to Texas OU. Even when both teams are bad or one team is bad, like we still love this game every season. But when both teams are good, I mean, this week is just crawling by, dude.
Yeah, I can't wait to get up to the fairgrounds to see these carnies that leave Norman and they come down to the great state and they get the jobs at the fairgrounds. You know, they take up good Texas jobs, you know, for the whole month, and they're working the corny dog stands and hanging around Big Tex, you know, touching his legs and things like that. They got to get out of here. This month it's a fun time, but we need to get these people out of this state. They need to get up there where they belong in Soonerville, you know. But it's good to see them, you know, checking weights, you know, guessing, you know, the fat lady, and they're guessing your weights when you go into those rides. The two-headed woman. I mean, I love it. You know, I love all these. This is great. And I'll be looking for that Philly cheesesteak at the fairgrounds, of course.
It's the
with
worst.
The cheese whiz on it.
This is the worst bid ever, man. Of all the great food you could get at the State Fair of Texas, the fact that you go for the Philly cheesesteak is a joke.
Dude, the fact that they actually try to make a Philly cheesesteak at the fairgrounds is even worse.
I don't know if they even make one. I think they just run to Texadelphia across the street and go pick it up because you're the one person who orders it every year.
Oh, I'm not doing that. Not on this trip. My stomach can't take that. I've had issues. I don't want to have issues at the fairgrounds. There's not enough bathrooms around that place. The porta potties there suck. Let me tell you.
Oh,
no way.
They're not the same ones you had in Bethlehem?
No, I'll shit in my pants first before I go to porta potty at the fairground. I'm sorry. I'll be like the lady on the Delta plane. There's no way I'm going into one of those things. People live in those things. They don't just use the bath. They live there. Some of those are called home for people at the fairgrounds. And most of them are from Norman. Unbelievable. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated. Come rain or shine, and we got some rain, and it started coming down at around 2 o'clock this morning. I did not call for this. This is not on me. I did not make that. Did I make that decision of rain today? That was 2 days ago. I'm sorry I'm a little behind, but you got some rain, and we got it all over this central Texas area, and it was, boy, oh boy, it was scary coming down last night, and the lightning still exists. And we still have a possibility of rain throughout to about 1 o'clock today. So please be careful. I mean, some major highway, 71 was blocked off. They had a fatality out towards the airport this morning, overturned vehicles. So please be careful on the roadways. And to those that know the route that I take to go up to Arlington, Texas, somebody tell me don't do it today. Is 281 safe for me to go up? I mean, will the rain subside enough that it'll dry out at some of these low water crossings? I can just get by in some of these little small hamlets up at 281. Never been through there when it's raining. This
is your job. I thought you're the weather guy. This is what you're supposed to tell us.
I just tell you when it's coming. I don't know how much we get of it. I don't know what it's like in that upper region there at 281 up near Marble Falls, or is this happening east? I mean, it rained everywhere last night and still raining in places this morning.
Yeah, it did. It was coming down overnight, and it was loud, man. I got woken up a couple of times by the thunder down here in the Oak Hill area. So
her name is Thunder?
Be safe out there. Yeah, her name is Thunder. Yeah, I had thunder on one side and lightning on the other side.
There you go.
One of those nights. Oh, man, I still can't believe that you get a cheesesteak at the state fair, and I still can't believe you think people live in the porta potties there. I guess there's No blue wave at those porta pots, huh?
That place is amazing. That is quite a treat for me once a year to see that event.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to it.
Hey, there's something that Brent Venables said. Of course, Brent Venables, the head coach at Oklahoma. I don't think I needed to tell anybody that. There's something that he said that is not getting enough attention this week. It's kind of flying under the radar, and I can't quite figure out why more people aren't bringing this up. So that's how we're really going to dive into our Texas-Oklahoma preview today. I don't know why people aren't discussing this a little bit more when talking about this game.
It's been just like you would expect. The fire hose is fully inserted in my mouth here, and we've been blowing and going, and so.
You've been blowing and going with a hose in your mouth? What is that? You know, I give Coach Speak every morning here, and I get questioned about what I said. How about that guy? That guy's a real head coach making $1 million a year and talking about putting hoses in his mouth, inserting hoses in places. Yeah. Come on, Coach.
One more time here from Coach Venables talking about being the head coach at Oklahoma.
It's been just like you would expect. The fire hose is fully inserted in my mouth here, and we've been blowing and going, and so.
He's been blowing and going, and he wants a hose in his mouth? Come on, Coach.
They do it different north of the Red River, I guess.
Do. That's why they had to get out of town for a month. You know, they have to get out of that state. They'll go crazy. That guy's obviously going crazy, sticking hoses in places. At least he said in his mouth. Thank goodness.
I guess.
Where else are you inserting these hoses, Coach? Really?
I mean, I don't think the fire hose belongs in anyone's mouth.
No.
So,
maybe a garden hose, but I don't think about the fire hose.
You stick the garden hose in your mouth?
I mean, on occasions you do that when you were a kid drinking the water.
Yeah, well, you don't like stick it in your mouth. You hold it to the side and the water goes in.
No, but there's always the one kid that puts the hose in it, put his lips on the hose that you have to smack in the back of the head. Hey, get that away from your mouth, Coach. Hey, Coach, get that away from your mouth.
Congrats to that fire hose, I guess.
Wow.
Brent Venables was blowing and going on that thing.
Oh, man.
Just like we would expect. No, I don't expect that when my coaches speak. I don't expect that when.
That's not the coach speak you're looking for?
No, that comes from Big 12 Media Days last year, right?
That was his opener. That was his opener to the media.
Yeah, that was before Venables had even coached a game at Oklahoma, and maybe that should have been a sign that last year was not going to be a great year for the Sooners. The fact that their coaches were talking about blowing a fire hose.
Insertion into his mouth. Very nice, Coach.
Blowing hose. It's what they do up there in Norman. Wow. It's a little bit different, I guess, in Oklahoma. So,
by the way, BK, you're looking good in that hat. This is gear day. I look, Travis, Matthew. Look at that.
Yeah.
We're like an apparel line. We've got everything. We've got them all.
Shout out to our friends at Last Stand Hats.
Yes, sir.
They finally came in. I've got one of these for you. We've got like at least one for every member on our team. And we're working on a merch store, by the way, with our friends at Last Stand Hats. So you people will have the opportunity to actually purchase some Last Stand gear. I think we're also going to have koozies that we'll be giving away in Dallas this weekend.
Very nice.
If you're making your way up to the Metroplex or if you're already there, don't forget tomorrow, Friday, from 2 to 5, we'll be at Harwood Tavern in downtown Dallas with the Red River Roundtable. And then Saturday morning, game day, our pregame show from 8 to 10:30 live on the fairgrounds from the Old Mill Inn right by Big Tex.
Left leg of Big Tex. Yeah, man.
The third leg of Big Tex. You think Venables is inserting that and blowing and going on that deal?
Hey, Big Tex, be careful.
Oh, man.
Be careful. Coach is in the vicinity.
Watch out for that. But, yeah, shout out to Last Stand Hats, man. Love those folks. And excited about these lids that we've got rocking. And they sent me a couple of other cool hats, too, that might be good for giveaways right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, especially on the Patreon. Don't forget, sign up for our Patreon. That monthly subscription will give you access to giveaways that other people won't have access to. You can find that link in the video description below. All right, let's actually hear from Brent Venables from this week. And obviously, the video we just showed you comes from over a year ago. But here's Brent Venables talking a little bit about this Texas team. We'll start with how to stop Quinn Ewers and this Texas offense. Here's what the Oklahoma head coach had to say about slowing down the Texas O.
They're, again, incredibly efficient. They're in the RPO world, like everybody in college football, and they're really good at all the spots. So it's hard for you to all right, let's take these guys away and let's make them count on this. You have several games. Let's cut the head off the snake. Whatever they got all kinds of them. Everywhere. It's not coach speak. They're really good and talented, and there's not an area that we don't have to play well. We need to play well everywhere. You're not going to just luck up and win a game like this. Sometimes certain places you can be much better and overcome some mistakes. These guys will punish you for the smallest mistakes, and you've got to be efficient, and we don't concede anything. That's just to me, that's a mindset. It's a philosophy. Every once in a while, every game there'll be moments where you say, well, they executed. We are not in a call that's great for that. And so you, as a play caller, you want to try to avoid that as much as possible. You don't want to have that self-talk during the game that much. But that's that's kind of the, I don't know if it's a chess match, but there's a run defense or pass defense or situational defense, both sides of the ball. It's got to be really good. If we're in zone, we got to be tight. We're in man, we got to be tight. You can't give these guys space anywhere. They'll just, chew you up.
That dude is a coach speak machine. I mean, cutting heads off snakes. I mean, he's got them all. He scares me. I need to have more of him. I need to go and wait for his post-game shows every week instead of listening to Sark. This guy has a whole shitload of things he likes to talk about.
Yep, hearing that dude makes me appreciate Sark even more.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Venables just goes and goes and goes. I was a little critical of Sark. Not really critical. I just pointed it out a couple of days ago that his opening statement at his Monday press conference was like 3.5 minutes long. Dude, Venables was 6.5 minutes long. Before he even fielded a question, he just sat up there and spewed a bunch of BS for 6.5 minutes and then gave answers like that for 45 minutes. Like,
wow.
Oh, God, dude, I thought Tom Herman press conferences were rough, and they were, but that is next level bad with Venables up there.
Yeah, when you get to the cutting the head off the snake, that's where it gets scary. That's where Coach Speak takes another level. He's got another level of Coach Speak. I like it. I like it a lot because I like the Coach Speak. Every day I give you something, whether it's, he's falling down like a bag of shit. I give you a little something every day that you don't get. You know what I mean? But others do because they understand the Coach Speak, the lingo.
I've never heard anybody else call a freshman running back a sack of shit.
He
call CJ Baxter.
He falls like it sometimes, like a sack of shit. And what does shit fall like? Just get yourself some in a bag and just push it off the side of your desk sometime and just listen to that sound.
Get yourself some in a bag.
Yes.
But where do I get it?
Paper. I want you to shit in a brown paper bag, put it on the edge of your desk and push it, and then listen to the sound of it when it hits the floor.
Dude,
smash.
That's something you do at your place? Wait, what? I have a home. I have plumbing. I have running water here. You want me to shit in a brown paper bag?
And just push it off the end of the desk.
Dude, what
my goodness.
You?
I love him. He's great. I'm going to listen to his post game. I got to get excerpts from his post game every week.
God, you want me to just grab one of the dog crap bags in my apartment complex and just use that instead?
People are still doing that, actually picking up the crap after their dog. That's what the yard is made for, or the sidewalk. Remember the old days when you used to have to dodge the dog shit on the sidewalk, and if you stepped in it, well, you just lost a pair of sneakers, or you went home and hosed it off and moved along. You know what my deal was? If I stepped in it, that was it for the shoes. I never wiped it off. I didn't do that. I'm getting a new pair of shoes, period. Oh, no way.
Even if they were a nice pair of shoes?
I don't care. Goodbye.
You can't get ass out of jeans and you can't get dog crap out of shoes, huh?
No. My mom would say, wait a minute, aren't those new shoes? Well, they're not new anymore. I stepped in a thing of dog crap.
God,
No,
you got to pick up after your dog, man.
come on, man.
Like,
That's why they have grass out there. Come on. And
you,
sidewalks. You're supposed to dodge that stuff. Get yourself a workout. Don't step in it. First of all, don't step in my dog's crap.
now I'm worried that you take craps out there on the sidewalk and on the grass.
No.
With all this talk, you're telling me to take
Oh
one in
my
a brown
goodness.
paper bag. Now you're saying don't pick up after your dog. Just leave it there on the grass or the sidewalk. I got to watch
Come
out
on,
for you, man.
Venables. 6-minute monologue before you talk to the press.
No.
You're going to give them that rundown every week. Really?
Yep.
We need to beat them by 3 touchdowns.
Well,
3.
what Venables said, it was tough to decipher through all of that, but he's right. I mean, Sark has talked about it a lot too. Like, this Texas offense is very versatile, right? It has a number of different ways to beat you. And Jonathan Brooks has been the best player on this offense over the last few weeks, but Quinn Ewers has also put together back-to-back really, really good games. We all remember what he did at Alabama, but he's played pretty consistently well through the first couple of games of conference play this year. So it feels like he's rolling right now. A.D. Mitchell's coming off the best game of his college career. We're talking about a guy who's won 2 national championships and a guy who put up some pretty good numbers at Georgia. He had his most productive day ever as a college receiver last weekend. We know what the X-Man is capable of. Hopefully JT Sanders plays. That's obviously still a question, but this Texas offense is complete. They've got a number of different ways to beat you. And Venables is right. Like, you've got to be buttoned up as a defense going up against this bunch. Otherwise, they're going to make you pay.
Yeah, if you make a mistake and you leave somebody open and you think you're doing the right thing, doubling up on somebody, and you get a one-on-one with A.D. Mitchell, he's going to make you pay. When yours is going to make you pay if you're not into. I mean, his footwork has been better. His arm strength we know is there. But I think the designing of these plays right now by Sark are getting guys that are open now. I mean, JT Sanders has been open. He hadn't have to make these great plays. He's been wide open, and the quarterback has hit him in stride. And that's what's good to see, because now the coach is starting to call plays where he can get them open. He can scheme it up where the defenders are in a bind. You know, not the offensive players in a bind, having to go, catch 50-50 balls, but where they're wide ass open. I love that. I mean, that is great. That's what we've been expecting of Sark and his play calling, is what we've seen over the last couple of weeks, and his players executing that too. You know, you can be wide open and still get missed, but now the guys are starting to execute plays. You know, the slant route to Xavier Worthy against Baylor, that was a thing of beauty. I still think that's one of the better passes Quinn Ewers has had all year long, is that slant route that hit him right dead square in the chest. It didn't put him in a vulnerable position where he could get hit. It hit him where he had to catch the ball. Hell, it damn near stuck in his shoulder pads. And he had to make that play, and it was in a tight window, and he got it done. He directed his body in the right position. Xavier Worthy caught the ball in for a score. That's one of the beauties of this year so far, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. And this might be one of those games. I know we talked about this earlier this week, or we were wondering if this is the game that Sark has to go out there and win for Texas.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think it is, man. Like, Texas is the more talented team. Texas is the more experienced team. I feel better about Texas's personnel than I do about Oklahoma's personnel. But, man, the schematic advantage, like the stuff we saw against Alabama. Yeah, we saw it against Baylor too. We saw it against Kansas last week too. It was all very good. But, like, the stuff that we saw where Sark was clearly in his bag, he was pulling out all of the stops. He wasn't pulling any punches. I mean, it was just an offensive thing of beauty, especially in the second half in that game in Tuscaloosa. Like, that's what I want to see, because Oklahoma's defense is playing at a high level right now. They're only giving up about 10.5 points per game. Brent Venables, still not sure how great of a head coach he is, but we know that guy's a very, very good defensive mind, and it's clear that he's got more pieces to work with on that side of the ball than he had going into this game last year. So this is one of those games, man, and it might be tougher if JT Sanders isn't going to play. Hell, it will be tougher if JT Sanders isn't going to play, but you want to see some guys getting schemed open. You want to see that confusion that Nick Saban's defense had going up against this group. You want to see Brent Venables guys after plays just pointing at each other like, well, I thought you had that. I thought you had that. What went wrong there? Like, you want to make sure that Sark is at his best. He's got to show up big. Obviously, your players got to show up big in these big time games, but you need your coaches too as well. I think this is a big Sark game on Saturday.
I still think there's one during. I think this emotional high that'll last. It'll last a little bit longer than a regular rivalry game, because, dude, Oklahoma's got to stay emotionally involved. They got beat 49-0 last year. So their emotions are going to stay a little bit longer than the Longhorns may stay. But they better execute with those emotions. They better not have balls that are overthrown. Their quarterback better be on the money. If he overthrows balls because he's emotionally, into this game so much because of last year, which he didn't really play in, dude, that can be a problem for them. So, that blood flow for Oklahoma's players better be going in the right direction with execution also, because Texas doesn't have to be so emotionally involved. They know what they did to this group last year. They understand that they can still outman this group. And this Oklahoma team has played nobody yet. Cincinnati was the best. The best that they played has been Cincinnati. And if they would have had a quarterback, they probably would have lost the game. If Cincinnati, because they had the officials on. Oh, did I say the officials? I didn't mean to mention those guys again, did I? So early in the broadcast, I'm talking about officiating come Saturday. Well, we got the crew that's the worst crew in the league, maybe one of the worst crews in the nation officiating this game. So look for the Hankies to drop on Saturday. Look for all these great runs that we've seen so far this year from Jonathan Brooks in this offensive line where they haven't held very many people. Now, that old saying that somebody's being held on every play, it may come to fruition with this group calling this week, because they won't hesitate to drop a hanky on either team, I believe.
Yeah, there are conflicting reports about who the refs are going to be. Now people are saying it might not be Kevin Marr, which is the head official of the crew that called the Texas-Wyoming game here in Austin, and then obviously the crew that called that OU-Cincinnati game in Cincinnati to start off conference play. So we might not get that crew, but it's still Big 12 refs, and it's still the last year for both of these teams in the conference. And, Brett Yormark's going to try to find a way to screw teams as much as he possibly can.
Well, he doesn't want it to be a nationally televised pretty game by anybody. He wants this to be sloppy by both teams so that they can say, well, good, we don't need them in our conference anyway.
Yeah.
He doesn't want one team to look real, real good.
Now, this is what you're getting, SEC. These two sloppy teams, they're coming to your conference next year. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think of ways that the refs could really screw these teams in this game, because someone's got to win, obviously.
Well, for Texas, it's the run game, BK. It's the he had him by the shirt. He didn't let him go. That run had that 25-yard run has to come back. I'm like, and you're going to look and you're going to see replays, and the guys on the set are going to go, well, I really didn't see that. But the officials are going to go, they're going to drop them as quick as possible.
Yeah. Well, if they screw Texas, they're helping Oklahoma, right? Like, they don't want to help either team in this game. I think the thing that we might see on Saturday is a bunch of targeting ejections in the second half.
Oh,
because, those penalties carry over to the following game.
To the following Big 12 team that they'll play.
Yeah, so Texas obviously is a bye week next week. I think Oklahoma does too. So the punishment will carry over 2 weeks. So if a player does get ejected for targeting in the second half on Saturday, they'll have to miss the first half of the Houston game on October 21st. Like, maybe the Big 12's thinking, we gotta do something like that, right? Let's make sure that when Texas and Oklahoma have to play teams that are going to be in the Big 12 beyond this year, that they're not at full strength. Like, maybe that's what they do. I don't know. I just hope the officiating is not a big storyline, but who knows, man? It probably will be, because it's usually how it goes in this league.
Well, I mean, we thought of that before the season even started. We talked about it. It's not like we're just saying in this particular game or Texas against a particular foe in the Big 12. We've talked about this all along throughout our, when we first came on the broadcast. This is a possibility of this happening to Texas.
Yeah.
The officiating is not that great no matter what in the Big 12, whether you're leaving or staying or whatever. It's not like it's the best officiating crews in college football. They're not. They haven't been. We've watched them for years now. And now on the way out, we really have to watch it. So just try not to give them a reason to do it. Execute to the best of your abilities. And if they call it, just don't let it affect you. Just go on to the next play. You have to move along anyway. There's going to be a next play. So it's not like you can spend your time screaming and hollering, even as a fan, worrying about what's going to happen. There will be a next play. So you just got to move along.
Yeah, and Texas, really both of these teams haven't been impacted by the officials too much this year, because they've been blowing everybody out, right? Like, both teams are 5-0, and both teams have won every game by double digits. I mean, Oklahoma leads the country in margin of victory, and Texas is, I think, top 10. Texas is beating teams by 23 points per game. So there hasn't been an opportunity for that game-changing call late in the fourth quarter of a one-possession football game. And obviously, if you're both teams, that's what you're thinking. Like if you're Texas, don't let the Zebras decide any game this year. Just keep taking care of business to where one or two calls won't dictate the outcome of a football game. So yeah, if the Longhorns play like they're capable of, then they're not going to need to worry about the Zebras making calls that are going to shake this thing up.
So late in the game, you had quarterback option. Your quarterback, Quinn Ewers, dives in the corner, and you're worried about, hey, should he run it in? No. All gas, no brakes, right?
Yep.
Score touchdowns any chance you can get. Nobody's taking a knee, Pat Mahomes. Nobody's falling at the 2. We're going into the end zone. Let's just keep on scoring. That's what Texas, you have to do.
Hey, Texas took it easy on Oklahoma towards the end of the game last year. I know it was 49 to nothing. Yeah, it could have been in the 50s. It maybe could have been in the 60s, considering just how one-sided the game was last year. Shout out to our guy CB512. Another $2 super chat. It's 820. Venable still chugs, and OU still sucks.
Venable still chugs, really.
And a check of our Coda text line.
Very nice.
That's right. Our text line is now sponsored, 512-222-9328. Shout out to the great folks at Circuit of the Americas for partnering with us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. A couple of texts to get to. Bucky, you will be fine going 281.
Good. That's great because, I've got some property I got to look at anyway. I told my wife, when I first went up to Lake Travis, played in a state championship game up there a few years ago. Well, it's been a few years now. But my wife went up to the game, and we, the little farmhouses on the way up there. I said, wouldn't that be nice for us, little house right here? I told her I'm going to check out for our little second home, so I can do some real gardening out there in 281. She is not having any of that, BK. She goes, I'm not living out there. She goes, where's the nearest HEB or hair salon? I you got to go about hour and a half somewhere. She goes, there is no way. So I'll be looking at little farmhouses. If I see one for sale, I'm going to stop off and find out how much you want for this place. Yes, I want a little farmhouse off of 281. Isn't that kind of strange?
You going to live there by yourself?
I may have to. I don't think she's going.
What is this, like a vacation home? Or are you talking about a full-time deal?
No, not full-time. Maybe a little vacation home. If I want to get out of the city of Dripping Springs. How's that?
All the places you can get a vacation home, and you're going to go in the middle of nowhere, Texas, huh?
Of course, man.
God.
My thoughts and the dogs.
Most people, when they get to your age, they're looking at like Florida or Colorado. Arizona or Colorado, not 281. Come on, dude. What are you doing? What kind of investment is that?
The doggo on my way. Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Somebody said 281's good. Okay, I'm going.
And someone else on the text line, will we see pregame unsportsmanlike penalties on both teams? I don't know. I'm sure there will be some jawing back and forth. There always is, and I'm sure
somebody from Oklahoma is going to be mad at being beat 49-0 last year.
Yeah. Someone's going to want to prove that they care more than the other team. That might happen in the tunnel. That might happen on the field before the game. I'm sure it'll happen a couple of times during the game.
Where's the commissioner? Is he coming?
No, he's out. He's got to go to. He's got to go to Waco High in Yormark U.
Oh, that's right, the big game.
Yeah, come on. His Texas Tech Red Raiders are playing this weekend. He's got to go to that game in Waco.
Down along the river there? Okay.
Oh, yeah, the battle for 12th place in the Big 12, dude.
Oh, my goodness.
Someone's got to be there. Okay. Why would the conference commissioner be at the battle for first place, be at the game where there are the only two ranked teams in the league playing? Why would he go to that when he could go to 2-3 Texas Tech against 2-3 Waco High?
That is really a shame. That's just kind of, but that's the nature of this dude. He'll send his assistant commissioner there or something.
He's dug his own grave, right? Like once he made those comments in the offseason, he couldn't renege. He couldn't go back and act like, oh no, I didn't actually say that. Like I really care about Texas and Oklahoma. Like, nah, he's got to double and triple and quadruple down throughout the rest of the season, acting like his conference is better off without Texas and Oklahoma when clearly, anyone knew going into the year, but now 5 games into the year, I think we all know that ain't the case.
Yeah, once again, Mr. Commissioner, as long as Texas and Oklahoma are still in your conference, even on the way out, they're the most important teams you have in your conference. You don't have another team that's as important as these two teams. Even on their way out the door, they still can make you an awful lot of money. Yeah. And you need to appreciate that and send a letter and thank us all.
God, When's the next time the Big 12 is going to have a playoff team after this year? Obviously, we're hoping the Big 12 has a playoff team this year, but Oklahoma's been a few times. TCU made it last year.
It'll never be Texas Tech, I guarantee you that.
Just thinking, man. Like, I guess that you could randomly have a TCU type year where they started off the season unranked and obviously ended up playing for the national title. So maybe someone will pull off something like that. Oh, and I'm being an idiot. There's going to be a 12-team playoff, so the Big 12 is going to have a chance.
They will. You know who it'll be? Houston.
What?
That's
Houston.
Right. University of Houston will be that team.
They better fire Big 12 Phil Collins, a.k.a. Dana Holgerson, if they want to do that. Yeah, the 12-team playoff makes that question irrelevant. But if it was a 4-team playoff, I don't know the next time the Big 12 would get a team in. Utah maybe would be that team. Jake says, I forget Utah's coming into the league. So there you go. All right, some shout-outs to some sponsors before we get back into the Texas OU conversation. And we'll talk some Thursday night football. It's a doozy tonight. No, actually, not even close. I can't even pretend about that. We'll talk some MLB postseason as well. No game 3s today. 4 sweeps in the wild card round of the MLB playoffs. A little bit disappointing. Now, if you're a fan of one of the teams that won, you're cool with it. But if you're just a baseball fan hoping for some winner-take-all games today, sorry about that. You're not getting any of them. And we've got a couple of days off in the MLB playoffs. They'll pick back up.
And I'm going to give you a day off of Derek Jeter. I'm giving you folks a day off because we've had some teams just move right along. There's no reason for the little figurine to show up now.
There never is. There really never is a reason.
Oh, no, there's always a reason. But on this particular occasion today on a Thursday, we got Heisman watch. We got other things to talk about. I'm going to leave the little man sit today, okay? I'm going to leave him. He's not going to walk onto the picture like he generally does. I don't have to touch him. He generally will walk onto the screen. He's not going to do it today. There are some teams that are very happy in Major League Baseball with their little sweeps over the last 2 days. They don't need They don't need a pep talk from him.
Now he's the little man, huh?
Yes.
No longer the biracial beauty. He's
the little biracial beauty. No, he's going to sit quietly, Jeter. Quiet. Be quiet over there.
Yeah, he doesn't talk.
You sure?
He never does. The biracial midget doesn't talk.
Oh, come on, man. He talks to me in the mornings. When I come into this room, let me out. Let me out of the box. Come on. Let me out of the drawer.
What does your wife think when you have a conversation with a little figurine every night before bed and every morning when you wake up?
She thinks there's something wrong with me anyway. But I tell you, there's nothing wrong with Dr. Greg Eckert, folks. He is absolutely the very best dentist in Central Texas. Hell, maybe the best in the world, as a matter of fact. He and his all-star group of professionals do everything from general dentistry to the most advanced work. And restoring these right here was advanced work. These beautiful veneers that I've had for the last 6 years. I want to thank Dr. Eckert and his staff. Now, they do general dentistry also, extractions, teeth cleaning, teeth whitening. And some of that is not general dentistry for a lot of folks with dental anxiety. And when you go to Dr. Eckert, he's going to get rid of that for you in a jiffy. And if you're thinking of having dental implants, which he's doing a lot of those, find out if you're a candidate for dental implants by giving him a call at 512-345-3166. Ask him if you're a candidate for that procedure because he, as I said, when he starts doing veneers and dental implants, he'll turn that frown upside down in just one day. And that's what a lot of folks are looking for. He's the best. He's our dentist, and he should be your dentist also.
Absolutely. Shout out to Dr. Eckert. And also shout out to our friends at Great Blue Heron Furniture.
Where's the little dog at? I see the little dog.
Oh, yeah. Right over your head.
Yep.
Little doggo sitting on that gorgeous couch from our friends at Great Blue Heron Furniture. This stuff is legit. Great Blue Heron Furniture is a custom leather furniture company that started in 1991. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. There you go, Buck. If you get that farmhouse on 281,
yes,
get you that piece from Great Blue Heron Furniture. This stuff is legit, man.
We have our own line there, so I might as well bring it into my new farmhouse.
Come on, just click the link in the video description below and check out the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection right there at Great Blue Heron Furniture. I am telling y'all, you will not find more stylish, more comfortable, more well-built furniture. That's the thing. The build quality is legit. It's a Texas factory, by the way. It's a Longhorn-owned company, a Texas factory here. Everything's built here. It's built with the highest quality materials and these guys do a tremendous job. This is furniture that's built to last for decades, not for a couple of years. No, this is built to last for decades and generations. That's what we're talking about here with Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click that link in the video description below if you're watching on YouTube, and type in the promo code HOOK'em at checkout. You're going to get 15% off your purchase just like that. That's right. Type in HOOK'em. You're going to get 15% off your purchase over at greatblueheronfurniture.com.
And folks, I got my road chair for Relax the Back too. That's in the car right now, and thanks to the Covert family, because we'll be going up in two beautiful cars. By the way, that car that I'm driving right now, that Buick Enclave, that thing, dude, is brand spanking new, smelling good.
Really?
0 mileage was on that thing, and now we're taking it up to Arlington, Texas, and to the fairgrounds of Dallas, Texas. I want to thank the folks at Covert for that, first of all, but Relax the Back, I've got my chair in there. We got my road chair ready to go. And folks at Relax the Back, let me tell you this. You're talking about healing properly. If you've had surgery, or if you've got a bad back, or any aches and pains from the shoulders on down, you'll love to get in one of the beautiful chairs they have at Relax the Back for sure. They've got those pillows, of course, the Tempur-Pedic pillows that going to give you a great night's sleep. But for your back, they got stand-up desks just for you too. I don't do the stand-up deal. I sit down with me and my figurine over there, but you're going to love it. It is all about working smarter, sleep reimagined. They've got 2 facilities here at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free, just like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yeah, I guess we should give the shout out to Covert BK because they hooked both of us up with cars.
Yes, indeed.
To Dallas this weekend.
You got the monster ride.
Yeah, I got the nice GMC Denali. That thing is gorgeous. It's souped up too. All the features, all the bells and whistles. I don't know how any of that shit works, dude. There's so many buttons in there, and I'm afraid to touch anything. Like I couldn't even figure out when I first got in the car how to put it in reverse and put it in drive. Like
it took us a while. You and I were sitting in the cars kind of, when are we going? When do we back up? How do we get out of here?
Yeah, there's no like crankshaft deal, which Brent Venables would probably try to put in his mouth. There's no, middle console deal. I've seen the knob, right, where you turn it from park to reverse or drive. This just has buttons. Like there's a P button and an R button and a D. I'm like, what? How do I even do this? What's going on here? It took me like 2 minutes to figure out how to. But this thing is gorgeous, man. And God, I don't want to give this thing back, dude. I might just run away. You might never see me again after this weekend.
Just that on the fairgrounds, somebody's going to try to live in that bad boy. That's for sure. And the Coverts, they've got 7 different brands out there in BKs. Of course, they have Buicks, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, of course, and 42 acres of perfection. While you're out there, say hello to Stacy and the gang, Mike, Jerome, of course, out there at BKs. He has got it going on, and so do they. Since 1909, they have been serving Central Texas. And, folks, they also have Covert, Ford, and Hutto, along with Covert Chevy, and Covert Ford and Lincoln here in Austin. Nobody beats that Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Thank you to those folks.
Absolutely. Shout out to the folks at Covert BK. All right. Let's talk a little MLB real quick here, Buck. Mentioned it. 4 sweeps in the wild card round of the playoffs. Maybe the worst round of postseason baseball we've ever had. Like, not only did we have 4 sweeps, but none of the games were that good. None of the games were decided by one run. No walk-offs, nothing like that. It was, look, it's still fun. It's still playoff baseball. We'll take it, but yeah, it's a little bit underwhelming. So hopefully things pick up as the division series get going this weekend. But the Texas Rangers, of course, the one Texas team in action in the first round, they took care of Tampa Bay. A 4-0 win in Game 1 on Tuesday, and then a 7-1 victory yesterday. This game was 7-0 after 6 innings, and it felt over at that point. The Rangers broke things open with a 4-run top of the 4th inning. Evan Carter, the rookie, in his playoff debut, he is doing some ridiculous things for the Rangers. He had a 2-run bomb. He hit 750 with an OPS nearly 3,000 in those 2 games against Tampa Bay. So the number 9 hitter in the Rangers order, I think the guy that nobody was sure what to expect from going into these playoffs, absolutely delivered with a couple of big moments in that series.
What was that, in front of 12,000 yesterday, probably?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was 20,000. Somehow, some way, the Rays had a bigger crowd in Game 2 than they did in Game 1. But shoot, by the end of the 6th inning, it looked like that place was completely empty. But yeah, the Rangers get the win. Nathan Eovaldi, a really good start on the mound. He was scuffling a little bit going into the playoffs. Coming off of an injury, had a few starts late in the regular season. Didn't look great. Wasn't sure what to expect from him, but he goes 6 2/3 innings, gives up just 1 run. And the Rangers bullpen, just very good. I mean, they didn't have to do a whole lot because the starters were awesome in these 2 games, but the Rangers bullpen didn't give up a run, which is obviously a good sign if you're a Rangers fan. Hell, even with a 6-run lead going into the 9th inning, you're still a little bit nervous that maybe things can get out of whack. But, Leclerc loaded the bases, but was able to get out of it without giving up a run. So the Rangers look good, man. I mean, Tampa Bay won 99 games this year. They had the 2nd-best record in the American League. I think most people expected the Rays to win that series, myself included. And the Rangers not only won the 2 games, but they outscored them 11-1. This series was not close.
Yeah, it was very similar to the Phillies. That series not close either. And the Philadelphia Phillies, who played in the World Series last year, they looked pretty good going into this Atlanta series. I mean, Atlanta's got to sit back and watch Philadelphia. But the Philadelphia bats right now, everybody's hitting the ball for Philly right now. And their pitchers are going pretty deep, into these ball games. I know it's only been 2, but boy, have they dominated the pitch on the mound and with the bats.
Yep, they took care of Jeter's Marlins. Oh, wait, no, Jeter isn't associated with that team.
No, he's not.
So I guess I can't blame him for what happened.
Did you say his name?
No, you
happen to say his name? Well, look who just came across the screen. The little biracial beauty himself, Derek Jeter. Yes, he's left the Marlins, and there's still some questions about will he be a part of the Yankees outfit here next year. That's right. You called upon him. That's right. You said his name, not I. He jumped right out of the door. Get back over there.
God, you told me that I didn't have to worry about him today. That's why I felt like I could mention him.
It sounded like you called for him. I mean, it sounded like you called for Jeter, and that's all you needed to do for him to come dancing across there.
Yeah, Phillies take care of the Marlins. Bryson Stott, the grand slam, the big blow that really broke that game open. I mean, he's not a super household name, although he was a starter on the team that made it to the World Series last year. So I think a lot of baseball fans know Bryson Stott. But yeah, you think of Phillies, you think of Bryce Harper, you think of Trey Turner, you think of Kyle Schwarber, you think of JT Realmuto. Those are the stars, right? Castellanos is in that mix too. Those are the guys that come top of mind when you're talking about the Phillies offense. But like you said, they got contributions from everybody over these 2 games. So no surprise there that the Phillies won that series, and they take on the Braves now. That's an interesting one here. Like, everyone's just sort of assuming that we're going to get a Braves-Dodgers NLCS. Those were the 2 best teams in baseball all season long. But I don't know, man. Philly's pretty damn good. And obviously,
they took care of Atlanta last year, did they not?
Was it them that? Yes. Yeah.
Atlanta had the best record in baseball last year, and the Phillies came in there and took care of them, got to the World Series.
Yeah, it was. And then the Padres took care of the Dodgers. Yep, that's right.
Yep.
That's right. Yeah, so they played last year. The Phillies won. Phillies won the National League last year. Like, that's a team that's got confidence. They've got experience and postseason pedigree. So that's a tough matchup for the number 1 seed in the National League. The D-Bags, they beat the Brewers. This one was a little bit of a surprise. The 6-3 upset in the National League. The Brewers jumped out to early leads in both games. They were up 3-0 in game 1, couldn't hold on. They were up 2-0 after the first inning in game 2. And you're thinking, all right, we're headed to a game 3, but they just couldn't do anything else offensively. And then the D-Bags offense got things going. Corbin Carroll, man, the rookie, the National League Rookie of the Year. That guy's a freaking monster.
Oh, yeah.
No problems with him changing over from the regular season to the postseason. That guy was special in these 2 games. And then the Twins, right? Like, I think Astros fans are pretty happy with that result, right? The Twins over the Blue Jays. I know the Twins are the higher seed, but man, that was a big time surprise. The Twins, of course, hadn't won a playoff game since 2004. I don't think they'd won a playoff series since 2003. It's been a long time since Minnesota has done anything of success in the postseason, and they 2-game sweep the Blue Jays. Boy, the Blue Jays had their opportunities in that game yesterday.
Yes,
they base running errors, and they just couldn't get that big hit. It felt like they were leaving dudes on base in every single inning, and the Twins did just enough. They took advantage, obviously some timely situational pitching as well, but they get the win, they get the sweep, and they move on to take on the Astros. So it could happen, Buck. We're hoping to see a Texas-sized ALCS. We have never seen the Astros and Rangers square off in the playoffs. Of course, they were in different leagues for the longest time, but the Astros have been really good. They've been making the playoffs every year since 2017. The Rangers haven't made the playoffs since 2016. There was one chance back in 2015 where the teams could have played. They were both in the DS, but neither team won, right? The Rangers lost to the Blue Jays. The Astros lost to the Royals. Kansas City ended up winning the World Series that year. But we had the shot that year. It didn't happen. Now we've got the shot this year. It's going to be tough. The Astros are expected to beat the Twins, but the Rangers have to go up against the number 1 seed in the American League, the Baltimore Orioles. So we'll see. 3 wins away from each team to get that ALCS here in the Lone Star State, which would be a ton of fun for everybody.
Yeah, buck on in Major League Baseball right now. That was good stuff. I know it hurt the teams that won just dominated and moved on, but it's starting to get and the way things are going, BK, there's some of these like Minnesota. I don't want to get when they start to have to play baseball in late October and into the middle of October, it gets scary in a place like Minnesota with their stadium too.
Yeah.
So I like it where the weather's good, where you don't have any of these weather conditions that may just get too sloppy. I just want to see good baseball. I really, really do.
Did you say Minnesota?
Yeah.
Minnesota!
He's up now. It's getting ready to be 9 o'clock. He's about to wake up.
Yeah. Nah, he's an old guy. That guy's been up since like 4 o'clock, but he also went to bed.
He got up when I got up. That's right.
Yeah. He's like you, man. What time did you have supper last night? 4:30?
No, I had a wonderful dinner at Verdi's.
Oh.
Yes, I did. I went to dinner with a couple. My wife and I went with a couple to have dinner at Verdi's, and I had the chicken palomino, which I love at Verdi's, one of our sponsors. Love that food. Did you get by there yesterday for a little lunch? Did you stop for lunch?
No, I didn't stop for lunch. I stopped to pick up a gift card, though, that we're giving away as part of our 5,000 subscriber giveaway.
We're still giving away stuff. Are still people trying to get in on the giveaway themselves? Like your guy there yesterday said, "Hey, where's my prize at?"
Dude, the guy who asked that actually won a prize.
Well, he knows he's gonna get some. Why is he still asking for where's my prize?
He didn't know. He didn't know that he won a prize. He was literally asking. He's like, "Did I win a prize?" And I'm like, "Man, check the YouTube video to see if you did." I left a comment by everyone's name who did win a prize. And I don't know. I literally responded yesterday in the chat. I think Devin was his name. So Devin, if you're watching this morning, I think Devin was the winner of this guy.
Oh, the pillow from Relaxing Back. Come on now.
So
the randomizer pulled his name out.
Yeah, we need you, Devin. Like, I'm just sitting here like, I probably didn't win a prize, but thank you for asking. And then sure enough, I go check the sheet that, of course, was in the other room at the time when Devin asked. And yeah, his name was on there. I think for the Relax the Back $200 Techno Gel pillow.
Way to go there, Devin. It's all yours, man.
Absolutely.
Okay, are you ready for my Heisman? Are you ready for my Heisman picks?
Yeah, let's do the updated Bucky's Heisman watch. I've got the Vegas odds going into week 6 of the college football season. But before we get to what Vegas has to say, let's hear what the Buck has to say.
Well, Caleb Williams is still the front runner, I believe, with USC until they get beat, which they are going to get beat. They're not going undefeated. They can't go undefeated with that defense. Colorado gave them enough of a scare last week late in the game. So that defense is going to get them beat. But that guy right now is out of sight. He is the number 1 guy still. I know what Vegas may think, and then Michael Penix Jr., of course, is number 2 with me. Quinn Ewers is number 3. Jordan Davis, number 4. And Bo Nix, number 5. Okay. All quarterbacks right now.
All quarterbacks right now. I mean, that's usually how it goes. Like, when we're talking about this award, the Vegas odds are very similar. I mean, literally, I'm looking at the top 10 list right now, according to FanDuel Sportsbook, and all 10 of these guys are quarterbacks. I don't even know who the best non-quarterback would be right now.
Well, like, if the guy keeps it up, Jonathan Brooks is going to slide in there because he's going to be in the top 1 or 2 for the Doak Walker Award right now, the way he's going. So look for him to maybe be that running back that sneaks in. If he continues to have these games where he's 150 or whatever, and after Oklahoma, I expect that from the rest of the time on, this dude's going to be in the 125s, 150s, 170s, those type of games against other Big 12 opponents. I think they should be crushing those other teams.
Yeah,
and we'll
maybe
see what happens with Oklahoma. I'm not quite sure that Oklahoma has the kind of defense that can stop what's going on with the ground game of Texas right now.
Right. Yeah. No, this could be an opportunity for Jonathan Brooks. It's tough for non-quarterbacks to win these awards these days, but
it's a nationally televised big spotlight game for that dude too.
Yeah. Maybe there's an outside shot for Jonathan Brooks if he keeps putting up the numbers that he's been putting up. And yeah, if he goes for 200 plus in this game, like he did last week against Kansas, then more and more people are going to be paying attention. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe Jonathan Brooks could be that dude. Maybe Estime, the running back at Notre Dame.
Right.
Because I think he leads the country in rushing right now. Jonathan Brooks is number 3. So maybe if Notre Dame wins some of these games, they play USC, they play Clemson, so they'll have some opportunities to play in big spotlight games against quality opponents. I think we're still calling Clemson a quality opponent, even though they've got a couple of losses this season. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe Brooks has the shot. So here's the Vegas odds right now for the Heisman Trophy. Caleb Williams, number 1, no surprise, at plus 170. Michael Penix Jr. is number 2 at plus 380. Yeah, he had his first, I don't want to say he had a bad game last week, but Washington looked a little mortal a week ago. Yeah. And Penix didn't put up a ridiculous stat line like he seemingly has in every other game this season. But still, he's at plus 380. He's number 2. Then you have a pretty significant drop-off after that. So once again, Williams is at plus 170. Penix is at plus 380. Then you got to go all the way down to plus 900 for the next couple of guys. And it's Quinn Ewers and Bo Nix. They're tied right now at plus 900. So those dudes have some ground to make up. You talk about Jonathan Brooks maybe having a really, really good day on Saturday and that vaulting him more into the Heisman conversation. With Quinn Ewers, with the quarterback, if he goes out there and plays like he did last year against Oklahoma or like he did against Alabama this year, then okay, yeah, he might move up the ranks a little bit, and those odds might get a little bit better.
But he's still hanging in there at number 3. He's tied with Bo.
Yep, tied with Bo Nix right now, and then Jordan Travis and Dylan Gabriel. Whoa,
what?
Those guys are tied at
the feisty one
plus 1,600. Yeah, so I guess all the conversation, man, it's crazy. I've said this all week long. Like every conversation that we're having about Texas right now, and not just us, it feels like the national folk are having the same conversation just in regards to, okay, if Texas wins this game, then they've got a shot to run the table and they should win the Big 12 and they should make the college football playoff. If Oklahoma wins this game, it's the same narrative for there up in Norman. And I guess it's the same thing with the Heisman, right? Like if Quinn Ewers goes out there and plays really well, then people are going to start talking about him more for the Heisman Trophy. If Dylan Gabriel plays really well on Saturday and Oklahoma wins, God forbid, then people are going to be like, oh, no, maybe this guy, like, maybe these numbers aren't flukes. Like, maybe he's actually really good. He's not just putting up these numbers because OU isn't playing anybody. Like, no, he just did that against one of the best defenses in the country. Maybe we need to be talking about Dylan Gabriel as a Heisman finalist this year.
Sure, yeah, and the difference between the two teams is the defense. That's when we talk about Heisman finalists and players and how many games they can win. When I look at this game for Saturday, it's about the defense. Oklahoma does not have the type of defense that Texas has. Texas can stymie this offense for a little bit. You know what I mean? They're going to score. They're not getting shut out this year. Oklahoma's not getting shut out. They're scoring probably 2 touchdowns and a couple field goals, but they're not getting shut out. Texas is not going to shut them out. That Dylan Gabriel is going to find somebody, or he's going to run one in himself, but they won't get shut out. But this defense is the difference really in the game, because their defense can't stop Texas from scoring 21 to 28 to 40 points. I mean, they can get that. They can pick their number if they're doing things the right way. If this Texas offense is doing things the right way, they can go from 28 points to 48 points in this football game. But Texas is not going to shut out Oklahoma this year.
No, it's not going to be 49-0, and it's not going to be anything to nothing, right?
The defenses are the difference to me in this game.
I think we know how good Texas's defense is, right?
Yes.
I kind of wish they had gone up against a starting quarterback in the last 3 weeks, and Dylan Gabriel is the best quarterback that Texas has seen this season, and I think this Oklahoma offense is the best offense that Texas has seen this season. If Jalen Daniels played last week, those two statements would not be true. But yeah, like this Oklahoma offense with Dylan Gabriel and the receivers that they have on the outside is better than Jason Bean-led Kansas offense that Texas saw last week. So this Texas defense is very good. I don't have much doubt about that, but they haven't seen a quarterback like this. And they also like what Oklahoma does differently than really any opponent Texas has played this year. OU plays fast. They play with tempo.
Oh, yeah.
And Kansas, like I think we learned last week, but we talked about it leading up to the KU game. Like you look at Kansas's numbers, they score a lot of points. They put up a bunch of yards and you're like, oh, they must play up tempo. They must try to snap it every 10 seconds. It's like, no, they don't do that. They kind of slow things down a little bit and they use up a lot of the play clock. They're just really efficient. They pick up a lot of chunk plays and that's why they put up the stats that they do. Baylor, not super up tempo. Alabama with Tommy Rees, not super up tempo. Wyoming and Rice. Like this is the most talented offense that I think Texas is going up against, but it's also the fastest group. So it's a different set of challenges that Oklahoma presents versus the first 5 opponents that Texas has played this year. So I'm confident in this Longhorn defense. I hope I'm not sounding like I'm not, but it's just there's so many different things that we'll see on Saturday.
Well, one thing you won't see is 102 degrees on the field.
That's different.
That's going to be different alone right there. So the substitutions and the things that Texas does defensively, I don't think the speed of the game is going to hurt them. I think they're one of the most well-conditioned teams in America when it comes to conditioning. And so I don't think that tempo is going to bother them. What Oklahoma needs to understand is they better be making first downs if they go tempo. They better not be going 3 and outs, because Dylan Gabriel has thrown the ball over the heads of guys and they can't run the ball. They can't run the ball the length of Derek Jeter's little thing. You know what I mean? Because he's a figurine and he's got a little thing. So they better be able to run it more than the length of his little thing. You know what I'm saying?
No, I actually have no idea what you're saying.
Well, the length of his whole body then, not his little thing, his whole body.
Like his little thing in real life or his little thing on the figurine?
The figurine thing.
So the little
thing on the figurine, yes.
That's like a couple of millimeters probably.
Yeah, they got to be able to run the ball more than that. And if they don't and they continue to give the ball back to Texas, it could be a long day because of that speed at which they go. And they don't slow down, but they haven't been behind. You know what I'm saying? They haven't been behind to, hey, let's take a deep breath. Let's huddle up a little bit and go. They just go. That's just their offense. Nothing changes the speed of what they do, whether they're ahead or behind. They were fast even in that Cincinnati game that was just about handed to them, but they still went fast, even when they were struggling at times a little bit. So I expect them to still go. But that can be a little bit of a disaster to you, too, if things aren't going the right way.
Yeah. Didn't Sark and Venables go head-to-head in a natty a few years ago? No. Alabama played Ohio State the year they won the national championship in 2020, I guess 2020, and then the game was played in early 2021.
Yeah, so I like the fact that the heat won't be a factor in this where you get caught with 12 guys on the field or you're out there with 10 or 9 because you didn't get your players in. That shouldn't be a factor this week.
Right.
And a well-conditioned football, and a well-conditioned football team like we've seen from Texas right now, these guys who don't tap out anyway can go that extra 3 or 4 plays because they're going fast. I like that about this football team. So I think the team that may have some problems with it is Oklahoma themselves of going too fast in this football game.
I'm trying to figure out which side of the Oklahoma team is better. Like statistically, both sides are great. I mean, they're top 10 in scoring offense and top 10 in scoring defense in the country.
I think the offense is better.
But like I look at the 2 toughest teams that they played against, and the offense struggled. Like they're averaging close to 50 points a game because they put up 70 plus against Arkansas State and they put up 60 plus against Tulsa. But the 2 half decent teams that they've played, the Cincinnati game, they only scored 20. And then the SMU game, they got to 27, but a lot of that was late in the game when they pulled away. So like, okay, how good is this offense? And then defensively, I mean, they really haven't played anybody. Like they're giving up 10.8 points per game this year. That's awesome. That's actually better than Texas. But I think last year, OU in the non-con, they only gave up 10 points per game. And then they started playing real offenses, and they just got picked apart week after week after week. I know we're into conference play this year.
Out-coach them, run the ball down their throats, time of possession, work the clock. You've got a good running game. You can get first downs running the football. You don't have to throw incompleted passes, or you can throw your short game at them, then go over the top every once in a while. Yeah. But time of possession, Texas can rule the time of possession, I believe.
Yeah, I think they can
with the run game. So you don't have to have – this doesn't have to be a fast game. Doesn't have to be get as many plays in as you can. Just get meaningful plays in when you're running the football against them and let the clock run. They don't get a chance to come off the sideline with Dylan Gabriel in that offense and that fast-moving offense. Let them sit and watch Jonathan have a great game and C.J. Baxter. Let them run. Let them run clock and let them make first downs. And they don't get an opportunity to get that fast huddle crap going.
Who's got the better quarterback in this game, Buck?
I think Texas does.
Okay. Well, in a moment, after we give some love to some of our sponsors, there's an Oklahoma radio guy, a former Oklahoma player, who had some things to say about Quinn Ewers before this game on Saturday. But before we get to that, how about some love, Buck, for AV Consultations? Hold on here. Here we go.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay.
Kid, what time is it?
Old man, it's back to sports time. The hockey and football seasons are upon us.
And baseball is winding down to the best part.
And what about basketball season?
I'm 5'2". Who the hell cares about basketball?
Yeah, we're talking about watching, not playing. And in that case, you've got everyone covered, right?
That's right. Audiovisual Consultations has been providing awesome systems and service throughout Texas for over 30 years.
Installing home entertainment systems and livening up restaurants with incredible audio and video systems.
We're talking multi-screen video walls.
And home entertainment that puts you in the best seat in the stadium.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Hey, aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch a game with your friends.
And make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. Go Stars!
Go Bruins!
Kid.
And also to our good friends, of course, at Austin Duck Adventures. Austin Duck Adventures, they are traveling each and every day. They've got daily tours from the Austin Visitor Center. Go to austinducks.com to find out more information. Ride, splash, quack. Group rates available each and every day, and private charters are also available to you. And, of course, Comanche Concrete, Mike Terry and the gang over there, Central Texas leader and over 22,000 foundation slabs installed. And they're going from Austin to New Braunfels. And, of course, they're from Marble Falls to Bastrop. Give them a call today for a free quote, whether it's a sidewalk, you've got cracks in the sidewalk, cracks in the driveway. Call Mike Terry and Comanche Concrete at 512-297-2440. Give them a call today. And, of course, our good friends down at Hayes City Store, Travis Tyndall and Tamara down there. Best burgers around for sure. Chicken fried steak, although I haven't been down there to have a chicken fried steak because I either want fried chicken or steak. I don't want my chicken fried. I'm still there 30 years later in the state of Texas, okay?
That's the worst take ever, dude.
Why? Why is that a bad take? I don't want white gravy on my steak or my chicken. I know people do that. They like to dip chicken. I don't touch chicken with my fingers anyway, but they like to dip that white gravy.
You don't even eat chicken tenders?
Yes, I do tenders.
Okay, well, that's touching chicken with your hands.
I don't touch them. I either have a little piece of that's right. I do a napkin and touch. I don't put chicken on my hand.
You fork and knife the tendies?
Dude, I'm a hand model. I'm a lettuce rancher hand model / lettuce rancher. I don't like to get things on my fingers, and I don't like to get chickens. They don't feel right on my fingers, so don't do that. I don't want my steak fried. I want a steak, okay? But I don't want chicken fried steak. I want either chicken or a steak. I don't want chicken fried steak.
Dude, no, put your hands up on the screen again. I mean, you can't even bend half of your fingers. Ain't nobody hiring you to be a hand model.
Come on, man.
Come on, dude.
I was in the college yearbook. I was a hand model.
Yeah, when was that? Like 1946?
No. That was in 73, man.
God.
Good Lord.
Yeah,
but you love the food down there, don't you?
Oh, it's the best. It's awesome, man. Yeah.
And thanks for becoming travel, and you can become travel partners with us also.
Yep.
We got a number of folks that say hello to folks out there. Big Hat. What's up there, Big Hat?
Come on now.
Yes, indeed.
Those canned cocktails?
Yes, indeed.
They don't mess around with those. Those things are good.
And non-alcoholic cocktails, too, for the buck. How about that?
And alcoholic cocktails
for you.
BK. Yep.
For you, for BK.
Need me those.
Filled with alcohol for BK.
Absolutely. Yeah. And also shout out to our friends at 7-Eleven. Our guy Ashish, who owns and operates a few different 7-Elevens here in the Austin area. 7-Eleven. They've got everything you need to fuel up for game day, the snacks, the hot drinks, the cold drinks, the gas for your car. They've got everything. Of course, you know them. They're 7-Eleven. They're all over the state. Go support them, but also download that 7-Eleven app so you can cash in on the 7 Rewards program as well. They're going to hook you up with some free stuff and some great discounts.
Got to get my hard copy today, Thursday hard copy before the game here.
There you go.
Indeed.
Yeah, and if you're reading the newspaper, which I know you're not, so I don't know why I said that, they've got those for you at 7-Eleven as well. And also some love to our friends at centextickets.com. If you're still trying to get up there this weekend, they've got tickets on site right now for Texas and OU. Just head to the website, centextickets.com. Or, hey, if you're trying to go to ACL here in Austin this weekend, those tickets at centextickets.com. Sporting events, concerts, festivals, Broadway shows, it doesn't matter. They've got them all right there.
Formula One, yeah, baby.
F1 out at COTA, of course, in a couple of weeks. They got those two, all 100% guaranteed, all right there online at centextickets.com.
Yeah, you'll be there for the Killers and Queen. We are the champions.
Got to do
that. Got to be there for their out at COTA Circuit of the Americas. And thanks to them for being our text line sponsor. Just love the folks out of there. And we're, NASCAR coming in 2024. Look for us to be doing a show or two out there, right from the grandstands down there at the finish line of Circuit of the Americas. We're going to be at all of these events.
We're going to be on the track
if we have to
during the race. Well, you better hope Tony Stewart's not driving that day. He'll accidentally run into us.
Come on, Stewart. I mean, that is quite the place. That is quite the venue. And boy, I for concerts and everything that they're having out there, and to bring NASCAR back. I know Rodney is excited about that, but I'm excited too because MotoGP will be out there too. That's right. See them girls on them hogs. Heck yeah. Them leathers. Yeehaw.
Oh, you're into the motorcycles, huh? You're into the biker chicks?
Yeah, man. Come on.
You hanging out at the Twin Peaks in Waco? What are you doing?
Biker chicks. Yes, sir. In leathers, black leather. There you go.
All right. Hey, I teased it a moment ago. Let's hear from Teddy Lehman. Yes, that Teddy Lehman. All-American linebacker at Oklahoma. Yep. And he hosts a radio show up in Norman. He also does a podcast with Gabe Eichert, former OU offensive lineman, who was actually a guest on Chip and Zay.
He also works for Dairy Queen part-time, I guarantee you.
Gabe Eichert?
No, Teddy Lehman.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'll ask him. I'll ask him at some point. But here's Teddy Lehman on his podcast with Gabe Eichert, talking a little bit about Quinn Ewers and the quarterbacks going into this game on Saturday.
I feel like almost anyone can do the stuff that he's done. And I try not to be biased whenever I watch it. And I try to just look at this thing objectively and take what I see, but I think he's average. I think the offense creates a bunch of really good opportunities for him, and he's good at those, but I don't think he has elite arm talent. I don't think he has elite athleticism. I think and it's evident to me, where do you get exposed as a quarterback? You get exposed in the red zone. When you get to the red zone, everything becomes tighter. Everything's more condensed. The guys don't look as open. And the quarterback has to be way more accurate and way quicker with his reads.
So that was Teddy Lehman.
That was Coach Lehman, folks, right there. Good job there, Coach. Speaking of that bag of shit on your desk that you can push off and it goes thump, that whole talk right there was just like that bag of shit.
I felt like I needed Billy Madison today, Junior. God, get it out here, Teddy. Goodness gracious. Man. You got 5-second pauses between every word there.
Wow. Oh, our text line is about to get lit up. I guarantee after listening to that dude.
Yeah.
Really?
Boy, there's some bulletin
Coach
board
Lehman
material.
at his best. Really.
Hey, if you're Quinn Ewers, you should be listening to that over these next couple of days. If you're the Texas coaching staff, you should be playing that for Quinn Ewers.
Did that dude not watch the game last year? Did he not see 49-0? Was there something about it, that game, that he missed? Was he too drunk underneath the stands at the Cotton Bowl? Or was he selling corny dogs out there at the fairgrounds? Did he have to work that day? I mean, really?
He was too busy guessing someone's weight.
Yes.
At the fairgrounds, that carny.
Oh, my God. The mustache, the bearded woman, he was at that scene. What in the hell was that about?
I know, dude. Well, I guess he didn't see the game because he was probably gone midway through the second quarter, like most
the rest
OU
of the
fans.
students.
Last year. So maybe Teddy Lehman missed a lot of what Quinn Ewers did to his beloved Oklahoma Sooners in this game, in this spot a season ago. So I'm here to tell you right now, watching Texas football over the course of my lifetime, and namely over these last 12 years, not every quarterback can do what Quinn Ewers is doing, okay?
No.
David Ash, Case McCoy, Tyrone Swoops, Gerard Hurd, hell, maybe even Sam Ellinger to an extent, as much as we loved him. Like those guys can't do what Quinn Ewers can do. So don't just sit here and say that every quarterback out there can do what Ewers has done this year. Like
average.
I've seen a bunch of other quarterbacks against Nick Saban defenses over the year. And, oh, by the way, Alabama's defense is still elite. It's one of the best in the country. Their offense has some issues. We know that. This is not a national championship Alabama team, but that defense has made every other quarterback this year look very pedestrian. There ain't just every other quarterback in the nation that can do what Quinn Ewers did in that game in Tuscaloosa. Give me a break.
He doesn't want to be biased because he doesn't look at it. I'm trying not to be biased.
He's literally wearing an OU shirt when he's doing this podcast saying, I try not to be biased while he's dunking on the quarterback of OU's biggest rival. Like, how do you say that? Like, I'm biased. I will say that I'm biased when I dunk on Oklahoma. Of course, I grew up a Longhorn fan. I went to Texas and graduated from Texas. I'm biased. You coach there. You're biased. We're biased. That's okay. You can be biased when you're talking about this game. You should be biased in a rivalry game, rooting for your side.
And the last time you saw that game, it was 49-0.
Don't sit here and say that you're unbiased and then spew a bunch of bullshit talking bad about the other team. Like, no, that is very biased, dude, and it's wrong also. Oh, my God.
That was amazing. Like, I mean, it's like he didn't even see the game last year. He's not watched this kid, and he's not watched him play this year.
No,
he's not watched him get better as the season goes on. I don't know what he's seeing, Coach. Coach Lehman, I don't know what you're looking at. Maybe one too many hits. Yeah. Look out.
CTE coming up, huh?
Starting to take effect on him.
Hey, I'm telling you, Teddy Lehman, the tight end that you started at quarterback last year in this game, I don't think he could do what Quinn Ewers is doing this year, dude.
No.
I mean, my gosh. And look, people are talking about this guy as a first-round draft pick. Not Texas fans like Mel Kiper Jr. and Todd McShay and Daniel Jeremiah and Lance Zierlein. Like, those dudes are saying Quinn Ewers might be a first-round pick. So I think the arm talent is pretty good. Does he have elite athleticism? No, I don't think so. But he's got really, really good arm talent, and he's a really, really good quarterback. And, everybody in the country can't do what Quinn Ewers does week in and week out. Give me a break.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's as good as drinking from the fire hose. That's even better.
Oh, maybe we should be talking as slow as Teddy Lehman when we're talking about this stuff. Sorry about that, Teddy. Yeah, that's just like, wow. So, look, he's going to lose his job at the fairgrounds if he keeps talking like that. Going back to Dairy Queen in Norman. No, the slower you talk, the more promotions you get, I think, when you're at Kearney. Yeah, no, they want lower IQ folk out there. So Teddy Lehman did say something that is interesting. I mean, he thinks Oklahoma has the quarterback edge in this game on Saturday. And that's an argument I would listen to. Like, I would pick Quinn Ewers over Dillon Gabriel on Saturday. But, like, Dillon Gabriel's very good. And it's weird. Like, Oklahoma fans don't really love Dillon Gabriel. They've been so spoiled at quarterback over the last few years.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, with Baker and then Kyler and then Jalen Hurts. OU fans hated Jalen Hurts. And that guy finished runner-up for the Heisman Trophy. Like, they wanted that dude gone. They didn't think he was good enough. And we're just like, oh, yeah, we would have taken Jalen Hurts around here, please. Can we get a Heisman finalist at quarterback? We'll take that in a down year. They've been so spoiled at quarterback, like they even hate Dillon Gabriel, but I think he's a pretty good quarterback, man. There are questions about Oklahoma. I don't think Dillon Gabriel really is one of them. I expect that guy to make some plays, and if you give him time and you give those receivers time,
yes,
then they're going to pick you apart and they're going to put some points up on the board.
Yeah, the difference, once again, between the teams is the defense. Oklahoma can't stop Texas, but Texas can't stop Oklahoma's offense with this defense. They really, really can, because their ability to run the ball, without the quarterback run, they have a problem. And now Texas has added the quarterback run. That's the thing for Oklahoma. Their coaches are going to spend some time going, damn, if we go man-to-man, that dude is going to take the ball and run, because now he thinks he's Gale Sayers back there, not just as a quarterback, but he understands I can run and make some yards. If they totally turn their back to me, I'm going. I'm not going to stay in this pocket. I don't have to be a pocket passer. I can do that. But if you turn your back to me and you give me and I need 8 yards for a first down, I'm going to run. And the coaches are going, damn, that's what he's going to do. He's going to do that. So we can't totally turn our backs on Quinn Ewers. He will run for first downs, and that will suck for them. When that guy picks up a first down with his legs, they're going to hate the fact that they're doing that kind of thing. And the thing about it, they know what he can do with his arm, but they haven't even thought about, until the last couple of games, that this dude actually is becoming an all-around football player, all-around quarterback that understands the game of football, that, hey, it's only 5 yards to keep another drive going. See ya, I'm going. Instead of throwing possibly an incompletion or interception, guess what I'm going to do? Because you guys are running down the field, I'm going to take that 5 or 8 yards, and I'm going to start all over again. And maybe in the next couple of downs, I'm just going to hand this ball off to Jonathan Brooks. I mean, they're in a little bit of a dilemma in Norman about this quarterback that Teddy Lemon just thinks that's average, because it's not all about the throwing anymore. He's added a dimension. No, he's not Barry Sanders. I got that. He's not Lamar Jackson. We understand that. But he, in his mindset right now, BK, the fact that he will take off and run with the football gives them something else to worry about at night for this defensive staff.
Yeah, that adds to the versatility of this Texas offense, right?
So think about that, Coach Lehman. Think about that as you're pondering that next Frappuccino or whatever, big gulp or whatever you're doing at your other job. So think about that,
Yeah. Look, Teddy Lehman was a hell of a player, and I've met him a couple of times. He's a good dude. Someone's like, show him some respect. Now, if you say something stupid, I'm not respecting the take. Like, if you do something or say something stupid, I don't care how good of a football player you are. I'm not showing you respect for that. Ray Lewis is one of my favorite football players of all time. He also murdered somebody, so I don't respect him for that. That's probably not a comparison that makes any sense here, but whatever. It was dumb. And yeah, you're right. Like, Quinn Ewers has added that element to his game. Now, Dillon Gabriel's faster.
No, he's a much more polished runner for sure.
That's something Texas has to worry about too. And Texas has done a good job.
No doubt.
Of containing the quarterback run game. Like, oh my God, it just feels like year after year after year doing radio in this city. We were just talking about how a Texas defense couldn't contain a dual threat quarterback. And now they got it figured out. Like, they did a great job against Jalen Milroe in week 2. And then even though it wasn't Jalen Daniels last week, like, Jason Bean can run. He's not as good as Jalen Daniels. If anyone tries to argue that, they're crazy. But Jason Bean actually can run a little bit, and Texas did a good job containing him as well. So
and this kid can run with the ball. He's pretty athletic, and he has a certain toughness about him. As I said, that he's not thinking about running out of bounds. If he needs to get 2 or 3 more yards, he's going to lower his shoulder and do that, and you must punish him for doing that.
Yeah. Well, let's hear from Brent Venables, the head coach at Oklahoma. He was actually asked during his game week press conference about Dillon Gabriel running more this season, because that has been a pretty significant part of this Oklahoma offense to this point. Here's Gabriel's head coach talking about his legs.
Most good offenses that you see out there today have some element of that. A year ago, we weren't we didn't have much depth at all at quarterback. We're a little better there now, and so I think every team that had issues maybe with the depth at quarterback would stay away from it as much as possible. And as you get a little more, it's just to have it as an element, when you need it and you feel like it can put you in a good position to be successful, more than willing to do it. Defenses will be the first one to tell you, that design quarterback run with somebody that can also throw the ball it's a tough challenge. And, he's got good enough instincts to be, to hurt you that way. And again, he's done a nice job, using his legs to improvise, and he does a good job of keeping his eyes down the field as well to, throw guys open.
Yeah, I mean, that's all short for saying we can't run the ball with our running backs. we aren't very potent when the run game comes. So our quarterback is a part of our run game and has been a part of our run game this season. I mean, it's got to be better than it was last year, and you've got depth. No, you've got more design quarterback runs in your arsenal right now because you don't have a running back. You guys always find a run. You don't have one now. So he's got to become a part of your arsenal when it comes to moving the ball on the ground.
Yep.
I mean,
Dylan Gabriel has more rushing touchdowns than any Oklahoma running back this season. Now, funny enough, Quinn Ewers and Jonathan Brooks are tied with 5 rushing touchdowns apiece. So Quinn Ewers.
It's not like Texas couldn't have given the ball to Jonathan Brooks at the 2-yard line when Quinn Ewers has gotten in the end zone.
Yeah, I mean, look, Jonathan Brooks is 3rd in the country in rushing. Like, Texas has the better running back, and they've got the better run game. And that's the one sort of statistical weakness that Oklahoma has through these 5 games this year. They just haven't been able to consistently run the football.
Right.
And it's weird. Like, Trey and I talked to Tyler McComas yesterday, who does sports radio up in Norman, and it's like they're rotating running back still. Like, and it's game by game. There will be a running back who has like 15 carries in one game, and then the next week he won't play at all. So it's like Oklahoma still, and we're basically at the midway point of the season, right? This is game 6 of 12 for both teams coming up. They still don't really know who their best running back is because no guy has been that great. So I think we'll see Marcus Major. I think we'll see Tawi Walker. But they've got Javante Barnes and Gavin Sawchuk, and those were the 2 guys that my OU fan buddies were raving about this offseason, and they haven't been that good. Like, Oklahoma is 75th in the country in terms of yards per carry. They're averaging 4 yards a clip, and that is going up against defenses a hell of a lot worse than Texas. So, like, Oklahoma, Jeff Lebby, their offensive coordinator, he's got to be creative to find ways to run. And it may not be traditional run. It might be the screen game. It might be jet sweeps. They've got to find a way to run the football, because if they're as bad running the football as they have been, then Texas has a chance not only to win, but to win this game pretty handily. Yeah,
in this game, they've been able to, with the exception of last year, find ways to run this counter play that they run. They've always had that H-back / fullback that's always been their lead blocker that's gotten things done in the counter run. And when they get to something and they feel confident about it, they run it more than once. They've run it over and over and over again. I just haven't seen that consistency from this offense in the rushing game, BK, where I see a run that they really, they hang their hat on. I haven't seen it this year from that offense.
Yeah.
Their quarterback scramble has been there, or their quarterback called run has been what they've done really successful. And he's a guy that doesn't slide. He's a roughneck. He wants to show you how tough he is. As I said, if you tackle him just by his legs and you make a regular tackle on, you trip him up, he comes up jawing about how good he is. So when he does run, Catalan and the rest of these guys in the secondary or the linebackers, or the freshman linebacker, they've got to make him pay for his runs. They got to jam his face into the turf, jam his shoulders and his body, and make his body pay for being that runner. He's going to be their runner on Saturday.
Sure.
They're not running against Texas defense. He's going to be the main runner, whether it's drop back pass or he just says, I'm taking off and going with the ball. And when he does that, dude, he doesn't slide. So when he doesn't slide, if he wants to hurdle over guys, slap his dick in the dirt. That just has to happen to him. He can't be a freelance runner and run down the field for 25 yards and then you make a tackle and he jumps up and jumps in your face. He has to pay for every run that he gets. Every inch that he gets, he has to pay for in this game.
Slap his dick in the dirt.
Yes, he has to pay for that. He can't be that guy who all of a sudden becomes the big hero because of the run game. He can't be their run game. They have to still try to run the running back, which they're not going anywhere. So part of their deal is to run him, Teddy Lehman. So if you talk about the depth of your quarterback, you better have another one available running against this Texas defense if you're the quarterback thinking you're a running back.
Yeah, I think a key for Texas in containing the Dylan Gabriel run game is collapsing the pocket. Like,
sure.
Dylan Gabriel is a better runner when he has clean pockets and he can clearly see that there's green grass in front of them.
Right.
He's not the best at negotiating chaos to where, like, if the pocket breaks down, he's able to figure things out and he knows exactly.
He's a quarterback. Yes.
Well,
you're right.
Because he's 5'10". Like that.
Yeah.
That's the issue. Like, most quarterbacks do better from clean pockets, of course, but Dillon Gabriel's not big enough to see over anybody. So he needs throwing windows, and Texas needs to have discipline in their rushing lanes. They got to narrow Dillon Gabriel's field of vision and hope that he just doesn't find those rushing lanes. Like, they've got to be smart and disciplined and not let Gabriel just step up in the pocket and find those lanes to run in. Texas has to be disciplined up front. They did a great job of that, keeping contained against Jalen Milroe. They've got to have that similar mindset and game plan to make sure that Dillon Gabriel is not able to just take off and run whenever he wants.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about him being the runner and not using a spy on him and dropping in coverage and giving him time to find guys as he moves around. I mean, he's pretty nifty. He's a nifty runner.
Yeah.
He's not a slouch when it comes to running. He's not a sluggo. He's pretty nifty on his feet, and he'll run to throw the ball also if you give him open spots. You know, as he's starting to head towards the line of scrimmage, he'll still throw that ball. But as I said, once he gets to the point of he wants to try to be a running back at the end of runs, you've got to slap him down.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to hit that ground like that bag of shit. I mean, he has to go down hard. You got to make him pay, because that's going to be their running game. He is going to be their primary runner unless they find something. Once again, when Oklahoma finds something in the run game and you let them break perimeter, which Texas has done in the past, and that's why Sorrell and those guys have to have containment on whether it's the running back or Gabriel. They can't let them break perimeter. They like to do that. Force that guy to the middle where a bunch of people are, where he can get pounded in the end. Okay, he makes an 8-yard run. Okay, good. Here's how you're going to pay for it. You're going to come up limping on the next play. You know, yeah. I mean, you got to do it over and over, because he's going to run it over and over again. I just don't think in my mind, I don't think they'll have the success with a true running back in trying to run the football. He's going to be their primary runner, whether he escapes or not on a pass. He's going to be that guy, because he's going to tell the coaches, I can handle this. I'm the tough guy. I'm a tough guy. I can handle this. Let me go ahead and run with it, coach.
Well, you know, this is his first and last Texas OU. So Dillon Gabriel is going to be amped up and ready to go. He missed this game last year. He had to watch his teammates get their asses kicked, 49-0. So he's ready for this, man. And yeah, he's a competitor. He's a tough kid. And I know you're not advocating for cheap shots or anything like that, but yeah,
I'm just saying, make him pay. Hit him hard. I mean, Jalen Ford, if he gets a shot on him where he's about to run up and then make a cut on somebody and he cuts into this guy, that hit has to be, it doesn't have to be fatal, but it needs to be damned close to it when he hits him. Because, I mean, you got to
Jalen Catalon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's got those exposed ribs and that hip and everything else when he thinks, you know, when he starts thinking he's Emmitt Smith running up in there at 5 foot, like you said, 5'10", you got to make him pay for his runs. You know, running backs are used to getting hit like that. He's still a quarterback, I presume there, Teddy Lehman, you know, and maybe more than an average quarterback, but you got to make him pay for it. And once again, the Sooners and their defense, their staff is going to have to go, that damn Quinn Ewers, Quinn Ewers is going to run with the football if we give him a chance to run for 6 or 7 yards for first downs. Well, hell yeah, he's going to run for it. He's got that kind of confidence now. Over the last couple of weeks, mentally, he's an athletic enough quarterback that understands keeping the chains moving. Right. And I'd rather go ahead and run it for 6 than maybe throw an incompleted pass, you know?
It's kind of cool that we're talking about the Quinn Ewers run game as much as we are.
Well,
like, I did not expect that to be a topic of conversation at all this year, because we didn't see much of it last year. But over these last few weeks, I mean, Quinn has been taking off and going, and like he's not the most fleet of foot guy out there, but he is a smart enough runner to where he can make you pay if you turn your back to him.
Yeah, I mean, and there hasn't been many occasions lately that when he's taken off, it's not a first down or a touchdown. He gets to the first down markers. He gets to the end zone. It's not, I mean, and for some people would say, you know what, it's nice the fact that he's a threat in that way, even if he doesn't get a first down. But this dude hasn't been just a threat. He's made you pay for turning your back on him, you know?
Sure, absolutely. A text on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Somebody asked, is Gabriel a better quarterback than Milroe? Yeah, I think so.
Yes, he is. He's a more established and he's a more accurate thrower than Milroe for sure. And he can run. So don't underestimate the fact that, like I said, he can make you miss. He's got enough athletic ability on some one-on-ones to make a secondary guy who doesn't break down the right way miss. He's a pretty good athlete.
Sure. He's no Kyler Murray. He's no Jalen
No.
Hurts, but he can scoot a little bit. And then a comment here.
You can make him hurt.
You guys bring it every day. Keep doing great work. Hook them. Thank you for the love.
Thank you. Yeah, but you just got to make a quarterback / runner pay instead of a runner / quarterback. He's a passer. This guy wants to be in the pocket even at 5'10". He wants to be in the pocket. He wants to throw down to his receivers. But BK, and once again, folks, as he becomes a runner in this game on Saturday, punish him. This is the echo of the whistle. This is very close to what you have to do to win the game. And you know what helps win the game? If that guy's sitting on the sideline, worrying about his ankle or his hip or whatever. And it can all be legal. There's no dirty shots involved in it, but he is not a running back. He's just a guy who likes to run the ball and then jump up and show you and get in your face to let you know that he's a competitor.
Yeah.
So make him a competitor. Make him pay for being a competitor.
Sure. All right. Let's give some love to some of our great sponsors. How about Texas Orthopedics, Buck?
Love those folks. Now, if you've got a problem, hips, shoulders, ankles, elbows, Dylan, Gabriel. Now, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedic. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for adults and children, spinal care, sports medicine, rheumatology. How about this? Joint replacement, and even more. Dr. Christopher Danny and Christopher Stockton, they are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you back in good health and great quality of life. Visit them at txortho.com. Texas Orthopedics is one of the largest independent orthopedic practices in the state of Texas. For more information, once again, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Seth. Yeah, like this video if you haven't yet. We've got a bunch of you in here watching this morning. If you haven't given us the thumbs up, please do so. That helps our channel continue to grow. Shout out to Woods Comfort Systems as well. Hey, it's getting a little chilly this weekend.
Yeah, got to check. Get ready for winter. December 21st. Is that what it was? That was when it starts. That's when it allegedly starts for BK. Once again, I'll let you know when winter comes, and I may not have it come on the 21st, or I may not feel it on the 21st. I may feel it on the 22nd, or maybe even the 20th of December. Don't let BK get you down to one day, okay?
I'm willing to bet a lot of money. I mean, we're talking 1,000 unit, maybe 100,000 unit gold star lock of the year.
But that will be the winter, the start of winter.
That winter's going to start on December 21st this year. I just got a hunch. But hey, Woods Comfort Systems, obviously they handle AC maintenance, repair, and installation, but heater repair and service, you need to make sure that your heater is good to go as we get closer to these cooler months here in Central Texas. You got to call our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. They've been around for 60 years. That's right, 60 of providing top quality plumbing and HVAC services. Yeah, they do plumbing as well. Our friends at Woods Comfort Systems are dedicated to keeping you and your family comfortable in every season. Just check them out online, woodscomfortsystems.com. Look at all of the great work that they can do for your home or place of business, and then give them a call, 512-842-5066. That's 512-842-5066. Make sure you tell them you heard about it on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Woods Comfort Systems, where comfort is our middle name.
And our good friend over at Top Gun, Brandon Mars. This rain has come. Some of you may need to pump out some of the water that may be on your property somewhere. If you don't have that good foundation, believe me, you don't want that water up against your foundation. They have it all. They've met everything. It doesn't matter. If you need to get pump water that's over flooded somewhere, they've got that. They've got the tillers. They've got the bobcats. They got everything that you need, chainsaws, pole saws. They've got it. Brandon Mars has all that available for you. And now that we've got the rains, Buck will let you know here when it's time to start that gardening. It's time to get that lettuce going. Almost time. This temperature is in the 70s, in the 80s. You're going to love it. BK's got his hoodie, hopefully bringing it up to Dallas because of the temperatures that we're going to have up there in the Metroplex area. But our good friends over at Top Gun, they've got everything that you need to rent and to buy, as a matter of fact. Brandon Mars has 2 locations in Austin, up north and south. How about that? Are they still on Congress? Are they still on South and South Congress? I believe they are.
South First.
South First Street. Yes.
Yep.
That's the spot. Love Brandon Mars. Love what they have. Love their products.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. I'm going to start calling you Greg Williams Godbolt for the rest of the week because you're trying to put a bounty on Dylan Gabriel, it sounds like.
Just trying to play some football here.
Hey.
Just trying to do things that coaches should be doing, should be thinking about. You can't have a freelance guy thinking he's Michael Vick out there running all over the place, having fun, killing dogs. I mean, come on. I mean, really.
You think Dylan Gabriel's got a dog fighting ring on the
I'm
side?
just saying, we can't just have guys running around thinking they're just having a good old time. No, that guy, if he takes off, he must pay. Yeah, Jalen Ford must make that dude pay for his runs. Absolutely, man. I'm looking forward to that game because I like Dylan Gabriel. I like the way he plays the game. I mean, I like his attitude. Even when he comes up John on a regular, oh, you got me by the ankles. You're never going to get me. You're not going to get me next time. I don't mind that from that kid. But you got to throw one back at him every once in a while. Like look over him and say, how you like that hit? How'd that feel there, QB?
You sound
QB1?
You sound like Drago in Rocky IV. If he dies, he dies.
What am I supposed to do?
Oh, hold on. I got to show this again.
It's been just like you would expect. The fire hose is fully inserted in my mouth here, and we've been blowing and going. And so
that guy is coaching on Saturday. A guy with a hose in his mouth, just blowing and going. Really? Hey, Teddy, you ought to have that on your podcast right there. That's what you needed to have. That dude. Never forget that.
Hey, this game's on Saturday, of course, and we'll get back into Texas OU. There is an NFL game tonight, and we're not going to spend much time talking about it because it's not really worth talking about. It's the 0-4 Chicago Bears making their way to our nation's capital to take on the 2-2 Washington Commanders. The Commies 6-point favorites at home. Can the Bears get a win tonight? Are you even watching this game tonight? Is anybody watching this game tonight?
Well, I will be at the hotel tonight, so I got to do something before all our big events start happening, on Friday morning and stuff. So I'll sit back and watch because the Bears still suck. They do.
Hold on.
Must we take this disgrace? Another Bears fan throwing insults in our face. The Packers are the greatest team to ever play the game, even if from time to time they've been a little lame. How could you ever love a team with Jim McMahon? Not even Porky Pig was as big a him. They got a reputation that's mostly based on luck. The Bears still suck. 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 They really suck. Yes, the Bears still suck.
They really do suck. Such great players. Walter Payton, really.
Yeah.
Come on. Gale Sayers, my greatest football player of all time played for them. Gale Sayers played for that group. They suck now. And they're going to be in line looking for another quarterback. It's almost time to give up on this kid. It's going to happen. They need to have this win. They got to win this game tonight over the Commanders and Chiefs. They do, don't they?
Yeah, I guess. At this point, I wonder if it's better for the Bears to start losing games, right? Like, I guess in the Bears' perfect world, Justin Fields turns it on over these last 13 games, and he looks like a franchise quarterback to where it's like, okay, now we can keep this guy, and we can feel good about keeping this guy. But
they all have to go.
Yeah, no, they gotta start over, man. Matt Eberflus looks in over his head. He made a couple of awful decisions for the Bears against the Broncos last week. And yeah, he's just doesn't have any idea what he's doing. And then Justin Fields is just not consistent enough, man, especially as a thrower. So it might be in the Bears' best interest to start losing games and tank for Caleb a little bit because right now they've got a shot. Right now they're in the driver's seat. The first overall pick in the draft. And look, there are some other good quarterbacks coming out of college this year. And this is expected to be a pretty good QB draft class. But yeah, right now, actually, Chicago has the first 2 picks in the draft if the season ended today because they've got Carolina's pick from the Bryce Young trade. So those are the 2 0-4 teams. It's Chicago and Carolina. So it might be in the Bears' best interest to lose. They could take Caleb Williams and then Marvin Harrison Jr. right there, 1 and 2, and that might change their fortunes a little bit. But I don't know, man. Yeah, if the Bears can't beat the Commies tonight, I don't really know who they can beat.
BK, when we're talking about the Heisman watch, there's a name that didn't come up, and I don't know where Vegas is. What about the kid from North Carolina at quarterback? Is he just fallen to the wayside?
Drake May.
I mean, they're winning, aren't they? I mean, is he not putting up numbers? Drake May's not even in the top 5 quarterbacks now.
I mean, I still think in terms of NFL draft boards, he's number 2 behind Caleb Williams. Yeah, but his numbers this year aren't that great. 5 touchdowns to 4 interceptions this season.
Come on, Mac Brown.
His completion percentage is pretty high. I'll be honest, I haven't watched a ton of Drake May or UNC this year. So they beat South Carolina in week 1. I remember watching that game, and Drake May played pretty well, and he was better than Spencer Rattler in that one. Feels like everybody's better than Spencer Rattler these days. But, yeah, I don't know. Drake May's nowhere close to the Heisman conversation, if that's what you're asking about.
I mean, he and Caleb Williams, that was like 1-2, like 1 and 1A almost for a while there, going into the season. It's not like North Carolina has been losing. They've been winning.
Yeah, it's a pretty distinct gap right now. I mean, Caleb Williams is the clear QB1. Yeah, North Carolina's 4-0. They're number 14 in the country, and they're playing the Journalist of Syracuse this weekend.
Yeah, forget about that one. That's my gold star lock right now. I'll tell you on Thursday. That's, I told you earlier about a 5,000 unit play. That is my 5,000 unit play this week. They will put the hammer to Syracuse. Yes, and Syracuse played a real team last week, so you saw what happened to them, huh?
The line is 8.5. North Carolina is at home, and they are 8.5-point favorites against the Orange Journalist of Syracuse.
Win by 10. For Carolina. Go ahead, kids.
Why do you hate Mac Brown so much, man?
What?
Why are you doing this to him? You're putting the hex on him.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you
I'm
are.
Not doing it. I just don't like Syracuse that much.
You're down 6,000 units right now.
No, back that up. Remember, I did win 1,000.
Huh?
I'm back to 5, aren't I?
No, because then you lost it again.
Okay, well, I'm giving you 5 right here. I'm telling you this. If your kid was thinking about going to, I don't know, Harvard, Yale, think about ACC instead. All right? So, but I'm going to give you a 5. That's my 5,000 unit play on a Thursday. Lock that down. Mac Brown will take care of the Orange pretty well. They haven't been the same since they changed that mascot. They went to the orange. I mean, instead they had a little orangeman, you know what I mean? Yeah. Running around there at the dome. I used to tackle that thing when I was at Boston College. Now they've got this thing that looks like a citrus deal walking around like a loofah. It looks like a little loofah thing. I mean, really.
They got rid of the orange?
They got rid of the orange men. Remember, they used to be the orange men?
Yeah.
Sort of like the tribe and the Indians and all that stuff. And
that was offensive. Someone got bothered by that.
Somebody got bothered by the loofah.
What, Tropicana got upset that they were being called the Orange Man?
Absolutely. So they turned it into a little loofah running around with a little blue little turtleneck around it. Really,
man.
They're done. Taking Carolina, stone cold lock. Lee Sterling. There you go.
Sorry about that, UNC, and congratulations to the Syracuse Orange and head coach Dino Babers.
Yes.
For a free win, thanks to the Buck.
No, man. I'm locking that baby down. That's going to be in all my parlays, too. They're going to be a part of the parlays, my 16 parlay this week. That's right.
All this talk about orange. Every time I hear orange, and I know this isn't the Syracuse Orange, but it is an orange mascot, I can't help but think this picture of Mark Mangino.
Is that when they played in the Orange Bowl when he's at Kansas?
Yeah, it's when they beat Virginia Tech in the Orange Bowl back in 2008. And that orange looks terrified that Mangino is about to eat it whole.
Is about to take a bite out of it?
Yeah. It's just so
that
perfect.
is so,
the eyes
so
of the
wrong.
Costume, the fact that it's turned that way. I mean,
thank goodness this show is not about fat shaming.
No,
we don't do that.
Shame.
Not at all.
This should have told us. Like, man, Gino got fired from Kansas for trying to eat his players. So we should have known based on this picture when he was about to eat this poor kid in this orange mascot
on
suit.
Scholarship. The kid's on scholarship there.
Yeah, that guy was about to be eaten. That's that terrified look. He knows he's in trouble.
Wow.
Yeah, that will always be good.
Drake May will have a field day.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm now betting on Syracuse. So thank you for the lock of the week.
Thanks for that alarming lock, huh?
I appreciate that. You taking the Bears tonight? You taking the Commies tonight?
I will take the Commandos tonight for sure.
Okay.
I can't take the Bears. They're like a year and a half since a win. I mean, it's a long time since they had a win. They got a pretty nasty streak going on right now.
Yeah, the Bears, I don't think have won a game since like last October, dude.
And I have no clue. What happened to the kid Claypool? Is he off the team or on the team? Why did they tell him to go home? Are there some personal problems going on that are, hey, Buck, they're personal. That's why you don't know about it. Yeah. What's going on? Is there something in the locker room with that guy?
That guy sucks is what it is. That was a horrible trade. I mean, the Steelers really fleeced the Bears there. They got a second-round pick for Chase Claypool. Like, it's not like he was great with the Steelers and then just has been awful with the Bears. Like, he was struggling with Pittsburgh, and then somehow, some way, the Bears were dumb enough. Well, they're the Bears. That's how they did this. That they gave up a second-round pick to go get that guy. And I think that second-round pick turned into Joey Porter Jr. I think that's the pick the Steelers used.
State, yes.
Yeah, a couple of months ago in the draft to get Porter Jr., which he looks like a fine player. But yeah, no, the Bears basically told Chase Claypool that they're done. I don't know exactly what caused it.
I mean, they told him to go like home, right? I mean, he's not like at the facility.
Yeah, no, he was a healthy scratch last week, hockey term, against the Broncos. And they basically are like, yeah, we don't really want to see you ever again. So they'll probably trade him for a 7th-round pick, if that. I don't know if anyone even wants to give that up for that dude right now. They might just have to cut bait with him altogether.
We could see him in the merger of the USFL and the other league that's going to come together here shortly.
Yeah, the XFL?
Oh, yeah. They'll all come together. He'll be playing for somebody, a team near you.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be playing up in Arlington at the old Ranger ballpark.
There you go. Yeah.
Choctaw.
At the Temple, at Globe Life Park.
I think it's Choctaw. Don't they call it Choctaw now with the Rangers?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it is Choctaw where the Rangers used to play. Now the Rangers play inside the Gilf. It's nice and warm inside that Gilf, you know? It's climate-controlled Gilf.
Doesn't feel the same without that sun beating down on you in those bleachers in late September.
Nope.
It's all right. The Rangers getting it done. I'm down with the Rangers. They started out the season having great hitting. They're finishing up, and getting into the playoffs with that great hitting still coming back. You were really worried about that bullpen of theirs, but they can hit with the best of them. They can hit with all of Major League right now. Yeah. They started that way off in the beginning of the season, and they still have talented hitters.
Yeah, the Rangers offense is loaded, and it's healthy, right? Like down the stretch of the season, Josh Young missed some time. Jonah Heim missed some time. Corey Seager had a couple of different stints on the IL this year. But no, the lineup is healthy. The pitching staff, still not. We'll see if Max Scherzer can make an appearance at some point in this series. Obviously, DeGrom's out. We know that.
Just put DeGrom on somebody because there's a sucker born every day, and somebody will take Jacob DeGrom. They'll say, you know what? He'll be healthy in a year and a half, and that's our timeline for becoming something special. But the Rangers got to say they got to part ways with that dude. I know they owe him millions.
They're 1 year into a long contract. They can't move on from him. They knew there was a chance that this was going to happen when they signed him. They just hoped
they knew it was a chance when he was born. He was going to have something happen with his elbow. It always does.
Yeah, blame the doctor, I guess. He dropped him in the nursery. That's why the elbow for Jacob DeGrom keeps screwing up year after year after year. The hope is he comes back like midway to late next season when the Rangers are pushing for a playoff spot, and then just keep him healthy for, 3 months, 4 months. Can they even do that? I don't know.
That's chancy. As soon as he gets healthy, start dealing that dude, because somebody will fall for it and said, they'll say like everybody said, oh, when he's good, he's really good. Well, when is his body any good?
That's a good question. Very good question. We'll see. We'll see how the Rangers hold up. And it sucks. Game 1 of Rangers-Orioles is at 12 o'clock on Saturday. What else is going on at 12 o'clock on Saturday, Buck?
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, are they going to put that on the Jumbotron at the Cotton Bowl?
Great.
Did you watch the Rangers and the O's? You know why the game is so early? There's a concert at Camden Yards where the Orioles play Saturday night.
What are the Killers going to be there?
The Piano Man.
Oh, the Piano Man's coming. Okay, I got you. Yeah, cancel the game. The Piano Man's coming to town.
Yeah, no, you have to let the Piano Man do his thing.
You're a big Piano Man fan, aren't you?
Big Billy Joel fan. Oh yeah, I got like 5 or 6 of his albums. Like I've
you
seen
go to
him.
all the concerts when they're around you, aren't you? Don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm never a go to every concert for any artist guy. Like if I see somebody once or twice, to me that's enough. But I've seen Billy Joel a couple of times. I saw him at Coda. Speaking of Coda.
Yes.
He was here a few years ago, and then I saw him at the Rangers ballpark, at the old one, the Choctaw, whatever.
He's like for me, like Andrea Bocelli, where if I can get close to him, I'm going to see him.
Yeah,
again and again and again.
I had the chance. Billy Joel was at Minute Maid, where the Astros play, either early this year or last year, and I didn't go. Like I didn't want to buy tickets. I'd already seen him twice. That was good. That was fun. It was the same concert. Like I'm all right. So I'm not a big enough concert guy to where like I have to go see somebody, even one of my favorite artists of all time, like that every single time they come to town. That's not my bit.
Like the lady who was out here at Coda, Lana, for what was her name? Ferreira.
Lana Ferreira.
You know, I had to get those tickets.
Oh, Lana Del Rey.
Yeah, Lana. Yeah, you didn't want to miss Lana Del Rey.
I missed Lana Del Rey.
Well, hell, you don't have to go very far to see. If you want to see Taylor Swift, just go to any NFL game that Kansas City's at. She's there every week now. She's up in the booth. They can't miss showing her every time, every chance they get. It's bringing a different culture of audience now to the NFL.
What do you think of this, Buck?
What in the heck is it?
This is a new ballpark food item at Truist Park in Atlanta.
That thing has got to cost you $72.
As the Braves get set to open up a best-of-5 divisional series against the Philadelphia Phillies this weekend. This is called the Chicken Ain't Nothing But a Bird Blue. This is a double steak chicken sandwich with 3 glazed donuts as buns.
No, I can't mix my chicken with the sweet stuff. No glaze. No, thank you.
I mean, that's like the Big Mac, but instead of the 3 bread buns, you're getting 3 glazed donuts instead.
You know, with my fingers and hands right now, that I have a hard time touching that. I got to do a knife and a fork with that bad boy.
Let me read the description. This is a double stack fried wet lemon pepper free range chicken breast sandwich between 3 glazed donuts and southern pickled green tomatoes, finished with a. Oh, the screen went dark on me. What a cliffhanger this is. Finished with peach bourbon, I don't know, coitus?
No, I don't think so.
What is that word? And the screen, God, the paywall is killing me here. I should have been more prepared. Sorry about this, folks.
Look at the size of that thing.
COULIS and powdered sugar. What is that?
That's where the text line supposed to come and help us right there now.
What is that? COULIS. I don't know what that is, but that's on there, I guess. And then we got tomatoes. Those are tomatoes on top of the lemon pepper chicken with glazed donuts as the buns.
Only way I'm eating that piece of chicken unless there's a beak and some chicken, some chicken gizzards hanging out of that thing. I need to have the chicken's head in that.
What? Okay, so you're not eating that unless there's a living chicken in there, or you have the chicken head in there?
If the chicken's head was sticking out of that thing, I would take a bite out of that. Other than that, that thing looks like a 4-headed turtle right there. I'm not eating that thing.
You wouldn't try this thing?
No, look at all the little turtle heads sticking out of that.
It's chicken breast.
No.
Turtle heads or peckers or anything.
That thing looks like a snapper on a bun.
Dude, I would try this. I hope they have something like this at the fair this weekend.
Oh, they're going to have that. You're going to try all that mess up there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go on Friday, too, because I got to pick up our credentials for Saturday on Friday. And obviously, there's going to be fewer people there Friday than there will be Saturday. So I'm going to try a couple of fried food things while I'm out there for sure.
So is the fair still do they still do little coupons where you got to stand in the line to get 45 coupons and everything is at least a dozen coupons or more to purchase something? What is it? They don't trust people there? What is the deal? They got too many. I mean, why is it that they can't trust you with just a credit card? You got to go stand in a coupon line.
I don't know. I don't know why they still do that bit, right? Like, why can't you just pay with card? Everywhere else you pay with card. Why is it at the State Fair of Texas you still have to buy coupons? I mean, you buy those with card, right? So why can't you just buy the food and the drinks and the everything else with card?
No, you got to stand in a separate, you got to get in a ticket line, and then you got to get another line.
It's the bit, I guess. It's the fair. That's what they do at the fair. You pay with coupons, you pay with tickets. That's how they want to operate, but it is
start letting Sooners work at your fair. That's what happens.
Yeah, shoot. I should buy a bunch of those for all of us on Friday and
get them while you can. I'll give you some bucks because I'm going to have my cheesesteak. It's happening. It's on. My expectations are very high for the Philly cheesesteak in Dallas, Texas this year. There's going to be a change.
They shouldn't be.
Yeah. You mean, do you think it's going to taste the same as it did 8 years ago?
Yeah, it's going to be the exact same one as 8 years ago because no one else has ordered a cheesesteak there since then. They've just been waiting on you every year to show up, but you haven't had one in the last 7 years. So
I'm going.
It's the same one that they've had waiting for you there at whatever one random ass booth that they've got by the museum. That
I can't believe that's by the museum. Yes, I found that booth. I'm telling you, I ate half of that thing and my stomach, and that's when we were taking up like the big Winnebago up there. Yeah. I went in there and the blue wave, I went into that thing so quick. That thing went right through me. It was so nasty. It was the nastiest thing. Oh my God. It was like that stuff when you were a kid, Steakums, where you'd make your own like steak sandwiches. It was like Steakums and sprayed cheese. I like sprayed the cheese whiz on it. And they called that a Philly cheese. And I ate a half of one of those and damn near shit all over myself. And I'm going to do it again this year. I'm going. I'm finding a real Philly cheesesteak there.
I am not hanging out with you after you down that cheesesteak. Come on, man. Please. That is nasty. Reminders.
Tell Teddy Lehman to make me a cheesesteak. Get one ready for me.
Reminders, Saturday morning, we will be live from the fairgrounds. We'll be at the Old Mill Inn right by Big Tex doing our pregame show from 8 to 10:30. If you're making your way to the game or just to the fair that day, stop by and say hello to us. And, of course, tomorrow afternoon in downtown Dallas, Harwood Tavern. We're going to be there from 2 to 5, the Red River Roundtable with Texas Sports Unfiltered, downtown Dallas, 2 to 5. We'll be hanging out, drinking, eating, talking football. It's going to be a hell of a time. We hope to see all of you there. And a couple of shout outs to some sponsors, Buck. How about our friends over at Sue Patrick?
Oh, I love the folks at Sue Patrick. You know, they've got an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel and, of course, the accessories to go along with it. They've got tons of Texas-themed gifts there available for you, a wide variety of men's and women's clothing, of course, and they offer free shipping. How about this? $49 or more, you can have free shipping sent to you. Plus, curbside pickup orders are available to you, but there's always parking at Sue Patrick's. They're located at 5222 Burnett Road. Say hello, of course, to Jay Willems and Sue Patrick when you're there. Or for more information on looking online, go to SuePatrick.com, please.
Yep. Shout out to Austin Lynch, by the way. We've got an OU fan stirring the pot in the chat. So, hey, that's what this game is all about. Keep those comments coming. Tell your OU friends to be watching. Hell, if Texas loses this game on Saturday, I expect a bunch of OU people to be talking trash in our comment line and on our Coda text line. That's fine. Bring it on. That's what we want.
Absolutely. Make sure you guys have the keys to the Dairy Queen so then when you have to go back to work on Monday, that you didn't say I left the keys at the fairground, since you're coming here to get those good jobs here in the state of Texas. So make sure you get back to the Dairy Queens as soon as you get back to Norman and surrounding areas.
Yep. And some quick shout outs to the two things that I drink. It's Olipop and it's Altstadt beer. Love both of them. The Olipop is legit. Actually, we're going to be talking to an OU guest tomorrow morning at 8:30 who's also a huge Olipop fan. He goes to show in Oklahoma, and Olipop sponsors him too. We love this stuff, man. It is great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Helps with digestive health. So if you're eating a bunch of fried crap at the fair this weekend, get you some Olipop.
Philly cheesesteak
next week. And of course, Altstat beer. Whenever I'm drinking beer, I'm drinking Altstat. My fridge is stacked with it. I've got my own beer fridge. There's nothing else in there except for Altstat beer. That's how much I love it. That stuff is royalty. It is liquid gold. So whatever you're doing for the game this weekend, make sure you accompany your football watching with the greatness of Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets. All right. That is going to do it for us. I see the fellas in the waiting room. A little chaos theory coming up with Rodney and Wags. And Wags and I have a little bone to pick because our two baseball teams are about to be squaring off starting this weekend.
Wags,
Look at him.
Wags, did he just mention baseball? He mentioned baseball again. And look who showed up. The biracial beauty, Derek Jeter. Oh, no. What do you got there? Who's that autograph by?
Please take that to Bucky's house and break the Derek Jeter figurine, Wags.
Cooperstown, baby.
Hey, Wags, do we have to make
Cal Ripken?
Hey, do we have to make Dalen? What's his name? Dylan Gabriel pay for running the football this week? If that dude, make him pay, right? You know how lock her up. Make him pay. You know what I mean? We got to make that dude pay for running.
What is he? Why he gets to say all the good stuff, man?
Houston Astros, guys.
Got a bat. Look at this.
You guys beat yourselves up right here. Houston Astros, boys.
Oh, boy.
Beat yourselves up, man.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah,
well,
so, I mean, BK, we're still gonna be friends and everything, but you got to know that it's hard love. It's hard love for sure.
Just hard love.
This is exciting, man. Both of our ball clubs, man. You could say that Texas, I think, is more of a mid-market club than Baltimore is, but I mean, both of these teams really don't have the FU money in baseball that all like the stalwarts do, right? Like the Yankees or your Dodgers.
Did you just mention Yankees?
Oh, no.
What did he just say?
Bring him back. Bring him back.
He's done. he's
Get out of here, Buck. Forget that.
Man, I can't believe you did that to him. He just shut the laptop and everything. He's done.
He gone, and I'm gone too. I'll be listening, fellas.
Man, be good, bro.
Have a great.
There they go. Oh,
man.
You never know what you're going to get. Welcome to Chaos Theory. It is the show of nothing but chaotic stories and whatever. My name is Adam Wagner. You can find me on Twix, as Rodney likes to say, at Not the Fake Wags. You can find Rodney at the Rodney R, and on the gram at the _Rodney R. Double R. I was getting ready to be coming over to your house today, man.
I was going to make breakfast for you. I was going to have everything all set up for you here. And I was going to go make a breakfast casserole and maybe have some mimosas and all that. And then you're like, oh, my shit works. I'm like, damn.
So I didn't have internet since 3 p.m. yesterday, and it came on around 9. It was restored around 9:07 today.
Yeah.
So technically, I feel like I have especially if you work from home, like most of us do these days, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you cannot work from home, I feel like I have a little bit of a bone to pick with Spectrum to get a refund.
A rebate.
Right? Or at least a rebate. The way I look at it, they potentially cost me $157 yesterday.
Yeah.
That's a bill. That's 2 months of a bill.
I've always thought about that because with satellite TV or whatever you're doing right there, or cable, when these people get all into a mess and they're like, we're not going to show your programming because all of this shit. I'm like, shouldn't I get a little bit back on my bill here because I'm paying for said channel? No. I mean, I know there was one channel, and I'll say it, KXAN, with NBC and Nexstar and all that mess that was going on, dude. I'm sitting there wanting to watch the Chicago Road Race, biggest race in NASCAR in years, and like 1 hour before, Nexstar and DirecTV are like, oh, we can't get along, can't watch it. I'm like, what? And that was like 3 months, 2.5, 3 months.
Are you still hardwired in? Like, do you use the actual cable or are you using satellite TV? We have no boxes in here. We just go with all the apps.
Let me tell you, man, a lot of stuff is still hardwired in, but a really good buddy of mine a couple of weeks ago, I reached out because I have no idea how to work some technology. And he's like, why don't you just use the apps? and the shit works
Oh
amazing.
yeah, that
And,
was
and
me.
thanks to that guy. I tell you, I love that guy, man, because it's like it's a whole new world. You know, I'm hearing all these Disney songs in my head. It's like a whole new world.
Man, if you can hit that note, dude, you're gonna be singing on professional level and not just here, buddy, or not just in the shower. Anyways, man, we got a lot of football to talk about. We got some Thursday night drama. Can you call Chicago Bears and the Commanders primetime football?
Drama?
Can you do that?
Drama? It's like somebody's got to win that.
Reality TV.
You know, the shittiest part of that to me, Wags, is that you see the two franchises, Chicago and Washington, so much of the history that you have right there with them and all of that.
Historical teams.
Yeah, man. And now it's like, could this game be flexed? Can we start flexing games a little bit sooner in the year? Because that's going to be a shit show right
Washington
there, man.
does have 2 wins, though, right? Like, Washington has 2 wins, so you'd like to think that they can put up somewhat of a productive offense. Sam, we talked about how the defense usually lets you down on Thursdays, right? So this could potentially be a barn burner. Where are we at here? The over-under on this is 45 right now, so the boys in the desert are expecting a low-scoring affair from Caesars Sportsbook. But I don't know, like we talked about it, man. Defense is usually a letdown. There's not too much of decent practice or good rest going into Thursday night football. So usually it's a high-scoring affair, man. We saw a little bit of that last Thursday. I think the trends are still going to continue, especially with a team like the Chicago Bears. You want to talk about, I mean, they're an over 14, but they still have a potent offense that can score. They just can't score anybody, or they can't stop anybody.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it last week was, I guess it was last week, you know, with the football or the whatever the hell they're called now. I mean, looking at them, I mean, they took Philadelphia down to the wire. I mean, that look at that, look at this guy.
Thunder Mifflin, baby, Thunder Mifflin.
Yeah, it's like Miami Dolphins colors that you're wearing right there, man. That's pretty good. You got the Tua thing going
It's
on.
like the Miami Heat, or you know, like the cayenne, and then the I guess it's what, cotton candy is what I call it. The cotton candy blue here. That's what I call it. But like the Cheyenne or cayenne, whatever the hell they call it.
Kind of like the fair colors. It's like
I love it, dude. I love it. We're going to talk about fair foods too a little bit here if Walsh can't come on. Apparently Walsh's internet's been messing with him too. So
there's something going on, man. There was something in it.
I'll tell you who I have. I got Spectrum. I'm going to hold you accountable. Damn it.
Yeah,
I want my money.
Apparently,
want anybody in chat, if you can tell me what this movie is, I'll give you $2. I want my $2. I want my $2.
Yeah. Hey, I'll tell you what I like seeing. I'll tell you what I like seeing this morning. This YouTube chat line is going ape shit. There is
you people in there.
There is an Oklahoma fan named Austin that is blowing up Texas fans, and man, that's the beauty of this. That's the beauty of this. I mean, these guys are going at each other hammer and toe.
Newsflash: we also got a WVU fan in here.
Oh, well, that's okay. Their time will come. Their time will come.
Daryl G with the dynamite drop. Better off dead. I want my $2. That is exactly what it's from. And then Jake following up with In Clutch as well. Yeah, man, great movie, great 80s flick. Cusack and company back in the day, man. I want my $2. And the dude from Nerds, Booger from the Nerds is in there too, man. Nerds was that's a good series. Yeah, I guess it kind of got a little bit stale after Nerds too, but I mean,
yeah, no. Who was it? You're talking, yeah. So who was the one that went and took like a 5-minute piss? What was that dude's name? Are we talking about the same?
That's Summer School, bro.
No.
Summer School, where the dude went all summer long.
No, that was that good-looking dude that was like a prostitute. That was that male dude. I thought on Revenge. Are you talking about Revenge of the Nerds, or what are you talking about?
I thought you were talking about something else. I was talking about Revenge of the Nerds, but then I thought you went into Summer School.
Yeah, it was one of the dude. I love Summer School. Summer School to me. I mean, that Mark Harmon movie, and that's it was setting a precedent for kids nowadays with what society's become. All those kids, they always wanted something. What's in it for me? They're asking Mr. whatever his name was. And it's like, oh man.
Mr. Shoop. Mr. Shoop was his name.
Mr. Shoop. And that's the old days when that's when old Kirstie Alley was built like a brick shit house. That was a good movie, man.
Oh, her in that sweater walking on the beach, cutting glass. My God. All right. You know what I'm
Cold
talking
that
about.
day.
You know what I'm talking about, man.
It
All
was
right, let's get into the
cold that
baseball,
day.
man. Now you got to talk me through this, Rodney, because I didn't get to see any of the damn baseball because I was talking about how I use Spectrum's internet to watch all the sports that I guess that's kind of one of the downfalls, right? To not having like a box or whatever. If you got to rely on the apps, and once your internet goes out, you're kind of SOL, right? Anyways, I wasn't able to do any work from my normal job either, so I didn't
Day off.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah, I got a lot of reading done. We'll say that.
Tell mental health day. I was stressed
For
out because
sure.
none of my shit worked, so it was a mental health day.
That's what we can say. Absolutely.
You work the system.
But yeah, talk us through. Let's go through this bad boy. The wild card. I thought the wild, all of them ended
all
after
done.
2 games.
They're
All
all
of them ended
done.
after 2 games. I thought for sure that we would be going into at least the weekend with some wild card baseball, but no, the series is all the series have finished up. And let's just go down the list. Let's start with the Rangers. Let's start with the home club here, man. The Rangers going into the Trop, going into Tampa Bay, winning in emphatic fashion here, man. Game 1, 4-0, and then game 2, 7-1. The Rays did not even show up. Brings up a series matchup between the Orioles and the Rangers where, dude, I'd hate to say it, man, but I think the advantage for the pitching goes to the Rangers. If I'm breaking all of this down, I think the Rangers have the better arms. I think offensively, both clubs can slug. I think the Orioles run a little bit better when they get on. And defense, I would give defense a little bit to the Orioles as well.
Yeah.
I'd like to think that there's more people on the Rangers roster that have postseason experience. I don't know how much that comes into factor here. And plus, like the Orioles are a young team. We talked about the inexperience, even though they're inexperienced, they can still galvanize that energy to actually explode in here. But we saw what happened with Tampa having a couple of descending games going into the postseason. Rangers look tough, man. Rangers look hot. They are going fantastic right now. All pistons seem to be firing. Dude, they're going to be a tough club to play. I thought that I didn't want to see the Rays. Man, I might not want to see the Rangers, dude.
I agree. I mean, I gave this to the Rays in 2 games. I mean, especially at home. But of course, with that home field advantage, how the hell is that going to help you? 19,000 in game 1. I don't know what they had yesterday, but I could look up there and see, and there weren't many more.
Nobody's
than that.
showing up. How are you not showing up?
Well, and I've heard that conversation right there to where maybe Tampa Bay they've got funding to build a stadium that's maybe closer to the fan base right there. But I don't give a damn. I mean, you find a way to come out and support and support your. I mean, especially in playoff baseball. I mean that shit drives me crazy. It's the same thing with the Oakland A's, dude. The fact that the Oakland A's are going to probably have to move because they can't get people to show up. A traditional ball club like the A's, dude, that's bullshit.
But it's also like it makes me wonder if the fan base of the Rays just took this for granted and thought that they were
going crazy.
What do they say? What's going on? We'll get to it here. But I was wondering if the Rays fandom just thought that they were, I don't know, just thought that they were going to get handed this wild card series against the Rangers. I mean, 19,000 people. That's not too many people. And I mean, I don't know how much the Trop can hold or seat. I'm assuming maybe close to 45 to 50,000.
Yeah. I mean, you get about 4 less than that at the Dell Diamond, and that's only because they only have that many seats. But this thing right here, I mean, I really did think that the Rays were going to coast through this thing. But I'll tell you, with Montgomery and Nathan Eovaldi, with what they did, and I'll tell you something that's even more impressive for me with the Rangers here. And again, I want the Rangers in the end. I'm an Astros guy, but I want the Rangers to win. I want them to move on. I want to see these 2 teams play each other again. But the whole thing is right here. Here's what's impressive for the Rangers to blow that final series the way they did and lose the AL West, and then have to fly cross country and you go over there and you take care of the Rays like that. That's pretty damn impressive. You got to give the Rangers their credit right there, man. They're flaming hot here as we head into this next series against your Orioles, man.
100%. And then, of course, to finish off the American League, the Toronto Blue Jays and the Minnesota Twins. I was so wrong about this series as well. Matter of fact, I think the only time Tom McKay has ever been wrong as well. Both of us were so high on the Blue Jays being able to make a deep run into the postseason here, stealing the wild card, and then maybe making an advancement past. I didn't know who the Blue Jays were going to be able to take on, but I definitely think they're good enough team to beat the Orioles and the Astros. So it didn't work out that way for Toronto. They fall after 2 games into the wild card as well. Twins in the first game 3-1, and then Twins in the second game 2-0. I did see the pickoff play to end the inning there and pretty much ignite the fire in the asses of the Twins. Fantastic defensive play. If you're playing ball like this and hitting all the little things, man, it sure enough, you're probably going to win close ball games and one run margin games and tough games like that. Defense wins championships, man. It doesn't just translate on basketball and in football. It's everywhere, man. It's in every sport, dude. If you can play tremendous defense, you usually win most ball games. They got people in the lineup, the Twins do, that can mash. The bats got to come alive, and that's what you're seeing for the Rangers too. So once the bats wake up, man, any ball club can get hot, and I think that's what's going to happen with the Twins. The Twins look pretty decent, even though their offense wasn't crazy in this wild card series. I think that it feels like it's waking up. I'm seeing hard contact off of hitters now instead of just soft foul balls.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like the Twins are actually trying to make business happen, man.
To your point, exactly what you're talking about right there. You just kind of said it in 2 different ways right there. I mean, you look at the tail of this series. I was overly concerned about the Blue Jays. I mean, I talked about this in the past to where I saw this kind of looking at the series from an Astros perspective, and it's like, okay, the Blue Jays, that's something that really worries me. But when you look at what the Twins just did in the wild card series right here, they did one thing extremely well. They pitched extremely well and played defense the way that they're supposed to play. Right. And here's the other part of it for the Blue Jays that have been so superb at the plate. They didn't fucking hit the ball, dude. They just did not hit the ball. And I mean, exactly what you said right there.
The wood's got to mash, man. The wood's got to be awake, dude. It has to be awake, man.
It does. It does. And that's kind of been the problem with the Astros at different points during the year, to where pitching is good. Pitching is good. Maybe you give the other team a 2-run advantage, 2 to 3-run advantage, and you keep the game low scoring. You keep your starter in the game, but then you get no run support, and that's exactly what happened here with the Blue Jays. And boom, they're out of this thing. And the Twins, every year, Wags, it's like in Major League Baseball and in the NFL, it's like this team sneaks up and surprises people, and people just fall in love with the story.
Well,
I mean, these guys had to want to play.
Is it because they play in the Central? Like, is it like the Central's so sleepy, right? It's very quiet. You don't hear much of it, and there's not too much thunder coming out of it, man. So is that why the Twins sneak up on you?
I think so, and that's the bad part with the Central, with the NL Central for the last several years, or last few years, is the fact that the Cardinals have kind of become irrelevant in this thing, and that's kind of been the staple right there. You think back to the days of the Astros and the Cardinals in the NL Central. I mean, I have so many ill feelings, to the Cardinals. I'm finally over
all Rangers fans should still too, by the way.
It's like that Brad Lidge pitch to Albert Pujols, that somebody still hasn't landed. I mean, that's how far I take this thing back, but it is. Man, the Twins, you don't want to say a team of destiny and all this, but everybody falls in love with a great story. These guys finally won a goddamn series. Sorry for that one. But, I mean, here you go. I mean, maybe this is a team, and I seriously think they get swept by the Astros. But I don't know, dude. It's at the juice box. Hell, Houston can't win at home. So this is going to be a fun series to watch.
So I don't know where my phone went, but I had all of the Rangers team stats pulled up on there to break down this series. I'm just doing fantastic today, man. I think I can find my mic and candy, but I can't find my phone. Anyways, no, Jake brings up a good point here. I think Baltimore's lineup is more consistent, unfortunately for us, Wags. That's a good point, but also you got to remember, I can't remember how much off the top of my head that the Rangers have scored, how many runs that the Rangers have scored, but they're up there at the top. They might be top 5 in Major League Baseball for runs scored. So this team can get it done as well. They can put put the crooked numbers up on the scoreboard, man, as the national pundits like to say, or the purists like to say here. But to me, I do agree with you, Jake. I think Baltimore can manufacture runs in multiple ways. They can mash at the plate. They have a tremendous power and lumber with the lumber, but they also play small ball very well too. Once they get on, they run well on the base paths. They have dynamite speed, especially when Cedric Mullins is in that lineup. And you got to think that Jackson Holliday is going to be called up too from the Norfolk Tide. So that's going to add tremendous speed. Where they can get got is their rotation, especially with no Batista coming back in your bullpen as your closer. You got to think that Cano is going to get a lot of the work in the frame, so you got to keep him rested as well, and so it's not too much of a two-head bullpen there in the closing role. And also John Means, coming back as well. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago. Brings you decent mid to, I'd say, late inning potential here. Like, there's not too many times where John Means comes out and throws 5 frames, right? So he can get you deep into a ball game. That takes a lot of relief and pressure off of your bullpen. I do give the advantage to the Orioles here, but the arms, dude, are usually what wins you ball games in championship type caliber, baseball contests or baseball series, and that's what you have here, man. We're going into the AL Division Series, and I think the arms are going to shine, and we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if the Texas Rangers arms can put the lumber of the Orioles to sleep here. But I do think 2 out of the 3 more advantage to the Orioles here over the Rangers here. Which is
I think so. But what was impressive, I mean, especially about yesterday. I mean, even with Texas winning this 7-1. I mean, you go through the lineup and you look at the lineup that Bochy put together. I was really questioning, putting Robbie Grossman as a DH, in the 3rd spot. I'm like, what? Dude's like batting 182. And I'm like, why are you doing that? But it worked out. He got a hit. But I mean, you look at the box score for the Rangers yesterday, and I mean, you had 2 hits for Corey Seager, and again, him batting in the 2-hole. I mean, you have that, and then with Josh, down at the bottom of the lineup playing 3rd base, he gets 3 hits right there. The balance right here for the Rangers lineup is really good.
What did you say? Balance.
And I think this is where we talk about like.
Lineup.
Yeah. We talk about some of the stuff with Texas OU where you're going to have, OU is going to want to try to get Texas to throw the ball to test the secondary and all of that stuff right here. This is, I think, what's going to happen in this series right here, to where pitching is going to come down to, does this balance continue for Texas? Or I mean, Texas has not been consistent all year. I mean, it's like, boom, you go on these amazing rolls. Are they about to go? Are they getting hot when they're supposed to? Are they about to go on another, 1 month, just fabulous run, which if they're going to do that, it's the best freaking time to do it. But the forces right here going against each other, this is going to be a real damn fun series to watch, dude.
What is your prediction to come out of this? Which ball club?
Don't
have to play favorites. Don't have to play favorites.
No. I think Baltimore prevails. I think Baltimore prevails. I think you prevail. You've had some time off, and that's exactly. And that's what's scary at this point to me as we were going into that. That's what I thought it was so imperative for the Astros to get a little bit of time off, because I mean, you see these guys at times, both of these clubs, they have looked so tired, dude. This is a grind, man. 162 games.
They didn't get enough time off, Rodney. That's the thing.
Well, that is a concern right there. You talk about the good old momentum. I mean, like when you talk about the Astros going in there and sweeping Arizona, how about Arizona, dude? It was like, boy, these guys are just wiping the floor, with Milwaukee. And
so let me ask you a question on Arizona real quick before you get going here. Is Corbin Carroll is he the overall far and away favorite for National League Rookie of the Year?
If I got a vote, he would be.
Okay.
If I got a vote, he would be. I mean,
and I'm assuming most of the chat feels the same way about that. Hey, do me a favor, chat. Put 1 in the chat if you think, if you guys are avid baseball fans, put 1 in the chat if you think Corbin Carroll is your National League Rookie of the Year. And by the way, you can hit us up on that CODA text line as well, 512-222-9328. all right, Rodney, yeah, this dude, he's just nothing but mashing, man. And then when you got Marte being able to hit behind him, this lineup is dynamic for this Diamondbacks roster here. The thing that I did not know is how fast these dudes were. I mean, you got to know that Marte can get it going here, right? But I mean, it's not just that, dude. Walker can actually get going from first base. I saw him get cooking, dude. You don't expect the first baseman to actually be able to turn the wheels, man. But Rodney, I mean, of course, they're not going to be running like that all the time. I think I just saw, Walker running out of an anomaly. You know what I mean? Just being able to turn the wheels on. But anyways, man, this lineup can get it here. I like what Arizona's been able to do. Really landed on to Milwaukee there. I thought Milwaukee was going to be able to put up somewhat of a fight, but again, another series 2-0.
Yeah, there you go. And I think a big part of this was, I think a big part of this was for Arizona. What was impressive? I mean, their pen was great. I mean, their bullpen was exceptional. I mean, coming into the, game one, obviously, man, that one right there, that was a nail biter. You're sitting there going back and forth, and this more, a 5-2 win here. This is more Arizona really asserting themselves as the better team in the series, or at least a better team in the series. In this series, it's like, and that's what's so beautiful about baseball right here. I mean, looking at like the Blue Jays and all the teams that have gotten knocked out. It's like they're probably, all in all, probably better than the team that just swept them. But in series, they were better.
The Blue Jays are better than
absolutely.
The Blue Jays are better than the the Blue Jays are better than the Twins, and I would definitely say, and this is no slap to the face at our beloved fan base of the Texas Rangers, but I would definitely say that the Rays have a better club than the Rangers. I would say that the Rays have a better club than the Orioles too. I mean, it's crazy to say that, but I mean the records would not reflect, but I'm telling you right now, man, just from top down, I think the Rays, I don't know how the Rays lost this thing.
Yeah,
terrible errors, terrible error, 4 errors in game one, and that just got you started off on the wrong foot. All right, but again, we talked a little bit about Arizona and the Brewers. I guess the marquee matchup, if you're on the East Coast and in the National League, has been the Phillies here, man. Love them or hate them, Bryce Harper produces in big moments, dude. He just absolutely does. If
badass,
you're hating on him for disregarding the damn stop sign and the hold up sign and plowing through that to score, man, he just does what he does, man. He's that type of player. We all know him for his antics off the field, or on the field rather. Just a showman. We'll say that, Rodney, a showman, man. Phillies moving on. They're going to be playing the Braves here, dude. And what do you like about this one?
Well, and the other thing right there, he likes to raise hell with Angel Hernandez. We saw right there at the end of the season.
A little bit.
You got to love that part.
They got a history. They got a friendship. They got a good. They got a relationship.
Oh yeah. They exchange greeting cards, holiday cards. But I do kind of back to Arizona. Dodgers better be ready. Don't be sitting back there, Chavez Ravine, thinking that you're gonna, cruise your way through this, because this Arizona team, there's something to deal with. But yeah, the Phillies, man, the Phillies are really, really good. And I think both of these NL series, all of them. I mean, all 4 of these series. I think the Houston Minnesota one could be the one that could get out of hand. I mean, I don't know. I say that from my own heart right here, but man, this Phillies Bravos, these guys are going to get after each other right here, and I think it may be undersold a little bit, Wags, in my opinion, at how good Philadelphia really is, because you look at these guys. I mean, dominating Miami, whatever the case is, right there. Probably the weakest offense there, Miami. In the MLB playoffs, right here. But this Philadelphia team right here. I mean, Aaron Nola yesterday. He was
Wheeler. Wheeler was throwing smoke. Nola was throwing smoke. I mean, I wish I would have been able to have Walsh on here. I wish his internet wouldn't jacked up, because he's a Phillies fan, like a huge Phillies homer here. And I just love the way he breaks down the seam heads for the Phillies. But my God, man, like, not only can they mash at the plate, dude, but when their arms are smoking like that, you got to think that they can give the Braves at least somewhat of a bit of a scare here going into this divisional series. When they're playing like this, I think it's going to be a decent series. Looking at it beforehand, I didn't think that the Phillies would come out and be able to turn on the lumber like this, against the Marlins here, or in the wild card. But man, it's good to see it. It's good to see a lot of high scoring baseball here, especially you're
Mhm.
going to need it going in to play these Braves, dude. They got one of the most dynamic players in all of baseball, Ronald Acuna Jr. We already talked about it, man. 40 home runs, 70 steals. This guy can go get it, dude. And not
Yeah.
just that, man. The Braves are loaded from top down. It's not just Acuna Jr., dude. That roster is pristine, man. And when you got Morton being able to throw smoke too, it just brings that bullpen, or it brings that whole rotation together, dude. I think the Braves are the best team in baseball. They will be tough to beat.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing, kind of to Philadelphia right there. I mean, last year they pretty much dominated, the NL side of the playoffs, on their playoff run right there. But I think this team is truly better. I mean, I think this batch of Phillies is better maybe than what they were last year as they dominated there. But like you talked about right there, man, this could be this series right here. We always talk about the championship Sunday in football with the AFC and the NFC championships right here. I mean, I think we're going to have a great World Series no matter what. But if you want to look at, playoff series that are just going to be massive, dude, in MLB, this one right here, man, Philadelphia and Atlanta, this is going to be damn fun to
it's
watch.
sexy for sure. So here's the thing, like I'm impressed, and again, I didn't get to see baseball last night or yesterday, but in game one of the wild card, the series of wild card, if you want to put it in plural,
Mhm.
the wild card series is, I just hate saying it like that. If you want to break it down, like the lumber was there, like the runs are being scored. It's great baseball. It's fantastic baseball. I just thought that we were going to see, a rubber match in at least one of these series. I mean, I didn't think that we would see sweeps in all of the wild card series. It's just, it's wild to me,
Well,
but again, it's still fun baseball to watch. It's still living up to my hypes as some of the best baseball that I was predicting at the turn at the trade deadline here, just because so many buyers were in the market. Anyways, man, moving on to that, what else flies? Covert flies. When you're sitting there flying in your vehicle, there driving in your vehicle. Let's talk about Covert, Rodney.
Cruising in one of those great Covert BK vehicles right there, new and pre-owned. Make your way out to the beautiful Bee Caves Hill Country and check out, go see our man Dan Covert and all the great staff right there. They'll set you up with whatever you may need that's going to fit your budget in the best way. They'll also service that bad boy or girl with 86 service bays right there on hand. Minimal wait to go in there. I mean, you're not going to spend the whole day at the dealership waiting for that stuff to come around. I've in the past taken my car to the dealership and they'll tell me, we'll have you out in about an hour. 4 hours later, I'm still sitting there reading the same magazine, for crying out loud, watching some cat video that they have on TV. That's not the case there at Covert. They're going to get you in and out of there. Those state-of-the-art dealerships, there's 3 of them, 7 brands, Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chryslers, the Dodge, the Jeep, and the Rams, and, of course, the Fords and the Chevrolets. You get them at Covert Hutto out 79 out our way, and Covert Ford Lincoln over off Research here in Austin, and they service all makes and models right there, and they'll take care of all of that service for you. CovertBcave.com. Check out the weekly specials. Check out all the inventory, all of that right there for you. Doing it since 1909, the Covert family of dealerships. Like I say, nobody beats a Covert deal, not now, and sure as hell not ever. It is Covert Bee Cave, and they're great supporters right here of TSU, Texas Sports Unfiltered, my friend.
And you guys know the drill, man. Whether you're watching sports on Saturday or watching movies at night, it's got to be done with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678, or go to their website at avconsultations.com to see the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years, setting the standard in audiovisual automation since 1988. Get it done today. They've been doing it all around Central Texas. So make sure you give them a call. If you don't know what you want in your room, like I got, if you don't want the setup that I have, if you're looking for something else, if you're looking for something on your patio and you just don't have the right idea for it, check out the gallery of projects they have on their website at avconsultations.com. And Tom's an old school guy. He likes to talk. He likes to have a conversation, man. He's a great talker. You've heard his voices. You've heard his voiceovers and his lines on, Austin Radio Network. So make sure that you guys are giving him a call and just chatting it up with him, man. 512-255-8678. You guys will talk some sports, some hockey, and audiovisual automation. He'll get you the setup of your dreams. It's avconsultations.com.
And he is and who are they, Wags? The really smart guys.
The really smart guys that never make you feel dumb. That's what they are. They're very generous, very kind.
Love that part. That's the best part.
Yeah, so you guys need to be kind in the Yahoo chat here.
Woo.
Or not Yahoo. God, did I just say Yahoo chat in the YouTube chat here? Yahoo!
MySpace. In the MySpace chat. You guys, thanks for checking in on
What's Tom
MySpace
doing on
tonight.
MySpace? What's Tom? I was getting ready to ask you before we got into this next little bit. We're going to get into some Texas football too, and also talk a little bit about this preview of Thursday night football. But we got to get into some of the food that's going to be at the fairgrounds here, man. First and foremost, before we get into that, what is some of the best food that you've had at a ballpark? I know we talk about the boomstick there up at Globe or wherever the Rangers are playing at now. One thing that the Orioles have on Utah Street, it is a bratwurst sauteed in onions, and it's got like beer battered on it and sprinkled with a little bit of Old Bay. A little bit of a spicy brown mustard as well. It is absolutely fantastic, man. And then they got this they got good coleslaw too. I'm just not into coleslaw, man. Like everybody raves about the coleslaw there. I'm just not into it, man. What's some of the best food you've seen? Pit meat sandwiches too. Oh my God.
Wags, I'm a very boring man. I live a very simple life. I mean, for me, when it's, I don't care what ballpark I'm at, what sport I'm at. I mean, for me, it's hot dogs and nachos and maybe a barbecue sandwich, man. I don't get all out of control with that. And I mean, a lot of it is.
So what do you put on your hot dog? Are you a classic dude?
Yeah, you're gonna put a little bit of relish, mustard. I mean, it's the normal stuff. Depending on what ketchup is there.
Dog?
Oh, dude, chili! Holy smoke!
You know what I mean? Do you enjoy like the death dog, like the classic Coney?
Here's the only bad part for me when it comes to adding stuff like that with chili and all the different things that you may want to put on there. I don't really want to get in a situation at the ballpark, because I'm drinking beer and doing all these different things.
Yeah. You don't want to shit yourself.
That's it, dude. I don't want my like we say in Spanish. I don't want to get chorro. I don't want to get the runs, dude. I don't want to get curcio. That's not good. That's not the place to get it, dude. Because it's like you do that and those ballpark bathrooms, man, they get so gross in there, dude. I forgot to tell you. So the other day when I was at Guns N' Roses, the other day at Guns N' Roses, tell me
that you shit yourself. What?
Speaking of nasty bathrooms, so I go over there to take a leak at the Alamo Dome. And I'm walking out to go wash my hands, as you should do after you're over there touching your penis and taking a piss. I'm going over to the urinal, and dude, I like slip, and I'm like doing a split, and my knee goes straight into the concrete there. And like when I land, I look over, and there's a sign on the ground that says "slippery when wet." I'm like, no shit. Like my knee was all swollen up. I got up the next morning. I'm hobbling in here to do this program. My wife leaving in the morning. She's like, what happened to your knee? I'm like, I forgot to tell you. I slipped in the pisser last night at the Alamo Dome. So again, that's why a lot of reasons that I don't put chili and some of these different sauerkraut.
Cool. I get it. Who is Austin, man? Austin firing up the fan base here, dude. See you short corns fans. Good luck on Saturday. I'm sorry we'll have to break y'all's little hearts. This guy is just firing all you all up. Hey, can we keep it cordial here? Can we keep it cordial here on Chaos Theory? I know it gets chaotic from time to time, but we're supposed to be getting the sports chaos, all right? Not bringing in all the Yahoo. But I do love it, man. I love a good bout of keyboard gangsters going at it every now and then.
That's just rivalry
here coming through. Deep fried gumbo balls at the fair last year. Holy hell! What is that? I mean, I imagine that tastes like sex, but I mean, my God.
Again, that goes back to being.
Is that jambalaya? Can you break that down a little bit? Is that like jambalaya that's in the gumbo? I mean, I'm assuming that's what your gumbo is jambalaya, right? Deep fried jambalaya. Yeah. Oh my God.
Well, and that's the thing about the state fair over there, like we were talking about the other day, Wags. It's like, man, they fry anything over there.
Dude,
and it's
raspberry, chipotle, jalapeno popper grilled cheese.
Holy moly. Now that will give you the chorro I was talking about.
Huh?
That's where you got to go find and that's the other thing over there. It's like
crunch of grilled bread, the heat of roasted jalapeno pepper, the savory richness of bacon come together in this specialty grilled cheese with a touch of sweetness and smoke. This is the raspberry chipotle jalapeno popper grilled cheese. Fresh jalapenos with cream cheese and raspberry chipotle jam were wrapped in bacon and roasted until crispy. Then They're sandwiched between slices of white bread and cheddar cheese and finally grilled until golden brown, just like Mom did. My mom never did any shit like that. It's new. It's a new take on something iconic with just a touch of unexpected. That's sure to put a smile on your face. Yeah, it's not just putting a smile on my face. My nipples are hard. I got goosebumps here. Sign me up. Let's go. Get it to me.
It's gonna put a smile on your. It's gonna put a smile on your asshole when it's time for that to come
It's
out.
gonna make me squeeze out my asshole. That's for sure. Yeah. So
Holy
that was
moly.
one of those. So again, this is bigtex.com is where I'm getting the list of these foods here. This is one of the items that popped off to me because I didn't know if it was a grilled cheese sandwich or if it was actually like a popper, like a jalapeno popper, right? So I'm assuming that you can carve it up and cut it in sections, though. You know, do like little four squares like Mom did.
Yeah.
Did your mom cook you something like this?
Well, my aunt was the
There
one
you
that,
go.
that would make me all of these crazy, more Mexican style stuff. And it's like, I try to make that stuff and it's like, man, it never tastes the same. And it really was. I mean, because I think we Hispanics are kind of the same way to where it's like, if we can put it in a saucer, if we can put it on the stovetop, we'll fry the shit out of it. I don't care what it is. And that's what happens. And the funny thing is,
fruity pebble pickle.
I don't know about that, dude. I'll eat just about anything. I mean, I've got some pretty strong guts, but I mean, some of that, it's like, I'm just not a sweet guy. I don't eat a lot of candy. I'm not like a candy guy. Sweet things to me just kind of send me off the wrong. I like something really fried and greasy and messy and, it's like, I like my food like I like my women, just messy, just messy.
Here we go. Yeah, that's one of the things that popped off the list at me, man. Of course, there's also the Monster Burrito that's going to be located in the Tower Building there up at the fairgrounds. Make sure you check it out. I've heard that's one of the fan favorites and one of the most touted out there as well. Deep fried Vietnamese coffee. This jumped off at me too. I didn't really know what the hell that is. And then a fried fire, and then also some more like liquid for it as well. A fried fireball shot. Ooh. Now I'm assuming it's probably just like hardened and whatever, and then it's probably got the liquid underneath of it or whatnot. But a fried fireball shot, man, it's already hot enough. It's dangerous enough too. Fireball is, man.
Dude, it's going to be cool over there on Saturday. I mean, that's the best time to do it. I mean, it's finally, cooling off. I'm supposed to be in Mesquite to do some racing stuff on Friday and Saturday, and they were like messaging me this morning and telling me it's cold over here and it's flooded. So it's like a perfect weather for that kind of stuff right there, man. Yeah, Fireball kind of a weakness for me. I'm not a big liquor guy. I'm more just a beer guy. But that Fireball, that's kind of one I like that. I like that a lot, dude. I like that a lot.
I like drinking liquor when I'm playing poker.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Liquor in the front, poker in the rear. All right. Anyways, two more items that popped off the menu to me, man. Fried Monte Cristo. The fried Monte Cristo. It's located at the Ferris wheel on Funway. It is Texas barbecue spin on the classic specialty sandwich, layered with brisket, American cheese, and smoked turkey breast with Swiss. Now, see, I would have gone with a little bit of pepper jack instead of the Swiss here. Then golden fried and dusted with powdered sugar. That's why they want the Swiss. Okay. Served in a recyclable paper tray with raspberry chipotle barbecue sauce of dipping, or for dipping rather. You had me until the recyclable paper. I mean, do we have to really make that known? Just give it to me on the damn cardboard. I don't give a shit.
Give me a junky
shove it down my throat.
Paper plate. I mean, that's good. No, that's good. I mean, it's a good thing that you're helping the environment and all these different things right there. But yeah, whatever. And I'll tell you the weird thing about this. Are the prices there on some of this stuff? Because it's like
there are no price, but I'm expecting like at least $10. You know what I mean? At least $10 for
more than that,
for
dude.
one item.
I saw somebody posted there.
More than $10?
I saw somebody posted there. I think Jake posted Hurtado's in left field is really good barbecue. The beef rib is $50. Holy smokes.
Are you serious?
That sumbitch better give me some other benefits than just tasting good.
How much is food usually at the fair?
I mean, when I go to the rodeo or the carnival, again, very small scale compared to that. I mean, you know, not quite that much. Wow, inflation has hit at the state
Usually
fair.
you pay like $8 for funnel cake and stuff like that, right? If you're
Yeah.
or so wait, so you got to pay like $50 for this food, and then I'm assuming you got to pay like $20 for beer
Oh, that's
before
the
you.
ballpark. That's the ballpark. Okay, he's talking
Okay,
about
got
the
you,
ballpark.
got you,
Okay, that
got you.
makes
All right,
sense.
thank you, Jake. Thanks for
Thanks,
for
Jake. Sorry
specifying
about that. Sorry, I need my readers. I can't really see.
No,
well
you're good. I
over
got my contacts in today. We're looking good. All right, and then one more food, Rodney. One more food before we get into Thursday night football here. Fried Texas barbecue shotgun shells. This will be located at the Blue Bonnet Roadhouse Barbecue and Grill on Nimitz. Here's the breakdown of this. This cheesy, savory roll on a stick is perfect state fair treat. Made in slow smoked, shredded Texas barbecue beef brisket, melted gooey Velveeta and cream cheese, seasoned with Meat Church Texas sugar rub, then rolled in a pasta sheet, wrapped up in hickory smoked bacon, and rolled in jalapeno breadcrumbs. Holy shit. It's a savory bomb that's going to be nearly impossible to put down. Take a bite and enjoy the crunchy exterior. And then the additive mix of flavors inside, not to mention a kick of the heat. Sign me up.
I thought you said rolled in pot. I'm like, man, you're really gonna get sleepy. Double.
Yeah, man.
Double sleepy.
Bro. Put me in the clouds. Now, this sounds like something that I would like. It's something that you can eat on the run, right? It's something that you can actually eat while you're walking and getting in between, concessions or getting in between, games or whatever you want to do. I've never been to the fair, so I don't even know if there's.
I've never been to the Texas State Fair.
Are you serious? You grew up in Texas.
I know, man. I know, but I
Rodney,
never got up north.
We got to go. We got to go.
Man. I know we should have gone this weekend, but I know there. Well, actually, I'm going to be up there. I mean, I may try to get to the fair. I'm supposed to be up there. I don't know if that's actually going to work out, but yeah, man, we got to get up there. You know what we need to do?
Our state fair is a great state fair. Don't miss it.
Hello, everybody. What's his name say? Big Tex. Hello.
Yeah. How do I know more about the damn fair than you do?
Dude, I'll tell you, man, sheltered childhood. I never got up north. I mean, when I was a kid, going up north to me was Taylor, when I was a kid. So it's only been in my older years that I've started doing more traveling, but that's okay.
Oh my God.
Hey, Wags, I want to ask you before we get back to the Thursday night game. So what do you think of this Teddy Lehman, getting over here saying, Quinn is average and
look, let me tell you something. He's been talking about average stuff since he's been playing, linebacker at Oklahoma, man. So, and I'm just giving Teddy spat. I was producer back on middays with Trey and BK when Teddy used to come on for Texas OU. So I think it's a good rapport, that he's trying to build with the Texas fan base. It's hard love, guys. That's all it is, man. It's just stuff to rile people up. It's like what Tupac used to say, man. I'm just trying to sell records, baby. That's all. I'm just trying to sell records. I think it's great for the game, dude. I don't take anything, at full value when it comes to trash talk. And, I've actually talked, with Teddy Lehman offhand before. He seems like a really cool dude to me. And I don't know, man. I think it's all for the pageantry and passion of the game.
Yeah, man, it's one of these things. I mean, when you get into a game like this, when you have a rivalry like this is what you expect. This is what you want, and that's like next year if they're going to play next year. I mean, when A&M and Texas start playing each other once again, man, I can't wait to see this happening again. To where and even like our YouTube chat line with everything going on right here, man. The passion, and the fandom of the fan base, man. That is what I love about this. That is what I love about this. Teddy Lehman has CTE. There you go, right there, guys. There you go.
Ring your bell.
Oh, man, that's the beauty of this. I mean, so much of this. Yeah, talk about the sideshows of all this. Talking about all this ridiculousness food that you're going to have there, and all this shit talking going back and forth between the fan bases and alums, and all of this going back and forth. And oh, by the way, when this is all said and done, we're going to play a game, and then after that's over, all of this shit's going to get even worse. So that's what's so beautiful about this
round
Red
2
River
is gonna be coming up. I mean, like we talked about, we had John on yesterday as well from the Bevo Boomer Bevo podcast. we're probably going to be seeing Oklahoma twice this year, more than likely.
Sure. Yeah, no doubt about it. And I really do think, I mean, that really is to me the ultimate. See you later, Big 12. See you, Yormar.
You're so big on that. Like, why the whole? I mean, I know the Big 12's been shitty. You know what I mean? It's kind of been.
I just don't like the way this has been handled. I mean, I know that Texas and Oklahoma have decided to make the change, but when you look at this, to me, Wag, so much of this, it's so much the business part of this. I mean, think back to when you had the Southwest Conference, when the Southwest Conference dissolved for whatever reason, and you went to the Big 12. I mean, that was like a huge culture shock back in those days. But the fact right now that everyone, I mean, you shouldn't, the Big 12 schools that are still aligned. I know the money. I know the money part. I know the business part, what I'm talking about right here. But you shouldn't be reliant on two schools to be the ones that are going to help move your conference. And that's where we look at like the Pac-12. To me, it's a damn shame the Pac-12 is about to go away because shit, look what they're doing right now. But I think to me, for Texas and OU, this is where I was talking about the other day, to where you guys, I mean, you don't like each other, but you guys kind of align right here and just make your way out of here and dance off happily, play each other twice, and one of you is going to be the conference champion. I just think that's so freaking cool.
I think you got a lot of hate and discontent for the Big 12, and I'm trying to understand why. I know it's been, a little bit of inconsistency here, especially with the refs. The refs have been atrocious for at least a decade that I've been watching Big 12 football. But I mean, I think it's kind of been more consistent all around the entire Big 12. I mean, I know a lot of calls don't go the way for Texas here, but also,
how do you call this game Saturday?
I've seen other games where I'm a neutral fan. I'll be like, oh wow, that's a terrible call.
Yeah.
So, and it's not just in football either. It's basketball.
Oh,
it's all throughout the Big 12. So,
you know what else I hate, Wags?
What's
this
that?
Cheap chair that I'm sitting in, because it's fake leather, and I don't like
do
it.
Something about it. Tell people where they can get it.
I'm going to Great Blue Heron Furniture, a custom leather furniture company started back in 1991. They will set you up. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. That's cool stuff right there. And let me tell you, I've seen this stuff, and it is really, really good looking. I can't wait to get one of those here into my studio, into Studio 4, so I can sit here and then I'll never leave this place. I mean, I'm in here all the time now. It's the highest quality furniture that you can find. It's custom made. You're not going to find anything else. Don't go to these other places where you have to go and you buy a furniture kit and have to put a chair together and do all these different things, or a couch or whatever. Every time I've gone to one of those places, Wags, I try to put it together and I wind up with like 10 bolts left. And I'm like, holy shit, I'm going to fall when I put when I sit my fat ass down into this thing. So that's not what you get with Blue Heron Furniture. There's a link right there up at the top. Check that out right there. And don't forget to use the promo code HOOK'em. 15% off of your purchase right there. If you're looking for furniture that is built to last and it's going to last you for decades, look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click that link or call them 866-247-9688. Great Blue Heron Furniture. They are on board with us here with many other great folks here with Texas Sports Unfiltered.
So let me ask you a question. When you assemble things, do you read the directions?
Hell no. I look at the picture on the box.
Yeah, exactly.
How about you?
Yeah. So I try and stay away from the directions. I found out that the directions actually confuse me.
They're confusing
sometimes. Yeah. I was great at Legos. I was fantastic at building Legos growing up. In the blocks, oh man, when we could do like the big blocks too. So I'm really good with my mechanical skills. Usually I just look at it and it kind of just comes together in my head. I rarely ever use the directions, man, especially if it's something from IKEA, because no point.
I didn't want to mention them.
That'll get you going the wrong way, man. That'll definitely get you going the other way. All right. Well, it's not Monday night. It's Thursday night.
Thursday night. That's her. What's that song? I don't know.
I think it's the same song. I think it's the same theme, man.
Okay.
Thursday night football. Thursday night football.
Is Carrie Underwear on that one too?
Carrie Underwear is not there.
That's NBC.
That is definitely NBC. Carrie just still got it. All right. The national pundits are on the side, and national fan base are on the side of the Commanders here. 60% of the money coming in, looking like it's coming for the Commanders. Rodney, will the Bears show up tonight? And the line being only at 45.5. You got to think that with two offenses like this that can put it down on the gridiron, and also Thursday night football where the defense rarely shows up, you'd like to think the over-under here is gettable. Go get it. Take the over all night long. 45.5. What's wrong with you people? Not enough, man. Out there in Washington, I like it, man. I like it.
You think?
Yep.
I think I would actually kind of take the under on this because it's like, really? Okay. Hey, we got a Faith Hill shout out. Thank you, Sal.
Well, you got a lot of fantasy, and it's not just because they're in my fantasy team or anything like that, but it's offenses that know how to produce. Now, you saw
that's true. That's a good
first couple of slow starts for the Chicago Bears, but I like what we saw last week with the Chicago Bears. I think the offense is starting to wake up a little bit. They just got to be able to stop somebody, and I don't think they're going to be able to do that tonight against Washington. Sam Howell has been cooking with the Commanders here, dude. And once McLaren gets going, dude, and gets nasty as well, their backfield is legitimate. They got a good two-headed punch out of their backfield as well. This team can make some noise in the East. I know it's crazy to say that with Philadelphia and Dallas there, but if they can continue to be consistent, when they play consistent football, man, they actually they thump it and lay it on, dude. Riverboat Rod, I think he's still got stuff left in the tank there, and I mean he's still one of the better known coaches here in the NFL, dude. I like what he's got going with the Commanders here. The ability to believe in Sam Howell shocked me quite a bit for Ron. I didn't think that they'd be going with Howell, but I liked what Howell was able to produce at North Carolina. I think he's a legitimate quarterback here. You had to make a move from Heineke and getting him out of there and moving on to your future, and that's what they're doing here. The Commanders look like they're starting to figure it out, being at 2-2, and you're going to see a high-powered offense tonight going, or I won't say a high-powered offense. They're going to look like a high-powered offense going up against the Bears defense that can't stop anybody either. Please take the over on this.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that really is, I mean, this is the side effect here of hard-ass Eric Bieniemy, that has come in here to run this offense. And, the history, there with Kansas City and all of this. And I think it's a situation to where he's putting all of that together. And like I mentioned earlier, I mean they did. They took Philadelphia to the road.
Figure it out, man.
Yeah. Got to figure it out. And the whole thing is, in that first year, a lot of times with this, you're dealing with the cards that you were dealt. I mean, you can't overhaul shit, that quick. I mean, it's easier in the NFL. Yes, absolutely. But still trying to manage salary caps and try to make moves right there. But I do love the going to Howell right there. I mean, because you had to shift over from that. And is he going to be the answer for them? I mean, I don't know. But I'm impressed. I'm impressed with the Commanders right here, and it is kind of shitty for them. I think if they kind of laid in the if they were in the NFC North, it would bode better for them. But yeah, they're kind of stuck in that division right there with those two powers. And tell you one thing we need to talk about tomorrow, Wags. We haven't even mentioned it all week. 49ers and Cowboys on Sunday.
Yeah, that's going to be a sexy game too, man. Of course, I think it would be way better if Diggs was in the lineup for the defense here for the Cowboys. But anyway, I mean, both these quarterbacks, back to this game, both these quarterbacks, Howell and Fields, are pretty dynamic. Well, pretty decent through the air in terms of their ability to scorch and have an aerial assault. They're just inconsistent. They throw too many late balls over the middle. I mean, the stuff I've seen from Fields this year has just been inconsistent, been all over the place, but he's still able to make plays with his legs. Howell, not so much. He usually extends the plays, but with Fields is going to be able to cook and get yardage on the ground. So if you're looking for any type of fantasy play there in this game, it's definitely on it's the quarterback level of Fields. I think he gets it cooking and gets it moving there. Expect probably like a 25 to 30 point ceiling from Fields tonight if you're looking for any type of fantasy value. But look, I'm expecting 350 yards maybe tonight, 3 touchdowns. I possibly 2 interceptions from Fields. I mean, look at their interception touchdown to interception ratio, 7-5 for Fields, and then 4-5 for Sam Howell. So you got to figure that the defense is going to be able to make a play. You might even get some defensive scores, maybe a pick 6 here, which is definitely going to throw that over way out of whack. 45. I've mentioned, man, 44.5. Dude, you don't even have to shave that at all, man. You got to take the over here.
Yeah. Well, and that's the other part, like we talked
Bears
about the
do
other day.
suck, CB. The Bears do suck.
Like we talked about the other day, Wags. There with Sam Howell, with Eric Bieniemy, and then Luke Getsy on the other side there for the Bears. I mean, I think that's something there to where again, Fields has not had the pieces in place to make him better, and that sucks for him because he shoulders all of that.
But Fields has, DJ Moore come over, and you thought that they'd be able to kind of just fire off on all cylinders now. But the first 2 weeks kind of struggled. It looks like DJ Moore's trying to get involved a little bit more in that offense as it starts to find its way and its rhythm. But Kmet being able to be a decent threat down the middle for Fields in that tight end spot. I think he's got to utilize him a little bit more. Herbert's pretty nasty. I think Herbert's a decent back when he gets going. And like CB said, man, I don't think the Bears understand what they have with Rojo. I mean, we all know because we saw him at,
totally
play here at Texas, dude. But the dude's a hard runner. He runs great in between in the tackles, and he knows how to get yards after the first hit.
Yeah, one of those late round jewels, man. And that was,
we got to get out of here, Rodney. It's 11 o'clock.
I know, and that's what I was going to say.
Hardge, are you there, buddy?
We heard Hardge talking. We heard Hardge talking with Earl Campbell yesterday about the value of running backs, and I love that conversation that Earl Campbell was talking about when he was talking about you get down into the red zone. That's when you need to be pounding the rock with a running back. I mean, Rojo's that dude right there for Chicago. They just need to figure out how to use it.
They need to figure out how to utilize their weapons. That's for sure. So that's our breakdown of Thursday Night Football. I'm sure that Hanging with Hardge will be breaking down all kinds of other things. I can't wait to tune into that. Make sure you guys are giving your love, like Hardge says. Tell 5 friends, man. And also make sure you're smashing that subscribe button. Hardge, where's your bat? Where's your bat?
Look, I was carrying a bat all my life.
Yeah, he's like, I don't need no fake bat. Like
I don't need no faking bats. I don't need no faking bats. But I do keep one in my car, and you just never know when you're going to drive by a batting cage, and you might have to take some cuts, brother.
Might feel that urge, man. Might need to get some
road rage.
Man. Hey, we got to get out of here. Y'all have a great day. Hook 'em, guys.
Appreciate you guys. As always, thank you to the guys from Chaos Theory doing their thing, as always, bringing the noise and the chaos to their theory. Welcome again to another edition of Hanging with Hardge. That's right. I'm your guy, Hardball Hardge, representing Killeen, Texas. You see it right there, but I also represent the 512. Make sure you hit us up on the Coda text line. That's right. We're getting sponsored by Coda because everything is moving fast. You can hit us up at 512-222-9328. And also follow us on Instagram and Twitter at TS Unfiltered on Twitter and at Texas Sports Unfiltered right here. Man, look, we got another exciting show for you. Yesterday, we had the legendary Lifetime Hall of Fame Longhorn Earl Campbell join us, breaking it all down. Today, we got another Longhorn faithful. My man Michael Griffin will be joining us pretty soon to break down this game, talk about the secondary, see what he likes about this team, and also share a lot of his memories. I'm excited about this weekend. We get closer and closer to it. Teddy Lehman, Teddy Lehman must not be seeing the things that I see, and I'm going to give him a little pass on it because he is a defensive player. He really doesn't like quarterbacks, and that's fine with me. I'm not going to hold too much against him. I'm just going to let Quinn go out and do his thing. Today, we also have the press conference of Steve Sarkisian. We will hear a lot of news about JT Sanders. We'll hear about Ryan Watts. We will learn more, and we'll break it all down for you tomorrow and let you know what we've heard about this game. But it's that time. We are right there. What time is it, folks? It's 11:02, and I'll let you fill it all out. Sal, thank you for always checking in. CB, appreciate you, dog, for always being the first ones in the queue. Wolf Jagger, we'll find out a little bit more about Ryan Watts today as Coach meets with the media. He's doing it at 11:10. You're going to be tuned in to me, so I appreciate all the love. And you're right, Sal. OU still sucks at 11:02. Well, there's a lot to get into. We got Major League Baseball playoffs are being set. The series were not what we thought they were going to be. Well, for some it was, but everybody always looked for winner-take-all baseball games. Game threes are very important. Now we move on to the best of 5, and I'm excited about all of these matchups. I'll break that down here in just a little bit. We also have Thursday Night Football. You heard the guys before me breaking that down as the Chicago Bears and the Washington Commanders play Thursday night football. I know a lot of people don't get too excited about it, but I kind of do. I kind of do, because you want to see certain teams try to get better. You want to see the levels of it. And for me, being an NFC East guy, I like watching other teams play because I want to see where my Dallas Cowboys match up. Big weekend for the Cowboys. Cowboys travel out to San Fran. But the Commanders, who are in the same division, they take on the Chicago Bears. And as you look at this game tonight on Thursday Night Football on Amazon, you got to think about the Chicago Bears and where they are as a franchise. One of my best friends, he's a Chicago Bear fan. Yeah, we're still good friends. But he's a Bears fan. And every week he tells me he's not going to watch it. All right, what up, baby? He tells me he's not going to watch them. But I asked him yesterday, I said, hey, man, you want to watch the Bears game? He's like, yeah, I'll go watch them. And I'm like, why do you put yourself through it? And I always revert back to, no matter what your fan base is, whoever you like, that's your team. Whoever you grew up with, that is the team that you want to represent. And every year at this time, we start looking at this game. And I'm talking about the Oklahoma, Texas, Oklahoma game. State Fair, Street Brawl, Red River Shootout, all kinds of things of what you want to make it. But the fan bases, as we talked about, from the North, they hate us. From the South, we hate the North. But when we come to this game, it is the most unique atmosphere you could ever be a part of. I've been there multiple times. I was there last year. I was there the year before. I mean, you sit there and you start looking at all of these teams, and what it comes down to is it doesn't matter what the records are. It doesn't matter what's your ranking at that time. But the one thing that always stands out to me is you got to remember, these kids grew up playing each other. These kids grew up going to camp with each other. And yes, it is a very, very heated matchup. As my man, Coach Bucky BK says, they play through the whistle. If you're standing around the pal, you better make sure you're double chin strapped. There's going to be snot bubbles all over the place. These teams cannot stand each other. But the fan bases, just going to say this to you. Be calm, be cool, be collected. But then at 11, lose your mind, because it is the most unique atmosphere in sports. I've been to national championship games. I've been to World Series games. I've even been to NBA playoff games. There's nothing like this game. And as I was saying, talking about the Bears fan, they get excited about their team, whether it's good or bad. They're mad at them half the time, but they don't give a damn. They're still going to go to the bars, get crazy, talk about how bad their team is, but they're going to support them. That's just like last year. Folks are ready for a rematch of last year's game. I don't know if Oklahoma's truly, truly ready. As I said, Teddy Lehman made a comment today about this game, and you sit there and you think he doesn't like or respect. But if you watched the game last year and saw the numbers that Quinn Ewers put up, saw the way that Texas was flying around the football, and walked out of there 49-0, and could have put the foot on the pedal and really, really ran it up. But they slowed the game down, and they left there 49-0 victorious. I know that they're going to be ready to play. I know that they've been thinking about that on the loop. And I know that Dylan Gabriel didn't play in last year's game. I get that. But let me tell you this. A lot of those players that were there remember what Texas was able to bring that day. They remember the slobber knocker that was going on. They remember being knocked off the field constantly and getting off the field on third down. turnovers. It was loud. It was crazy. And as a Texas fan, it was the most fun that you've had in a very, very long time. But as an Oklahoma fan, what are you thinking about right now? Your team is riding high. You're undefeated. But there was a question that was asked about who would you switch on each team. There's not very many people you would take off of that Oklahoma team and put them on the Texas team. There's a lot of players that Oklahoma would take and put on their team from Texas. But I just truly look at this weekend, and is this something that the Texas Longhorns and their faithful believe that this is the step that you're looking for to the ultimate goal? Big 12 championship. Just winner or loser of this game is not knocked out of the running for the Big 12 championship. There's a lot of games that need to be played. This will be the best team that Oklahoma has played all year. And I guarantee you we're going to get the best version of Oklahoma this year because they got their quarterback. We've talked about this numerous times. If you don't have a quarterback, it's going to be tough for you to win no matter where you are playing it. Yeah, you could try to mask it. You could try to make some things happen. But right now, this is the moment that you're sitting here at home as an Oklahoma fan, and you're saying, do we have enough to beat this team? I think Texas is stronger in the trenches, both sides. I think the linebacker play for Texas has been playing. They've been playing at a very high level. We've gotten some big time plays from young players, and of course the veteran and Jalen Ford. And then you get some guys that you weren't expecting to make all these big plays in David Benda. You got Mo Blackwell back on the defensive side, and he is fast from sideline to sideline. And then you got these monsters up front that are ready to get to Dylan Gabriel. Now, Dylan Gabriel is an elusive quarterback. He can move around in the pocket, and that's something that I want y'all to not be naive and think that he's not going to be able to extend plays. He's going to. He's going to get those little get out of the pocket and try to get a first down or get some positive yardage because Texas is going to spend a lot of time in that backfield because that's what they've been doing all year. And I believe right now, I would compare. No, I'm not even going to do that. I'll save that for tomorrow. But I'm looking at the defensive line of the Texas Longhorns to be so disruptive and make them one-dimensional where he's going to have to get the ball out of his hands quickly and very, very decisive in what he's going to do. Now, everybody talks about those screens, right? Both teams like to run those wide receiver screens. Texas, they haven't been as successful lately, strictly because of the fact that they've been having some blocking issues on the perimeter. But Texas also on the other side, on the defensive side, is very disruptive on those plays. And the reason why they are so disruptive is that they try to run those types of plays on the same side that my man Jahdae Barron is on. And you don't want the smoke from Jahdae because Jahdae is playing at a very, very high level. Pro Football Focus has graded Jahdae Barron as the top Big 12 nickelback cornerback with a QBR that is allowed 45.8% in the slot of his coverage. That means my man is being so damn disruptive that anytime he's on the field, Texas has a chance to make a huge, huge play. But right now, I want to give a shout out to Covert BK, nestled on 42 acres in the beautiful hill country in Bee Cave, Texas. Covert Bee Cave has 3 new state-of-the-art dealerships carrying 7 brands: Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And in addition to those 7 brands, they also have Covert Ford in Hutto, and they have Ford Lincoln in Austin. Covert BK has something for everyone, and they service all makes and models. With 86 service bays throughout, your wait time will be minimal. And please visit Covert BK today at covertbk.com for the latest specials, inventory, or stop by and just see them today. No one beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And a lot of times we have special players that go out to Covert and hang out, do a little Q&A, and get a chance to let you talk to the people. And if you remember the very first time we were out there that Friday, legendary lifetime Longhorn Michael Griffin came out and joined us right there. You see him every Saturday, pre and post game. He is the one, on LHN. He is the one and only Michael Griffin. Griff, what up, dog?
What's up, Bubs? How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Thank you so much for joining me today. I know you're a busy man. I know it's game day for your son. It's a Thursday, man, so your mind is trying to get right.
No, you made me. I had to quit pickleball, man. I was playing pickleball, so I had to stop playing pickleball to come jump on the call.
Oh, you know what? I completely forgot to introduce you as a pickleball champion.
Yeah, pickleball, co-ed league, baby, co-ed league. I'm the number 1 in the league right now. I told him now, call me champ.
Oh, that's what. Okay, so joining us today is the champ, Michael Griffin
of Lifetime South Pickleball. There you go.
I like it. So, Mike, first and foremost, thank you for joining me today. But I wanted to ask you this, man. This is something that I know that you are very critical of the defense a lot of times, and you're looking at certain things that are transpiring. And leading into this season, we didn't know exactly. We had a lot of talent in that back end, but we didn't know exactly what it was going to look like. The one thing we did know is that our man Jahdae Barron, who represents the 5-1-2 to the fullest, was going to be out there making plays. What is it about Jahdae that makes him so quick to recognize these plays?
You know what, the thing I like most about his game is he's very physical. He can cover. He understands the nickel position. If anybody understands the nickel position, it's like playing safety, but playing safety in a zone, in an area, and he just understands he just understands play recognition, route recognition, everything. So he can blitz, he can tackle. He's very strong against defending against the block and making tackles on the screen plays. He just has a knack for it. It's kind of we talked about in the past of being at the University of Texas and guys not developing, kind of guys reaching their peak very early in their career. But he was one of those guys that you kept seeing him get on the field, but it's like he's not ready. Is he a good player? What is it? Last year, him and Gilbo, I think at the beginning of the season, they both were switching in and out, and Gilbo unfortunately had an injury. I believe he tore his ACL or something, and so Barron kind of got that opportunity to be the full-time starter, and he just took advantage of it. He just got better each and every week. You can see he got his body changed, physical, stronger. But he just added more and more to his game, and you just seen that, a guy that I like to kind of say that he plays like. If you remember Jalen Petrie, who's doing a phenomenal job with the Houston Texans right now, he was a guy that went to the next level to play safety position. But if you remember watching him at Baylor, he was like a nickel. He was like a guy that just kind of stayed in the area. They blitzed him. He was very strong versus the run. He can get interceptions. He can do everything. That's what Jahdae Barron does. So he's like a Swiss Army knife for the defense. And at the next level, it's only that much better for him because you can see that you can play him at many different positions.
Yeah, I always say when he's on the field, there's something positive that's going to happen. When he's off, you never know what it's going to be like because he kind of gets everybody lined up and they know that if he's on the field, he's going to make the right call, right check, and be able to diagnose those wide receiver screens, which a lot of teams are starting to do. But he's so quick that he's spending more time in the backfield just like the wide receivers are.
Oh yeah, he does a great job. I mean, you go back to the game against Wyoming. I mean, he's defending the actual a tight end is trying to block him, and he's still fighting his way off the block to go make the tackle. But he just understands his leverage. He understands, the weaknesses of the coverages. He just understands. You can see how much he dialed in, how much film study he does. So that only makes you that much better. It slows the game down for him. You can obviously tell when he's out there on the field, the game is going in slow motion and he's going in fast motion.
Yeah, no doubt. We're talking to lifetime Longhorn and the champ pickleball champ of lifetime down south, co-ed, Michael Griffin. Everybody wants to talk about all this football stuff. My man is a pickleball champion. He's exploring all kinds of things out there. I like that about you, Mike.
Hey man, you gotta do everything, man. You gotta keep life going. Life is short, and I had to find some way to keep that competitive nature going. I mean, that's like my medication to compete. So I get to play pickleball, play golf. People know I ride motorcycles on the track. It's just things that just keeps me going. So I just try to just keep myself entertained because again, I don't want to just sit around doing absolutely nothing. So that's the biggest thing.
And he's a good dad because he's always around his kids doing all kinds of athletic activities. He's been on TV shows on Roku. My man has been doing it all. We'll get into some of that in just a minute. But I wanted to ask you this. So when you're looking at the film and you're looking at Oklahoma thus far, you know, everybody's talking about the numbers that they're putting up, but they're also saying, well, they didn't play anybody. They didn't play anybody. But I'm always of that ilk of you play who's in front of you, and if you can dominate them, and that's exactly what they've been doing thus far, that means that they're executing at a very high level. You just don't have that happen just by accident, because we've played some teams before in the past where everybody's like, we should have killed them, and we didn't. So there's so many things that can happen on that.
I think the biggest thing when you look at both teams, Oklahoma was going through that transition last year. New head coach, guys, you know, Caleb Williams left, Spencer Rattler left, and you was with a team that trying to figure out who the quarterback was. And then they figured out who their quarterback was. Unfortunately, he got hurt. But again, you had other guys that transferred out and things when Lincoln Riley left. So you had a team that was trying to figure out what the identity was of that football team. And I think they had an opportunity to have a whole offseason like Sark did last year to figure out who the identity of this team. Yes, they had a lot of defensive woes last year, but we can all attest to the same thing at University of Texas. When PK first year, you know, they did lose to Kansas, and they did, I think, went 5-8 or 5-7, whatever it was, didn't go to a bowl game. But then the same players on the same defense comes back the very next year, and all of a sudden Texas is a dominant defensive team. Quarterback play wasn't really there, but then again, I tell people all the time, you always know what a quarterback is in his second year with Ewers, and you can see he's playing very good right now. But I think that's the same thing when you looked at OU. This is their second year with the second coach, with their coach, and they're starting to understand what they want to be and who they want to be. So again, like you said, you play who you want, who you play. You play who you play, who's in front of you, and they showed that they are a really good football team, really good talent, really good speed. I think they're doing the same thing that Sark and the University of Texas is doing. They're getting players and they're developing players to be prepared for next year's schedule when they're going into the SEC. And so I think this would definitely get a glimpse of the nation to see what these two teams are coming in and what they're going to bring each and every year. So you can kind of attest to the same thing with Texas. And yes, they did play Alabama, but Alabama has the name. But at the same time, they're struggling right now with quarterback play, receiver play. The defense is not the same, and so it goes back to you play who's in front of you, and the biggest thing is get wins. That's the thing. It doesn't matter how you win, is win. A win is a win. So I tell that people all the time. Good teams find ways to win. You can go back to last year with TCU. There was games where they were out of it, but they just found ways to win. So at the end of the day, when it comes to Texas OU, do I think it's going to be a really good game? I really does. But at the end of the day, good teams find ways to win. So that's what both teams are going to have to do, is find a way to win.
And I believe that Texas, when you look at roster, you know, they've made the adjustments, and you talked about it. That was this is the second year with Venables. This is the third year with Sark. He's built it in his vision, and Venables is trying to do so. The first year, Venables didn't want to go and get any transfers. This year, he went and got a lot of transfers. So there's a lot of different players that are going to be participating in this game. And it's kind of funny to me because I'm sitting here looking at these stats, and a lot of times I always tell people stats can be
deceiving.
Yeah, they can definitely be deceiving, because I look at what Texas has done in the first quarter, and they don't normally start off fast, no matter who the opponent is.
Correct.
They've scored 30 points in the first quarter all year. You know how many points Oklahoma scored in the first quarter? 91. So if you don't get off into a fast start as a Texas offense, but Oklahoma, you look at them and they score points in the first quarter a lot. This game is momentum swinging left and right.
Well, you say that, but at the same time, you go to Texas defense. How many points did they give up in the first quarter?
Exactly. They've only given up 13.
Exactly. So
Yep.
that's the thing. You got a Texas defense that starts fast,
Yep.
very fast. And the way that they normally give up points is a big play. You can go to every game and every touchdown is like a miscommunication or a big play. You go back last week, it was the deep pass for the touchdown.
Yep.
That was the big play. You go back to Baylor, they had a deep ball that was thrown, man, and they scored late in the game. You go back to you go to Wyoming, the big running play early in the game, which literally you had a guy, Anthony Hill, he ended up in the wrong gap. But again, he's a freshman. He didn't understand, just stay right there in the gap, you make the play. But every play, you go back to the Bama game, it was big plays. It wasn't like they just drove the ball down the field and they scored. So every game they got scored on this year is just one big play, and then they get back. So, and we know OU scores off big plays. But I think that's where you look at one stat, but then you got to look at the other stat of how does Texas defense play, and they play very well and they start very fast. So, again, those two things, one has to give, but also you can look at the way of Texas offense has evolved. Early in the season, you can even go back to the Wyoming game. If I'm not mistaken, I think they ran the ball one time at like the first 12, 13 plays. But as of late, they started running the ball and they started moving the ball. So, and early in the season, Jonathan Brooks was splitting a lot of carries with Baxter, but then he started getting more and more carries as Baxter was a little bit banged up. So, again, the same team that you saw earlier in the season and what this offense was going to be, people didn't really know, well, with Bijan gone, Roshan gone, how's the running game going to be? But if you see the running game is getting better and better and better, and then you can go with Ewers. He's starting to run is he get the best runner? No, but they're putting enough on film to say that you got to start looking for this. And again, you go back to the Baylor game, the long touchdown. You go back to last week versus Kansas, the long touchdown, and then right there at the end on the goal line, we all seen where they put the big guys in. You think you're gonna run the ball, throw a pass, or whatever. Next thing you know, he's booting out the back. So there's a lot of things as a defense you have to look for. So I think it goes on both sides. It's going to be the best. I thought last week this would be Texas' big test when it came to Jalen Daniels at quarterback. Unfortunately, didn't play. But I think Dylan Gabriel is going to definitely give them their first opportunity of really seeing a polished quarterback that's been playing college football for, I think, the last 6 years, whatever it may be. So you got a real veteran quarterback at the quarterback position that they're going to be facing compared to a lot of these young guys that they faced earlier this whole season. But at the same time, I think it goes back to, Oklahoma, they saw a lot of Bijan and some Ewers and things of that nature, but now this is year number 2 under Ewers. Last year he came back from the injury. This is year number 2 under Ewers. You got Jonathan Brooks now as the running back. You still got Jatavion Sanders, who's coming on year number 2 as being a full-time starter, understanding the tight end position. You get Adonai Mitchell now on the outside, which you didn't have that last year. You only had the key on Xavier Worthy. And then we're still waiting on Whittington to have that big game. We all know in that OU game, he starts making big plays. So again, both teams have very talented players, but stats can be very deceiving because it's all about what team shows up that day.
Yeah, both teams. Texas has given up 13 points in the first quarter, and Oklahoma has given up 16 points in the first quarter. But as I've been saying all week, none of that even matters when you get to this game. This is where it's a backyard brawl. It is ready to knock each other out, people going crazy. And I made this comparison the other day. There is no other place that you can play where the sound is that unique. It's like golf. There's only one way you can hear that golf ball go in that hole. It can never be duplicated. And walking in and out of that stadium at the same time, you can never duplicate that sound because it's from people cussing you out to people loving you and vice versa.
I mean, literally, I tell people all the time. They ask me. I remember being 18 years old and my first time. Like, you hear about it, and then you're riding on the bus, and you're like, all right, cool. Next thing you know, you're like, okay, we're going to the state fair, and then you're driving. Next thing you know, you see how many fans hate Texas, throwing corn dogs, beer bottles, you name it. They're throwing it. And keep in mind, Friday they're partying all night, and then you're coming back to the game. They're still hungover, and then you like drive into like it's all that reddish maroon, whatever color it is, cream, whatever it is. You see that, and the next thing you know, you see all burnt orange, and then you're walking onto the field, and you walk out, and it's like, whether you're on the Texas side or whether you're on the OU side, it's a crazy feeling to just see what all goes into that game, and then it's the bragging rights
Yep.
after that. It doesn't matter what happened before or after, it's still bragging rights with that game. So you can you can go and win the Big 12 championship. No one cares. As long as you got that gold hat and you get to celebrate, that's the biggest thing. So I got to see it twice, and then I didn't get to see it for the first 2 years I was at Texas. But again, it was a great feeling.
What is that biggest memory for you besides walking out there, besides hearing all the crowds? But what is one of the favorite memories that you had during that game? And was it Big Rod Wright running down the sideline?
Oh, I tell people I'm gonna be biased now. I balled out in that game. I think both games I had double digit. I had turnovers, and the 2 times I started in that game, I had turnovers. I interceptions, fumble recoveries. Oh, I balled out in that game. I tell that's where legends are born. That's when you know you that guy. Like you
Yeah.
go in that game and you come out and you know what you did. Oh, it's awesome, awesome feeling. I mean, but saw so many big plays. Aaron Ross had a hell of a game. I think our senior year we were losing. He came back and had a hell of a game. Rod Wright, seeing him take 30 minutes to run 80 yards, however long it was. Uh, and Brian Robinson hit. I think
That was
did
Rhett Bomar, wasn't it? That was Rhett Bomar that y'all
man,
cleaned up.
that was a game. It was so funny about that game because that was a game like he was like the number one quarterback. He was all everything, and it was like we about to make this dude like we we tore his ass up. I don't think he was the same after that. Then we saw him the next year. I guess he transferred schools and we tore his ass up again. Like, bro, you ain't gonna run from this ass whooping. But yeah, it was a game. Like that game was just so much went into it, and it was just like I remember one time we played them, and then it was like the running backs was trying to figure out who want to go in the game. We was like, whoever come in there, we about to tell y'all, like we did not care. Like that was a game of bragging rights. It was, and I think come next year, they're gonna see about playing in that game and then playing A&M. Those two games like meant everything.
Yeah.
Like the Kansas State, the Oklahoma, all those games is cool, Tech, but playing that Texas A&M game, whether it's on Thanksgiving, day after Thanksgiving, that's like the best game. And then playing Red River Shootout, those two games is like the best ever. Like it's the best feeling ever, just because it's just so much into it.
So what I wanted to ask you too, because the focus of it, right? Each week we're talking Texas needs to be focused. Their singular thought process is who's ever in front of them, and they've done a really good job of that this year. I think Coach Sark and his team and the leadership council have done a really good job of focusing on the task at hand. But leading into this week, nobody has to say anything to each other at all, right? You just going into there, you know what it is. You just talked about it. This is where legends are born.
You know what I think when you look at this team right now, this is like the most focused team we've seen in a long. I mean, we've been so long for decades. I mean, you talking about 20 plus years. We just the off the field issues, all the other
Yep.
things that are going on. Just you know, even last year. I mean, you had the young man Ajayi that came from Alabama that had some
Yep.
issues and things. But I mean, this team here is you could tell is like. I don't know. It's like it's different. It's a different feeling. Like they're locked in. It's you talk to them, they they're not conceited, they're not overly confident. They just do their job. Like they
Yep.
just it's like you could tell just the mindset. They're having fun. And that's the biggest thing. Like it's just fun to them. They enjoy it. And I think you understand when you're winning, it's fun. It's so much different when you're winning compared to when you're losing. And I think the mindset of the team, the energy, they get it. That's the
Yeah.
identity of the team. And so you could just see they're having fun. I mean, it's even amazing to see how many players are getting to play. And there were some key crucial moments. And you look out there and you got Taft, who's a preferred walk-on out there playing key moments. Darren Williams is out there playing. Uh, Manny Muhammad, he's out there playing. Like you got young
Yeah.
guys out there playing in crucial times and crucial moments, but you could just see like everybody's bought in. Like there's no drop off, and that's a good thing. That's you could see. I can see like that's a good team. We trust everybody. Like we all trust each other. We all on one accord. We like one band, one sound. And that's a good thing. That's a good positive thing.
I want to ask you this before I let you go, man, because I know you're busy. I wanted to ask you about what you've seen in this running game. It's been a while. I mean, everybody talks about the Bijan, Rojo, what we got a chance to see with it. And you brought it up a little bit earlier about how everybody was like, we don't know what we're going to have. But if you go back and you watch the moments that Jonathan Brooks actually got a chance to be on the field last year, he showed up in every single game. He had an opportunity to ball out. So for me, the expectations were, I think he's going to continue to do it. I was a big fan of it. And even the point, too, where you sit back and now you're halfway there, 597 yards rushing already. Sark's always had 1,000-yard back.
Mm-hmm.
You just was waiting for that because we were so enamored with what we saw in those other two. But my man has come in and he looks patient as a runner right now, too.
Well, the thing I tell people all the time is, okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Because I say this all the time, and I hate when I hate the comparison thing.
Come on, I love it.
I hate the comparison. I hate when when people say, oh, he's like Vince or he's like this. No, he's himself. And I said this earlier in the year. When you watch Jonathan Brooks run the ball, you get so used to watching Bijan. You're trying to compare the two.
Right.
You can't compare the two. They're two totally different runners. They're two different totally body types. I didn't realize I've seen Jonathan Brooks. I thought he was an outside linebacker, as big as he is.
Right.
But he has a different running style. And you got to understand, for him, like Bijan, you were so used, and he's doing it now in the NFL. I used to joke with Bijan all the time. I'm like, dude, I'll just run right through you. Like, I know you're not a battering ram. You're not. I just know that's not his style. Roshan's a batter. Roshan will batter with you, but Bijan is not a batter. So if I'm studying film, I would look. If I'm watching film, it's like when Fred Taylor and Maurice Jones-Drew both played for Jacksonville. When I'm studying film, all right, if I go with Jones-Drew, he's not fair dodging. So either I need to go low or I need to figure out how I'm gonna get him down. When I see when I see Fred Taylor, he can make a move. He gonna spin move. I had to know what I was going to approach. So if I'm studying film and I see Roshan in the game, Roshan ain't gonna shake. He gonna put his shoulder back or he gonna try to jump over you. So I'm prepared for that. Bijan is gonna either try to stick his arm, he gonna either try to stiff arm you, which I gotta be prepared and ready for that. Either he's gonna cut back or he's gonna stop real quick. He's gonna do something. But his style of run was never, I'm just gonna run you over.
Right.
So as I approached him, I gotta be prepared to say, if I take a shot, I gotta shoot with the correct leverage. So when I look at Jonathan Brooks, he's a guy that he can make quick, shifty moves east and west, but he's going north and south.
Yep.
He ain't trying to bounce it and keep going to the outside. He's not trying to go there. He's trying to get downhill. He's patient enough. As soon as he see it, one cut, go, and then if you got two people, he prepares himself to deliver the blow. So by the time the fourth quarter comes, you tired of tackling him. He's probably like 220, 225. He He's still a young kid. And so when I'm watching him play, you got to understand that I'm not watching Bijan. I'm not watching Roshan. I'm watching Jonathan Brooks. And that's his game.
Yeah.
And so I said, you can't do that. It's the same thing when we look at yours and we're like, I said, no, the problem is you're so used to watching quarterbacks run for so much.
Exactly.
So when you watch him play, you're like, I don't see it. No, because you're not watching yours for yours.
I
You
like
gotta
that.
watch yours for yours. You can't watch yours. Now, you could say he has attributes or you've seen something like that before, but I can't like when they're Xavier or Jatavion Sanders just like Jermichael Finley. Nah, I don't see it.
Right.
And the reason why I don't see it because Jermichael Finley will line up one-on-one, and whoever go out there, good luck.
Yeah.
He's 6'6", can run like a receiver, big body, strong. Jatavion Sanders, he does a good job doing his little thing, misdirection or whatever. Then he's open and do his thing, but they don't run the route. Now, David Thomas, same thing.
Yep.
David Thomas to me has a similar game style as Jatavion Sanders. Jermichael Finley is like a Travis Kelce / game style, this like, or a guy you could put out there wide one-on-one and tell you good luck, put your best guy out there. I don't care who you put out there. He's gonna get the job done. And so that's why I always say, like, you can't, accept guys for who they are and what they are. Because I can tell you, me and Michael Huff played in the same secondary, and I tell you what he did good, and he'll tell you what I did good. And that's just, we were never the same, but
Right.
it worked well together. And then Earl Thomas was a whole different animal. So it's different. And Kenny Vaccaro, all of us played safety, but we all did different things. And
Yeah.
so that's why you can't, just because it's running back, different runner. And I think Baxter, he has a great upside. You can see he can hit the second gear, but I think he has not figured it out on the aspect of it's not high school.
Yep.
And so if you know, a lot of time when he's running the ball, he's trying to get to the outside. But if you watch his high school film, he's trying to get to the outside and he outruns everybody. The speed is a little bit different at this level. So he has to understand, but he's gonna get it. It's just Jonathan Brooks, 2 years, and now it's his opportunity. And he gets it. He has the experience, he's getting it. And we're seeing, like you said, 597. I think he can hit some crazy numbers.
I think so too.
And if it's me, I'm gonna be 100%. It's me, run him. Because hypothetically speaking, if he has a good year, you think he gonna stay to do it again?
Negative. I'm getting in the win because they ain't
out.
paying running backs. They ain't paying running backs.
I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I'm out. And so
I gotta get
I'm
my
out.
money while I can.
So then guess what? If I'm back, you do like Alabama used to do. Hey, Ingram, it's your turn. It's
Henry,
Richardson, Jacobs.
Yep.
Hey, you had your year too.
TJ Yeldon, all of them boys.
Deuce, you out of here. I'm not expecting you to be here long because
Yeah.
you want to get to the next level as quick as possible in your young years. Because once you hit the second contract, how much of that you gonna get?
Exactly.
So, if he's at 597 right now, easily he gonna hit 1,000. He get over. I mean, he only had 5 games so far, and he had 597. In the first couple of games, he was splitting carries.
And he was splitting carries. Yep.
And he has, come on now, he out of here.
Yeah,
Dude,
he hits them home runs too. He can get to the second level too.
Otherwise, at this moment, run him, use him, run him.
Hey, I'm not gonna ask you your prediction because I know you got to save that for LHN. Make sure y'all check Michael out at LHN every weekend.
Listen. I'm gonna tell you right now. I ain't gonna say the game score, but I do think, honestly, and I say this so hardly, this team has a lot of talented players, but I think the biggest thing about this team, they play very well as a team. even if they don't have Vince Young or whatever you want to call it or whatever, the biggest thing that I could say about this team is they are they're a good team, really good team, really good team. And I think as I watch film with OU, I think this is OU's first true test to see how really good they really are. They fly around, yes, but something about this Texas team right now, is different. It's really different. I mean, it's so different that it's almost like you don't even know it's a damn Red River rivalry game because you don't hear all the talking and it's this team I'm just saying this because it's like it's a scary team because it's a quiet team.
Yeah.
Very quiet. You don't see like
that's
oh,
the
man,
one you got to be worried about. If he quiet,
yeah, they quiet. Like I
yeah.
don't, and I'm not even saying like I'm just so and again, no reflect. Bijan was a very talented player. He had the mustard. He had a lot of stuff going on, whatever. I don't hear nothing about this team. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, we just got news that JT Sanders is going to be good to go, and Ryan Watts will be a game time decision. I heard you yelling at Watts the other day too.
Always.
When he was going through the player line.
He get it. I told him the other day, you get your ass inside, you won't have to worry about that post. That's why you get your ass inside. Hell wrong with you. As soon as you see number two go away, boy, you better get your ass inside number one.
Hey, Mike, before I let you go, man, I want you to tell everybody what you got going on. Tell them about GG's and tell them about your beautiful kids and what they got going on.
Oh, man, I got too much going on. But, yeah, everybody knows GG's and BK's. If you're ever out that way, right across the street from the Hill Country Galleria. If Wednesdays, you can catch me at Mo Willie playing golf. Fridays, you can catch me at Riverside playing 9 holes before I go to my Longhorn Network meeting. Catch me on LA10 on Saturdays. Son got a game tonight at Lake Travis. If y'all want to go support him at 5:30. Maya got 2 soccer games this weekend. We just had a volleyball game yesterday. Kenzie got volleyball training on Sunday. Is that it? Yeah, that's just this week. And then coming soon next month. Babe, I think we gotta go to St. She got soccer in St. Louis. Yeah, we got too much going on. Too much going on, man. Too much going on.
Hey, as a soccer dad, I feel you, brother. I already know. You already know. We see each other at these soccer matches. We're just like, what up? What up?
These coaches act like these parents ain't got no lives. They just like, yeah, this. But yeah, I appreciate everything, man. Y'all take care, and hopefully, I'm Texas get this win, and we, city of Austin, still smiling and having fun.
Exactly. And what happened last week when we was standing there? Didn't somebody come up to me and say, "Hey, Vince"?
Oh man. That might have been, hey Vince, you said if I was 6'5", maybe be a little different, but that was, don't worry about it. Somebody came to me one time, and I had back when I had my dreads in. He was like, "Hey Ricky," and Ricky was standing right next to me. It was hilarious. And Ricky walked off. I said, "Ricky, why'd you walk off?" He said, "He wanted you, Ricky." I said, "I'll get at it."
As always, man, have a great show this weekend, and hopefully we're coming back, like you said, with that victory, and we'll be having a good time as well. I appreciate it, brother. Good luck tonight.
All right, thank you. I'll catch up with you.
All right, bet. There he is, lifetime Longhorn, Michael Griffin, breaking it down, letting you know his memories and everything that was going on. And he thinks that Texas has got something special because it's a quiet team. But let me tell you somebody else that got something special for you. That's my man, Tom McKay at Audio Visual Consultations. That's right. It's the best sports time of the year. We got MLB playoffs. We got Thursday night football, NFL football, NCAA football, and basketball is right around the corner. What better way to get a home setup of your dreams where you can watch all of that on all of your screens? Just give them a call at 512-255-8678 or go to avconsultations.com. Tom and his crew will do it all for you. They'll tell you, he'll come in and evaluate the situation like he did at my home and so many other homes. And if you're at sports bars, you know that he's done almost all of that work in there. Do yourself a favor, go to avconsultations.com today and get the home setup of your dreams. And when you're getting that home set up, you're going to need some furniture. then go to Great Blue Heron Furniture. That's right. It's got custom leather. It's a custom leather furniture company that was started in 1991. Their focus is on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics, ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. And let me just tell you, this stuff is beautiful. It's the highest quality furniture that you'll ever find. You cannot, you will not find a more stylish, more comfortable, and more well-built furniture anywhere out there. There's a link in the video description down underneath here on our YouTube page. All you have to do is go there, click on it, and it takes you right to our own collection, the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off of your purchase. If you're looking for furniture that looks amazing and is well built, look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click on the link or give them a call, 866-247-9688. That's Great Blue Heron Furniture. Great stuff by Michael Griffin. If you missed my interview yesterday with Earl Campbell, make sure you check that out. And, of course, Michael Griffin's interview as well. Mike gave us some great stuff, and he's doing so much with his kids. But LHN, he knows the game. He's been around it. He's a Pro Bowler, been in the NFL. He knows what it looks like. And right now, it looks really, really good. I want to talk to you about the MLB real quick. The Rangers beat the Rays in front of a group of friends out there because the attendance was bad again. The final score was 7-1. They advanced to next week or to this weekend. Nathan Eovaldi came up clutch on the mound for them, going 6 2/3 with 8 Ks. The bullpen did well. No runs again, so that was good. That's been the scary part for them. The rookies decided that they wanted to be a part of the party as well. They wanted to shine. Josh Young, who I believed would be the AL Rookie of the Year if he didn't get hurt. Excuse me. He went 3 for 4 with 2 doubles. And the stud outfielder Evan Carter hit a home run that he absolutely crushed. And it was outstanding. My man Corey Seager, who I believe should win the AL MVP this year, especially for what he was able to do throughout the season. He continues to bang the baseball. He went 2 for 4 with another double. The Rangers pounded out 12 hits, and Adolis Garcia hit a prodigious home run to left field in the 4th, and that kind of got the party started. The Rays couldn't get anything going. Their defense let them down, and maybe it was because they were pissed off nobody was in the crowds, and they just looked kind of bad at the plate. They struck out 11 times yesterday, and they were 1 of 5 with runners in scoring position and left 6 men on base. The Rangers will travel, to Baltimore to take on the Orioles. The Orioles, they're ready. But those two teams play Saturday at 12 noon. So if you don't make it to the Texas OU game and you're at a bar, I don't know how you're going to get them to change the channel to watch the Rangers. So you might as well get that on your phone. They play first pitches at noon on FS1. These two teams were 3-3 against each other on the regular season. So this is going to be a fun matchup. If they can continue to throw strikes, the Rangers that is, then things will be good. The Toronto Blue Jays didn't have it against the Minnesota Twins. The Twins had an 18-game postseason losing streak that was snapped. They were happy about that. Headed into this series, they snapped it, winning both games to sweep the Blue Jays. Carlos Correa is a postseason star, as you know. I know Houston Astro fans are not looking forward to seeing him. I know they're going to give him a little bit of love, but they're not going to give him a lot of love. They're going to get ready to play this weekend in Houston. He put on an amazing display at shortstop. Him and Sonny Gray, in a very crucial situation, pulled off a huge pickoff play. It was very risky in that situation, but for them to execute that, and they got Vladimir Guerrero sleeping, he was probably thinking, no way that they're going to try to pick me off on second base. And then, boom, snap throw, perfect throw. They got the pickoff. Runners were on second and third, and it made it happy. Toronto's manager, Schneider, I don't know why he took out their starting pitcher, Jose Berrios. He loved pitching in that game. That was his former team. He was dealing, and he made a questionable call about taking him out, questioning his control. And the next thing you know, the game gets kind of busted open. The Twins' bullpen is tough. Their closers he's nasty. He had a blister. He finished it out, so that's going to be something to pay attention to. They travel to H-Town to take on the Stros Saturday at 3:45. So hopefully that'll be on FS1 as well. So hopefully they will be able to you'll be able to watch after the Texas game. The Phillies, I told y'all at the very beginning, Phillies are a team that scared the absolute crap out of me. And they went on and beat the Marlins 7-1. Aaron Nariola, I told you, he was a great pitcher, got good movement on his balls. He was a big game pitcher. Real Muto hit a home run and a double. The second baseman hit an absolute scud. Bryson Stott hit a grand slam that was so loud. And I told you, those Philly fans love their baseball. Love it. And they went nuts when he hit that grand slam. It's a big series, though. They're taking on the Braves. We know all about it. The Braves are high-powered offense, and their pitching is strong. This is an opportunity for us to be able to see our man Bryce Elder hook him. He'll get a chance to be showcased on the biggest stage. Game 1 will be Saturday in the ATL, a rematch of last year's series where the Philadelphia Phillies beat the Braves after they had such a great season. First pitch is on TBS at 5:07. The Diamondbacks made light work of the Brewers. The energy that team plays with is undeniable. Every pitch, you're on pins and needles if you're playing against the Diamondbacks, because I told you, Corbin Carroll, who will be the NL Rookie of the Year, is fun to watch. He was the first rookie to have 25 home runs and 50 stolen bases in the big leagues. The Dodgers have that star power. The Diamondbacks have that heart. I'm excited to see that series as well. NL East teams are playing each other, and NL West teams are playing each other for the right to play for a chance to go to the World Series. So it's going to be an exciting time. They play at 8:20 on Saturday on TBS. Let me tell you about my friends over at 4 Roofs TX. Go to the number 4 roofstx.com for all your roofing needs. Whether it's residential or commercial, give them a shout and they'll take care of you. You know, the weather was kind of crazy. We woke up to lightning and a bunch of heavy rain, and I'm sure a lot of you are trying to figure out if you have leaks. Don't worry about it. Go to 4roofstx.com and they'll come out and help you out. Let me just tell you, they got over 15 years of experience, affordable pricing, and a quick response time. They are thorough and very trustworthy. I've used them for my home. My neighbors have used them. You should give them a try. A bunch of restaurants have been calling them as well. They need help, and those guys will get it taken care of for you. I know them personally, and I'll make sure that they take care of you. They provide an on-site project manager on every job site to make sure you get everything that you were promised. Reach out today at 512-520-5884. That's 512-520-5884, or go to the number 4roofstx.com. And you know as well as I do, whenever the rain starts to happen, your grass and your yard and all these bugs start popping up. Best way to get rid of all those bugs is go to my friends Pest Wranglers. Go to pestwranglers.com for all your pest control needs. Pest Wranglers is a locally owned company that is a small family business that's been around since 2006. And that's kind of what Texas is playing like. They're playing like they're headed into 2006. With its basic principle of great customer service leads to happy customer. The company was started by the owner who was tired of companies that didn't know how to treat their customers or their employees right. You know, if I'm working with them, you should too. Pest Wranglers service most of the Central Texas area. And if you are needing help with mosquitoes, termites, rodent control, or inspections for your residential or commercial properties, please give them a call at 512-670-7808 or go to the website at pestwranglers.com. Pest Wranglers won't make you sign a contract because they believe if you're a happy customer, you're going to stay with them. 5-star ratings on Google, Yelp, Angie's List, and all referral sites will co-sign all of that. Give them a call, 512-670-7808, or go to pestwranglers.com. Folks, it's almost here. 2 more sleeps before we are at the Red River Shootout. But don't forget, if you're going to be in the Dallas area tomorrow, come and hang out with us. We got our round table with myself, BK, Bucky, and of course, Chip Brown will be there as well. Trey BK, myself, Bucky, and Chip Brown at the Harwood Tavern downtown Dallas. Also on Saturday morning, we will be on the fairgrounds getting it ready as well for the pregame show starting at 8 o'clock at the Old Mill Inn right next to Big Tex. There's a lot going on right here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. My man BK has done a great job of putting together an awesome group of people that all we want to do is provide you with all the information that you need for your party as you get ready to ball out in Dallas. We'll be up there. I can't wait to get up there. We're going to have so much fun. But as I always tell you, don't believe everything you see, folks, because even salt looks like sugar. Peace. Coming up next, it's the midday with Trey and BK. BK, what's happening, brother? Nice.
Come on, man. Great interview with Griff today, man. That was another fun listen.
Yeah, these guys, man, this is the week that they just gonna give it all to you, right? This is how they feel, and they participated in this game, not for us being in the bleachers, but for them being on that field. So it's been really, really cool chopping it up and getting to take a walk down memory lane with these guys.
I feel bad for Griff, man, because you could tell he still wants to play in this game. Like, he's disappointed that he can't suit up and take the field at the Cotton Bowl on Saturday, isn't he?
Exactly. He looks like he's ready to go smack some people around. Now he's out there smacking pickleball around.
Yeah, I'm staying out of his way.
You got to call him champ.
Yeah, I'm not calling him that. Not for pickleball. No chance. Football, yeah. Pickleball, no. I don't do that. Great show today, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Have a great show.
All right, we'll see you up in Dallas.
All right, bro.
All right, there he goes. The great Hardball Hardge. It's a solo show today. It's midday with BK and BK, which means I need you people to help me get through this hour. Taking all of your questions, all of your comments, all of your thoughts about Texas and Oklahoma. We are less than 48 hours away from kickoff at the Cotton Bowl in Dallas. As Hardge just told you, Texas Sports Unfiltered will be up there tomorrow, and we'll be at the fair, boots on the ground Saturday morning. So if you're already in Dallas or if you're making your way up to the Metroplex, come by, say hello. We'll have koozies to give away to you people. Y'all keep asking about merch and giveaway stuff. We're working on our own merch store with our friends at Last Stand Hats. I was rocking this morning, but yeah, we've got Texas Sports Unfiltered lids now. But I know for this weekend, I'm actually picking them up in Dallas. Shout out to the great folks at Print Globe for helping me out here. We'll have koozies to give to you people who show up to see us either tomorrow afternoon at Harwood Tavern or Saturday morning at the State Fair of Texas. And yeah, the good news right off the bat, CB, Jatavion Sanders is good to go. That's according to Steve Sarkisian, who I think is still meeting with the media on campus right now. Ryan Watts, the corner, is a game time decision. So no decision yet from Sark about whether or not Texas's number one corner will play. Would love to have him. Would obviously love to have all hands on deck for this matchup against the Sooners. But yeah, Steve Sarkisian saying, quote, JT looks great, end quote. I don't think that's lip service. I don't think Sark's just saying that for gamesmanship. I think Sark is saying that because he means it, and that is a great sign because Gabe Eichert, former Oklahoma offensive lineman, OU sideline reporter, guy who played in the NFL for a number of years, guy who knows ball, excuse me. He was basically asked by Chip and Zay earlier this week what the weakness of the Oklahoma defense is. And he's like, well, if JT Sanders can play, then guarding him is a weakness. And don't feel bad, Oklahoma. That's not just a weakness for your defense. That's a weakness for every defense because JT Sanders is a matchup nightmare. And there aren't a lot of people in the country who can cover that dude one-on-one. And you think of big games? Hell, the biggest game Texas played this year at Alabama, the Crimson Tide, and that super talented defense coached by Nick Saban couldn't find a way to slow down Jatavion Sanders in the passing game. So if JT Sanders is truly good to go, and if he is close to 100%, I don't know if he's going to be 100%, but if he's anything close to the guy that he's capable of being, then that's a huge advantage for Texas. And I said it earlier this week, I'm not going to back down. I think Jatavion Sanders makes a touchdown difference in this game on Saturday. If JT Sanders plays, sounds like he will, I think Texas wins by 2 touchdowns. If JT Sanders can't go or like clearly looks limited, then I think Texas only wins by a touchdown. So I'm feeling good about the Longhorns' chances. Of course I am. But yeah, I think JT Sanders is that much of a difference maker to where he accounts for 7 points on the scoreboard at the Cotton Bowl on Saturday. So that is great news. This Texas offense is so versatile. Jonathan Brooks obviously has come into his own over the past few weeks. A.D. Mitchell is coming off of his best game as a college football player, not just his best game as a Texas Longhorn, his best game as a college football player. We know what Xavier Worthy is capable of doing. And, man, JT Sanders in that mix, too, with Quinn flinging it the way that he has been. And also what Quintavious Ewers, as Zay likes to call him, or Quincy Ewers, as Zay likes to call him, with the legs over the last few weeks. This offense is dynamic, and it's feeling like it's rounding into form at the perfect time. Barry Sorrell, what's up, Mr. Sorrell? Good to see you, man. Thanks for tuning in again. Always appreciate you stopping by. My thoughts on the Oklahoma offensive line. It's going to be a fun test against your son, because I think the strength of the offensive line for Oklahoma is at the tackle spot. And I think it's mainly in pass protection. I think the OU tackles do a fairly good job of pass pro. So it'll be a test for Barron Sorrell and Ethan Burke and Anthony Hill and the Texas edge rushers to try to pin their ears back and make some things happen against Dylan Gabriel in the passing game. I think Oklahoma's O-line as a whole is slightly above average. Their interior O-line is not very good, right? Like kind of similar to Texas, I guess, where you have more questions about the interior of the O-line, although I think the Longhorns have a better interior O-line than Oklahoma does. Yeah, OU's tackles I think are good. I think their guards and center, and OU has struggled running the football this season, and a lot of that has to do with the offensive line. They're only averaging 4 yards a carry. That's 75th in the country. I've talked about this all week. Like OU is top 10 to 15 in seemingly every other stat this season. But rushing offense has not been their strength, and a lot of that has to do with the offensive line, mainly the guys up the middle, not being able to get enough push to create for the OU tailbacks. So, yeah, Oklahoma ranks 55th in run success rate, and they are 75th in terms of yards per carry, averaging just 4.0 yards per clip. So, yeah, I think there's an opportunity for this Texas defensive line to feast on Saturday. I really do. And look, just because the strength of the OU offensive line is the tackles doesn't mean that I don't think Barron Sorrell and all of the edge rushers on Texas can have a really, really good day. And that's going to be key for Texas. Win on the lines of scrimmage. That's how it works in this matchup. That's how it works in most matchups, but especially Texas OU, it really feels like the team that wins up front and the team that's more physical finds a way to get the job done. And Texas has passed every test on the lines of scrimmage this year. I just can't help but think of the Alabama game. Like this is the second best team Texas will play this season. I know people have been dunking on Alabama a little bit this year, but I still think Alabama's really freaking good. And they've got questions offensively, but I still think that's a solid team. And Texas was able to win up front, especially as the game wore on, right? In Tuscaloosa, I think of that last drive in particular, where the Texas offensive line just had its way with Alabama's D-line, and that's how they were able to run the last 7 minutes and 14 seconds off the clock to preserve that 10-point win. Like, I trust the offensive line. I trust the defensive line at Texas to show up in this big game, and I think Texas just has more talented players up front, too, on both sides of the football. So, yeah, man, if OU continues to struggle to run, and think about that. Think of the teams OU has played, and those rushing numbers are what they are. They haven't seen a defensive front like Texas. They haven't seen a defense like Texas this season. So there's reason to think that maybe their rushing game could be even worse than 4 yards a carry in this one on Saturday. Matter of fact, I expect it to be worse than 4 yards a carry on Saturday. So OU might have to get curious with how they, quote unquote, run the football, right? Just extensions of the run game, maybe screens, maybe jet sweeps. Who knows? But I don't know if they can just plan on handing the ball off over and over again into the teeth of this Longhorn defense, because a few teams have tried this year and it hasn't worked out very well for them. So, yeah, I feel pretty good about our D-line going up against the OU O-line in this matchup. The Dakota text line, by the way, is active, 512-222-9328. If you want to chime in there, would love to hear from you. Once again, taking all your questions, comments, thoughts, whatever you have on Texas and Oklahoma, kind of turning this into AMA and Ask Me Anything. Obviously would love your score predictions as well. They have fire hoses at Firehouse Subs. I don't know. I am a big Firehouse Subs fan, though. There was one right by where I lived in Houston, and I kid you not, I'd go there at least once a week. Like, that place is ridiculously good. There's no thundercloud, though, in Houston. I'm local, man. I love thundercloud. So nowadays, when I'm craving a sandwich, I usually go thundercloud, but I don't know if they have fire hoses at either of those spots. But yeah, Brent Venables, he'll know. If anybody knows where the fire hoses are, it's this guy.
It's been just like you would expect. The fire hose is fully inserted in my mouth here, and we've been blowing and going, and so
Fire hose is fully inserted in my mouth, and we've been blowing and going. He just said that so nonchalantly. He said that like it was an everyday expression. Like, people say that stuff all of the time.
It's been just like you would expect. The fire hose is fully inserted in my mouth here, and we've been blowing and going, and so.
Just like you would expect. No, I don't expect that at all. I've never had to expect that because that's never happened to me. And I've never wanted that to happen to me. And I hope it never does happen to me. I don't want a fire hose in my mouth. I don't want blowing and going. I don't want, I was also doing the hand signals as well. And that right there, when I saw that, I'm like, well, this guy might not know what he's doing. Now, he didn't look like he knew what he was doing last year, especially in this game. But of course, Oklahoma last season going 6-7, having their worst year since the late 90s. I mean, I was like 4 years old the last time Oklahoma had a season like that. It was pretty glorious to see. But yeah, that was bizarre and will still be bizarre until the end of time. All right, more on this game. Some matchups. We'll talk matchups since we just talked about the Texas defensive line going up against the OU offensive line. I am curious to see how these Texas receivers go up against the Oklahoma secondary. The Oklahoma secondary has been playing at a very, very high level. Now, once again, they haven't gone up against a team like Texas. They haven't seen a receiver like Xavier Worthy. They haven't seen a tight end like Jatavion Sanders. They haven't seen a quarterback like Quinn Ewers. So, like, everything with this Oklahoma team, you have to take with a little bit of a grain of salt just because of the level of competition. But hey, we have what we have. You can only play the teams on your schedule, and they've done pretty well against the 5 teams that they've had on their schedule. And their secondary has been playing at a pretty high level. Woody Washington, the number 1 cornerback for OU, I think he's very, very good. He continues to get better there as well. Billy Bowman, a name that I think every Texas fan remembers because of his recruitment. He's gotten a lot better at safety as well. Peyton Bowen, the 5-star freshman, the guy who, like, I think he flipped like 4 times in the last 48 hours of his recruitment, like back and forth between OU and Oregon. And I think Ohio State was in the mix. It was a headache. And usually guys who cause that many headaches on the recruiting trail don't work out. Well, Peyton Bowen so far is looking like he's working out. He's gotten better every single week. And then there's one more corner, Gentry Williams. Thank you. I had to look at his name. Gentry Williams has been the number 2 corner opposite of Woody Washington. He wasn't a starter to begin the year for Oklahoma, but he has turned into a really solid player on the other side of the field. So the OU secondary has been playing well. Now, once again, going up against Emory Jones is going to make you look good. Going up against Iowa State is going to make you look good. The bettors don't have anybody who can play quarterback and also not wager on the games at the same time. So it'll obviously be a test for them. But, I mean, yeah, the Texas wide receivers were able to do whatever they wanted last year. I mean, Texas, everything was able to do what it wanted last year in this game. I am fascinated to see how Sark schemes these guys open and whether or not Oklahoma has the discipline on defense. Like, of course, the one-on-one matchups are going to be big. Can Oklahoma stay with the speed that Texas has on the outside? But, man, going up against this Texas offense, it's so important to have eye discipline and to not fall for pre-snap motion and just to know where everybody is. Because Sark, he's been doing this since the Alabama days, and hell, he was doing this before then too. He just does a great job of confusing defenses and scheming guys open. We saw this a lot in Tuscaloosa in week 2. If he's able to do that against OU, then yeah, the Sooners might be in trouble. Like that's such an important thing. They couldn't do it in this game last year. How good do they communicate so there are no defensive breakdowns? I think Sark's just too good, man. As good of a defensive mind as Venables is, as good as this OU defense has been playing. And don't get it twisted. Like, I've seen a lot of people bash the talent level at Oklahoma. And look, is it prime Bob Stoops level talent? No, of course not. Is it prime Lincoln Riley talent level at Oklahoma right now? No. But you look at the blue chip ratio which is the percentage of 4- and 5-star prospects compared to the overall roster, Oklahoma actually has a higher blue chip ratio than Texas does. It's like 63 to 61% or something like that. Now, I think Texas is more developed right now. Like, I would absolutely take Texas's roster over Oklahoma's roster. That's why Texas is number 3 and OU's number 12. That's why Texas is a 6.5-point favorite in this game right now. I think most people agree with me on that front. But anybody sitting here saying like, nah, OU doesn't have talent, that's just not true. Like, OU has the talent to hang with Texas. And if Texas isn't playing its crisp brand of football that we've seen for the most part this year, then Oklahoma's good enough to win this game on Saturday. So yeah, don't get it twisted, man. OU's got some speed. They've got some strength. There are some things that they do really, really well. This is not the same team that Texas is going up against on Saturday. This is not the same team that anybody went up against last year. Venables did a very, very good job in the portal attacking some weaknesses that Oklahoma had, and they look night and day different from where they were a season ago. All right, quick look at the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Hair of the Dog says, Texas 35, OU 17. Texas is just better across the board, better depth. Yeah, I heard Hardge, I think towards the start of his show before Michael Griffin came on, and that was a great interview. If you missed that one, be sure to check that out on the podcast a little bit later today. But Hardge was talking about, like, how many players on Oklahoma would start on Texas right now. Like, if you could go NFL street style and pick a few players on Oklahoma to play on Texas, obviously you would take a few guys just to add them as depth, right? Because OU starters are better than a lot of Texas second and third teamers. But just in terms of, like, if you could replace one of Texas's starters with an Oklahoma starter, how many guys would you choose to replace? And there's honestly not a ton. Like, Quinn Ewers, Dylan Gabriel, to me, is pretty close. I would go with Quinn a little bit, in part because of the experience that he has in this game and the fact that he's been a big game player. I think Dylan Gabriel is really good. Like, I think he's better than most Texas fans do. Hell, I think he's better than most Oklahoma fans think, honestly, because some OU fans apparently don't like Dylan Gabriel all that much. I think that dude is a baller. He's not much of a Sunday player because he's 5'10" or 5'11". Like Quinn Ewers, I think, has more potential. Obviously on Sundays too, but I think Dylan Gabriel is great. But I would still go with Quinn Ewers over Dylan Gabriel. You go to running back. Come on. Jonathan Brooks is one of the best in the country right now. We just talked about how OU's run game hasn't been very good. You're taking Jonathan Brooks there. You go to receiver. Like, give me Xavier Worthy over anybody Oklahoma has. Give me Adonai Mitchell over anybody Oklahoma has. If you go down to number 3, like if you're comparing maybe Andrell Anthony to Jordan Whittington, okay, maybe I would make the swap there. But if we're just going down the list of receivers, I would take Texas's receivers over OU's receivers, even though the Sooners have been very good, surprisingly good on the outside this year. Jatavion Sanders is the second best tight end in college football. Unless we're talking about Brock Bowers, there's no other tight end that I would want. Offensive line. I feel better about Texas's O-line. I won't bore you with position by position O-line breakdowns, but give me Texas there. Give me the Texas D-line, interior especially, right? Like, that's Texas's interior D-line, I think, is the best in college football. I would also take the guys the Longhorns have on the edge as well. There's one dude for sure, like Danny Stutzman. I would want him starting. I'd want a linebacking core of Jalen Ford and Danny Stutzman. No disrespect to Maurice Blackwell or David Benda or Anthony Hill. Those guys have held their own this season. But Danny Stutzman is playing at an All-American level. Like, seriously, you might see 2 All-American linebackers on the field in this game on Saturday. Because Jalen Ford is that dude. You know that. I know that. We all know that. But Stutzman is a monster, man. He is really, really talented. He's got a nose for the football. And, he's a guy who I think would start for Texas, and I would want to take him NFL street style and put him on our sideline. Maybe corners like Woody Washington. I'm a fan of him. Billy Bowman at safety. Like, maybe I would take him over some of the guys Texas throws out there on the back end. But like, as good as this Oklahoma roster is, and it's solid, I still feel like if you play the matchup game where you just go position by position and try to figure out who's got the edge, I think Texas has the edge in like 90% of the spots. Kicker, CBS. Now, OU's got the edge on kicker. Texas has the edge on punter. OU struggled. They're like having a punting competition right now. It's the 6th game of the year, and they don't really know who their starting punter is. And yeah, it's not a case of having a competition because both guys are really good. It's like neither guy has gotten the job done, so they don't have that figured out yet. But yeah, no, kicker with Zach Schmidt. I think he's missed 1 this year. Bert Auburn's missed 5. So I'd go OU probably on special teams as a whole. Freeman, their return man, returned 1 for a touchdown earlier this year. We know what Xavier Worthy is capable of, but the fumbles Texas had against Baylor, the fact that Xavier Worthy is still letting punts drop and roll, like we're trying to avoid a fire or something, stop, drop, and roll. Like that's annoying. So I would give the edge to Oklahoma when it comes to special teams. Coaching, I'd go with Texas. Like Sark's more proven than Brent Venables at this point. He obviously had his number in this game last year. I think the Texas coaching staff as a whole is better too than the Oklahoma staff. Like I think Jeff Lebby's a fine offensive coordinator. Well, I think PK is one of the best defensive coordinators in the country. So then I'm not going to once again do position coach by position coach breakdown. That would bore me to tears. Could even imagine how y'all would feel with that one. But yeah, that's why I think Texas is going to win this game. Like you go down the list, and I just feel like Texas is better at more spots than Oklahoma is. And honestly, look, I picked Alabama to beat Texas, but when I played this game, I was like, nah, Texas might actually we really do have a shot in Tuscaloosa because we're better than Alabama in a number of different areas. And that obviously came to fruition. And I feel that way about the Red River Shootout here too. A couple of other texts to get to. Yeah, Billy Bowman was a longtime Texas commit before flipping. Yep, that's why we all remember him not so fondly. It'd be nice to have Billy Bowman as a safety here. Texas is fine at safety, but if there is a weakness on this defense right now, it's probably safety. Giving up a couple of big plays. I think of the Kansas game in particular, right? Keaton Crawford got turned around on that long touchdown pass. And I think it was, Jaron Thompson who got on the fake pitch on the first KU touchdown. Obviously, there was some luck involved with that fumble going right to Daniel Highshaw, but I think it was Jaron Thompson who got by the Jason Bean fake pitch. So safeties, Texas has given up a few more explosive plays defensively than I think PK would like. So yeah, having a guy like Peyton Bowen wouldn't be the worst thing ever. The Modern Terra LLC on the text line. A couple of different questions. Are we worried about the secondary if Watts is unavailable? Yeah, I think so. Look, Texas has enough depth at corner to where there's not a huge drop off between Ryan Watts and Manny Muhammad or Terrence Brooks or Gavin Holmes, whoever else is responsible for playing corner this weekend. But Ryan Watts is good, man. Like we're talking about an NFL player, probably a day 3 draft pick in the NFL draft in April. A guy who started at Ohio State, guy who played in this game last year. He's played in a number of big games over the course of his college career. He is a senior. I always like experience in games like this. So, Texas not having Ryan Watts hurts. So yeah, I am a little bit worried about the secondary. Like I think Oklahoma is going to score. All right. I don't even the most diehard Texas fan doesn't think this game's going to be a shutout again. I think this game is more likely to be a shootout than a shutout. I think Oklahoma is going for maybe 30. I really do. I think this is like a 40-something to 30-something type of game. And that's more of how I think about Dylan Gabriel and this OU offense than I feel about this Texas defense being bad. I just think OU's tempo and their ability to create some explosive plays down the field with guys like Nick Anderson and Andrell Anthony, I think they're going to be able to put points up on the board on Saturday. So, I guess because I think OU's getting in the 30s, I am a little bit worried about the corners if Ryan Watts can not go. Another text, does Dylan Gabriel throw a better deep ball than Jalen Milroe? Interesting. That's a good one. Look, Dylan Gabriel's a much better quarterback than Jalen Milroe. Like short and intermediate passes, there's no contest at all. Jalen Milroe does throw a pretty good deep ball. Like we saw that against Texas. And if you've watched any other Alabama game, we've seen that too. So that one's pretty close. But yeah, Gabriel overall better quarterback. This is the best quarterback that Texas has seen this year. It's not close. All right, keep the questions coming, guys. Questions, comments, your thoughts, your score predictions for the Red River Shootout. Texas trying to win consecutive games against Oklahoma for the first time since 2009. That stat sucks. 08, 09, the last time the Horns won back-to-back games against the Sooners. I wish that stat applied to Oklahoma too, but unfortunately it does not. I don't know. I heard KD on with the Fire the Cannon ladies yesterday, and he's like, I hate being the favorite in this game. And I don't hate being the favorite in this game, but we know that spreads don't matter. Stats don't matter. Records don't matter. Rankings don't matter. None of that stuff matters between the lines at the Cotton Bowl. So, God, it's just bizarre that we haven't been able to beat these fools 2 years in a row, but that's just one of the many frustrating stats to look at and talk about when discussing Texas Longhorn football since 2009. I got to give some love to our sponsors before I get to some of the text and YouTube comments. How about a recorded spot from our friends at AV Consultations?
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay.
Kid, what time is it?
Old man, it's back to sports time. The hockey and football seasons are upon us.
And baseball is winding down to the best part.
And what about basketball season?
I'm 5'2". Who the hell cares about basketball?
Yeah, we're talking about watching, not playing. And in that case, you've got everyone covered, right?
That's right. Audiovisual Consultations has been providing awesome systems and service throughout Texas for over 30 years.
Installing home entertainment systems and livening up restaurants with incredible audio and video systems.
We're talking multi-screen video walls.
And home entertainment that puts you in the best seat in the stadium.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Hey, aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch a game with your friends.
And make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. Go Stars!
Go Bruins!
Kid.
Shout out to AV Consultations. The two TVs behind me that look incredible, that don't have wires sticking out. Yeah, they were done by AV Consultations. Love those folks. Shout out to them. Also, shout out to Covert BK. We'll be riding up to Dallas in style. I think the Buck is already on his way with the Buick Enclave that we got loaned to us by Covert BK. And I've got one of those GMC Yukon Denali's. It is gorgeous. I don't think I'm giving it back. I hope no one from Covert is watching right now, although I do think they air our shows on the TVs at the dealership. So I might have just gotten myself in trouble over there. But, man, they've got a ridiculous selection of vehicles, new and pre-owned, 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 7 different brands, the Buicks, the GMCs, the Dodge, the Jeep, the Chrysler, the Ram trucks, and those caddies, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They got them all out there at Covert BK, 42 acres right in the heart of the beautiful Central Texas Hill Country. They've got specials every single week. You don't have to wait for Christmas or Labor Day or Memorial Day or Truck Month, which feels like that happens 10 times a year. Now, literally every single week, they've got great deals going on at Covert BK. Check them out online at covertbk.com. Many thanks to them for their great support of us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. And also shout out to Olipop. Man, I've got 6 Olipops to give to Trey, and I'm out at my place, and I really want to take one and not give it to Trey because I'm starved, and I got to go get me one at the store again. But I love this stuff, man. I talk about it all the time, and a lot of you have been texting and tweeting in saying that you have tried Olipop, and I think we found a few more Olipop fans since we started here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. This stuff is legit. It's soda that tastes great, but it's also good for you. That's right. That's possible. I didn't think it was. Olipop found a way to make it happen. All of the classic soda flavors like cola, like root beer, like cream soda, cherry cola, lemon lime, Dr. Goodwin, they got them all. And they taste great. And also, it's good for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can. Only 2 to 5 grams of sugar in every can. This stuff really changed my life. It got me back into soda. It can do the same for you. Pick it up. H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, Costco, wherever you go to buy your groceries. Get you some Ollie Pops. All right. Back to the text line. 512-222-9328. Excuse me. I hope this doesn't come down to a kicker game because we are dead in the water. I'm sorry. I don't have confidence in Afro Boy. We're calling him Afro Boy now. Sideshow Bert is now Afro Boy. He's been shit show Bert over the last few games. And yeah, I don't think you're alone, Texter. Like, I don't have a lot of faith in Bert Auburn right now. I don't know how you could have faith in Bert Auburn right now. He's missing everything. It's not like he's just missing 50-plus yarders. He missed a 26-yarder in Waco, and he's missed 5 field goals this season after missing 5 all of last season. Like, kicker was not a problem. Nobody talked about the kicker this offseason because we felt like we were good with Bert Auburn because he was solid last year. And he's been everything but that this year. So, yeah, no, I don't feel great about this. If this game, the one thing that gives me some faith with Bert Auburn, and maybe it shouldn't because these moments happened last year, but in a couple of big spots last year, Bert Auburn came up big for this team in clutch situations. The game in Lubbock, unfortunately, we lost that game in overtime, but Auburn hit like a 47, 48-yarder to force overtime in that game. And then the Alabama game. Fortunately, Texas lost that one too, but Auburn hit what could have been the game-winning field goal if Bryce Young didn't do Bryce Young things and lead Alabama to a game-winning field goal. But yeah, he made those in those clutch spots. So he's got a little history of getting the job done in an important situation. But yeah, that was last year. Everything was better for Bert Auburn last year than it is this year. So, hey, just keep winning by double digits, all right? Texas has won every game by double digits this year. Oklahoma has too, by the way. But if you do that, if you're Texas, you don't have to worry about the kicker missing a kick. You do enough on offense and defense, and special teams doesn't become a factor. Now, I know Sark doesn't like me saying that because he wants to figure that thing out. We all want to figure that thing out. But if Texas does what it's done offensively and defensively through these first 5 games on Saturday, then I don't think shit show Bert is going to play too big of a role in this one. Let's see. Shadow Bearded, most confidence in a Texas coaching staff going into this game since I've been watching. Feels much better than Strong or Herman. Yeah, I mean, this program's in a much better spot than it ever was in the Charlie Strong or Tom Herman days. There's no doubt about that. More talent on the roster, more depth on the roster. The coaching staff is better overall. Like, everything is healthy with this Texas football program right now. Not just the team, but the program as a whole. Things are obviously going in the right direction, and it's why we feel good about this team this year, and it's why I feel good about the move to the SEC. I'll be honest with you guys. Like, I was nervous about the SEC move for football. In every other sport, I'm like, we're fine. Basketball, baseball, softball, track and field, swimming and diving, whatever. Like, we hold our own, clearly. We won the Directors Cup in 2 of the last 3 years. I don't know if we won the Capital One Cup, though. That's the one I care about because Samuel L. Jackson told me to. But every other sport, I was like, oh, yeah, we're ready for the SEC. No problem. Football, I wasn't so sure. I mean, we couldn't hold our own in the Big 12. How are we going to hold our own in the best conference in the sport? And the way this year started, obviously the win at Alabama is like, okay, all right, we're ready for this. And then if Texas goes on to do what I'd like to think it can do, then, yeah, I'll feel great about that. So, yeah, the health of this program going into this game, going into the SEC, going into whatever, it's hard not to be optimistic and confident, too, in where Texas has things right now. So, yeah, this coaching staff, they've done well, man. PK, I'm glad Sark stuck by PK. It would have been stupid. It's always stupid to fire anybody after just 1 year, unless it's like Urban Meyer with the Jags type of stuff going on, where there's just all sorts of ridiculousness going on off the field. But yeah, look, there were a lot of Texas fans who were like, this guy, like, are we sure we want to keep this guy? The defense couldn't stop a nosebleed, to quote Bart Scott, in year 1. But last year, the defense obviously got a lot better. That was a big part of why Texas won 3 more games in 2022. And this year, the defense has gotten even better. So PK, one of the best defensive coordinators for years at Washington, and it took him a little bit of time, understandable. He's got this thing rolling right now, and he's a big part of why I'm confident and why I think you're confident, Shadow Bearded, in just this coaching staff as a whole. All right, what else y'all got? Saying Bert is like Quinn, only great when it matters. Nah, I mean, look, Quinn was great the last 2 weeks in blowout games. Now Quinn's been awesome in big games, which I love that. Right? Give me a quarterback who steps up for the biggest moments. I don't want the Chris Sims bit where you shy away and underperform when the lights are the brightest. I love what Quinn Ewers does in these big games. Another reason why I think Texas wins on Saturday. So Quinn hasn't been 100% consistent. We've talked about that a lot here on TSU, but he has been more consistent than Bert Auburn this season. That is for damn sure. How about an Olipop is the shit text line coming in as well on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. All right, what other elements of this game do we need to get to? Y'all let me know if you have questions, comments, thoughts, score predictions, whatever. Here for y'all. Chip and Zay coming up from 1 to 3. And by the way, from 3 to 5 today, we're going to do a little best of Texas OU week. So we're going to re-air Hardge's interview with Earl Campbell. Yes, that Earl Campbell. We'll also re-air Chip and Zay's conversation with Gabe Eichert, little Texas OU talk. We will re-air Hardge's conversation with Quan Cosby from yesterday. And then Trey and I talked to Tyler McComas, who covers Oklahoma. He does sports radio in Norman. So we're going to re-air those interviews from 3 to 5 and really set the stage for this Texas-Oklahoma game. Of course, we'll be in Dallas the next couple of days, bringing you great live coverage up there in Big D. All right. X factors in this game on Saturday. Let's do that. Legends are made in Texas OU. And you need your best players to be your best players. That goes without saying. But who are guys that maybe Texas fans aren't talking about who are going to have big-time performances this weekend? I'm going to do it, and I'm so mad at myself for doing it. And if I'm wrong on this, I'll never do it again. Jordan Whittington's going to make an impact on Saturday. And based on what has happened this season, I feel like I shouldn't say that. He's got 12 catches in 5 games. The most catches he has in a game this year is 4. I think the most yards he has in a game is like 40-something. I mean, it's been disappointing. But, hey, Texas is 5-0, and the passing offense is looking good. So, all good. But I'm thinking Jordan Whittington, man. He's a senior. It's his last Texas OU game. I think Sark has talked about it this week. He relies on experience and veteran leadership, and I feel like that matters in the Red River Shootout. So I think Jordan Whittington actually is going to make some things happen. I think he finally gets into the end zone. He had 1 touchdown last year. He hasn't scored this year. It's been forever since Jay Witt has been able to celebrate in the end zone. I think it finally happens on Saturday. I'm going to call that it happens in the Oklahoma end zone, too, in front of their fans. Those toothless heathens. If I can't say toothless, it probably sounds like I'm toothless, doesn't it? Jordan Whittington, I think, is a big day. And then Jalen Catalon, man. We saw it last week. A couple of big hits against Kansas. Texas has been saving him. They've been keeping him on a pitch count. There's no doubt in my mind. Because that guy only gets hurt a lot, which sucks. But he is a difference maker. He is a weapon. He is a heat-seeking missile when he's out on the field. And he's going to lower the boom on some poor Oklahoma receiver. Hell, maybe on Dylan Gabriel. Maybe on a couple of different people in a couple of days. I think Jalen Catalon, like, we're talking about him a little bit now. I saw some fans tweeting about him a little bit last week after what he did to Jason Bean, and he laid out some KU receiver over the middle too. I think Jalen Catalon has a huge game for Texas. He's not going to play every snap, but I think he's going to play a lot more than he's played in any other game this season. So Jay Witt on offense, Jalen Catalon on defense. Those are 2 guys that I expect to make something happen. And then what about a Jaron Thompson pick? Has it been like a game, 2 games since we've had a Jaron Thompson INT? Feels like a rarity these days. I'll call for a Jaron Thompson takeaway too. Not really an under the radar type of guy. He is one of the better players on this Texas defense, but yeah, I think the ball hawk himself, Jaron Thompson, comes through with an INT for this Texas team on Saturday. So those are some of the guys. Jonte Cook, I like that pick. It feels like the only thing that could stop Jonte Cook is his coaching staff. So, like, I want to say Jonte Cook. I thought about Jonte Cook, but does he get to play more than 5 to 10 snaps? And hell, he's had a big catch in each of the last 2 games. So even if he only has a few snaps, maybe he could find a way to make something happen. I would love for this to be the real Jonte Cook breakout game and not just the, oh, hey, there's Jonte Cook. That's cool. There's the 5-star guy that we thought was going to play a ton this year. I hope this is like, oh, yeah. Like, this dude needs to play a lot. And not next year or the year after that or the year after that. This dude needs to play a lot right now. I would love to be leaving the Cotton Bowl on Saturday with the corn dog talking about how Jonte Cook is the future, but also the present at the wide receiver spot at Texas. That would be a lot of fun because I think that guy is a game wrecker. We just haven't seen it yet. Keyword there. All right. What else? What else do I want to get to today? BK holding it down solo. Will a win on Saturday feel better than 2019? That's a text on the Coda text line. 2019. Didn't we lose in 2019? Talking about 2018, the game we won? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, a win will definitely feel better than the loss we had in 2019. So I'll take a win. It's weird. Like, this game feels different this year. In some ways, it's good. In some ways, it's not so good. Like, I had a buddy text me earlier today, and he's like, am I wrong for saying this is the biggest Texas football game since the national championship in early 2010? And I'm like, dude, I don't think this is the biggest Texas football game this season. And I also don't even know if this is the biggest game against Oklahoma that Texas is going to play all season. Like, that's where I'm at right now. Like, I am almost expecting there to be a part 2 between these two teams. Now, maybe I'm off, right? Maybe Oklahoma stubs its toe. Maybe Texas stubs its toe in one of these second half of the season games that prevents us from getting a Texas OU part 2 at Jerry World in early December. But I don't know. I just feel like this is the first of 2, and the second game is the one that's going to matter more, isn't it? Like 2018, Texas obviously won at the Cotton Bowl. It was awesome. I enjoyed it. Unfortunately, we can only talk shit for like 2 months because Oklahoma got revenge in the more important game, the game that got them into the college football playoff, the Big 12 title game. So, like, this could end up being like the 3rd biggest game Texas plays this year, which is nuts because this game is almost always number 1. And because the Alabama game was what it was, I know it was a non-conference game, but it was the last chance to prove to the world really that you're ready for the SEC. Texas could have gone 11-1 this year, won the Big 12 to get to 12-1. But if that one loss was to Alabama, people would have been like, oh, that's cool. You ran through a bad Big 12, but you couldn't beat the one SEC team you played. You couldn't beat them in either of the 2 years you played them. You also lost to Arkansas the year before that. So, are you guys ready for the SEC or are you just good in the Big 12? Like, the Alabama game was huge for so many different reasons. Like, that to me is the biggest game of the year for Texas. And then, yeah, if we do get a rematch, that's the one that's going to matter more. So I'm not saying don't talk your trash. I'm not saying don't root like hell. I'm not saying don't get pumped up, amped up, whatever you want to say for this game. It's just like, on one hand, it's like, oh, shoot, this is the biggest Texas OU game since 2008. And on the other hand, it's like, well, we might have one even bigger in 2 months, less than 2 months. So I don't know. It's just weird. I'll be pumped up. I'll be talking noise, and I can't wait. I know when OU is here, when I get my first middle finger from either an 85-year-old or a 5-year-old wearing crimson and cream at the State Fair of Texas. Like, I cannot wait for that. Just walk around with my horns up, and then some little kid just boom, or some old guy who's got just a bag of urine hanging from his belt loop hits me with the bird. Yeah, I live for that moment right there. That is the official OU hand sign of Texas OU weekend. It ain't the horns down. That's what it is for the other 364 days But this Saturday, it's the middle finger, man. They do it better and more often than anybody else. Can't wait. Yeah, I can't wait to get up there. Driving up tonight. Once again, if you're driving up, come see us tomorrow at Harwood Tavern. We'll have koozies for you. Great beer, great food, great Texas football talk. Chip's going to be there. Hardge is going to be there. Bucky, Trey, and myself. Might have some of the Fire the Cannon team too. There's 2 of them. They might both show up, which would be pretty cool. And then Saturday morning, if you're on the fairgrounds, come say what's up. We'll be at the Old Mill Inn. Outside. You don't have to walk inside anywhere. You're not going to want to. The weather's going to be freaking incredible Saturday morning in the D. You need that. Come say what's up. And we'll have some koozies for you there too. But yeah, we are bringing you the best Texas OU coverage that you can find over the next couple of days. We like the Joe Burrow LSU year. What do you mean by that, Drew? Elaborate for me. You look familiar, Drew. Have I seen you before? That picture? Probably not. Which side scores first? Maybe whoever has the ball first, the way these offenses have been rolling. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if whoever has the ball first scores first. I'm trying to think. 2 years ago, I think Texas scored on the first play of the game, right? Wasn't there a long Xavier Worthy touchdown in the 2022 game? Or, 2021 game? Where unfortunately we blew a 3-touchdown lead, but we got off to that ridiculous start. I think it was 28-7. But if memory serves, the very first play of the game, we scored a long touchdown. Last year, I think it was the second drive of the game where we scored. I think Texas got the ball first and then punted, and then OU punted because we know OU didn't score. I don't have to worry about that. And I think, Texas started the onslaught on their second offensive possession of the game. I expect whoever wins the toss to defer. I don't think this is going to be Matt Hasselbeck. We want the ball and we're going to score type of situation on Saturday. But I wouldn't be surprised, man. I mean, you're talking about 2 of the best offenses in college football. And look, OU's had the better offense statistically. Competition, I know. But they're, second or third in the country in points per game, averaging over 47. Now, what is interesting about the OU offense, and I was talking about this with the Buck earlier today, the 2 best teams that they've played, and I cringe saying best because neither of them are that good. Oklahoma's offense has kind of struggled. They only scored 27 against SMU, and I think a lot of that came in the fourth quarter. And they only scored 20 against Cincinnati. And you feel like if Cincinnati had a competent quarterback, that game would have been a lot closer than 20-6, which was the final score up there. The 2 good-ish teams that OU has played against, they have not had that same offensive firepower that they did in the other 3 games. Their numbers are so good because they scored 77 against Arkansas State. They scored 60-something against Tulsa, and they just put up a 50-burger against Iowa State last week. So, those 3 teams, they all suck. That is where OU's numbers are inflated from the points per game standpoint. Yeah, the 2 best defenses they've played, and SMU's defense and Cincinnati's defense are not Texas's defense. OU failed to crack 30 and just didn't have that same explosiveness, and they struggled to run the football in those games. All right, the Joe Burrow. Are we Joe Burrow LSU there? Hands down the bet. No, we're not. No, this Texas team is not 2019 LSU. 2019 LSU is the best college football team I've ever seen. Now, I'm not as old as some folks out there. The KDs, the Jeff Howes of the world. Sorry for calling y'all old guys, but they would, I'm sure they would have some other teams that they would throw in there. One of the Miami teams, one of the Nebraska teams in the 90s. Maybe Kevin would throw in some Notre Dame team from way back in the day. It's a fun conversation to have when you're talking about the best team in college football history. For me, it's that 2019 LSU crew, though. Pretty cool that we got to see them in person. Not as cool that we didn't beat them, but I was at that game in Austin, I think week 2 of the 2019 year. And man, leaving that game, I was like, okay, LSU's pretty good, but also Texas is pretty good, right? One team got better and the other team got worse. Thanks, Tom. But no, this team is not that. Like that LSU team had like 16, 18 draft picks. Like Joe Burrow's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Jamar Chase, one of the best receivers in the league. Like first-round picks galore. Clyde Edwards-Helaire was a first-round pick. That defense had a bunch of first-round picks. Derek Stingley Jr. was a top 3 pick. I'm going to leave out 10 of them because I don't have the whole roster off the top of my head. But no, like this 05 Texas, I don't think was as good as that 2019 LSU team. And 05 Texas was awesome, of course. They were better than this Texas team. Like 05 Texas would beat this Texas team by a couple of scores, I think. So, no, this is not I wish 2023 Texas was 2019 LSU, but we are not there. We are not there. Yeah, 01 Miami is a team that, oh, yeah, Justin Jefferson, too. Forgot about that dude. And maybe the 2 best receivers in football with Jefferson and Chase. Like, come on, man. Worthy and Mitchell are good, but they're not going to be the 2 best receivers in the NFL in 3 or 4 years. And Quinn's good, but I don't think he's Joe Burrow good. So, no. I wish. God, that'd be awesome to have a freaking team like that. Holy cow. Over under 1 on footlongs BK takes at the fair. I'm talking about corn dogs, of course, says John on the text line. It's probably at 1. Like I like the corn dogs. I will get a corny dog every year just because you have to. But I honestly prefer like the fried randomness over the corn dog. Like if I had to pick one item, it wouldn't be the corn dog. It would be something fried and greasy and delicious. So I'm always like trying the new stuff too. Like some of the Big Tex Choice Awards. We'll probably rehash that tomorrow or maybe Saturday. We might actually get the chance to try some of the Big Tex Choice Award winners on the show. I've been in contact with the folks at the State Fair, and they might bring some stuff by the table, which would be badass. But yeah, I'll eat a corny dog because you have to. But the fried stuff, man, like that's my language right there. That's what I'm looking for. I don't like the fried liquids, though, like fried beer, fried Coke, fried whatever. Not my thing. But fried food, shoot, I eat that all the time here. But fried Oreos, I make sure I get fried Oreos every year when I'm at the State Fair. That's the dessert staple. Not the biggest funnel cake guy in the world. 30 guys in the NFL on that 2019 LSU team. Yeah, that's pretty good for that bunch. Hair of the Dog says, totally agree about this being the 3rd biggest game for Texas. However, a solid win is meaningful as far as the coaching aspect. Solid win means the Sark effect is actually taking shape. Yeah, look, if Texas loses on Saturday, like, I think people feel great about Sark. And I'm not saying people are going to be telling CDC to fire Sark, but there's going to be like some disappointment, of course. And it's like, this is the best team that you've had. This is the number 3 team in the country, and it's only year 2 of Venables, and you beat this team 49-0 last year. How could you not beat them this year? Like, there's going to be conversations had, of course. People won't be happy. So, yeah, no, win this game. Win this game. It might not be, in the grand scheme of things, the biggest Texas OU game that we've ever had, but it's still Texas OU, man. Like, rivalry games matter. This is where legacies are defined. Coach, quarterback, players, everybody. This matters. This matters. So, yeah, no, this would be another step in the right direction for Texas if they're able to find a win on Saturday. And, you know, Sark winning big games. Like if Ewers plays well in another big game, okay, that's great. Sark wins another big game, okay, that's great. Because Texas wins on Saturday, hell, the narrative already is college football playoff or bust, but it really is going to turn into that. If it hasn't already, then obviously you make it to the playoff. You're playing some pretty big games there. So you want to have some confidence that your coach and your players live up to the moment. And this one is a big moment on Saturday. Of course, you don't need me to tell you that. Oh, fried Taco Bell. If that was a thing, I would eat it. I would eat it. Yeah, text on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. That LSU team was so talented, even Ed Ogeron was able to win a title with them. Yeah. Edo, I guess, was the right man for that job that year. And he's the right man to try to steal your girl nowadays. That's his move for sure. All right, some love to some sponsors. Got to give some shout out to some of the folks who support us here at TSU. Great Blue Heron Furniture. Love these folks. Custom leather furniture company. It's been around since 1991. This stuff is beautiful. If you're looking for something in your home that is going to turn heads when people walk in, and look, more importantly, you spend the time in your home. You want something that looks great, but is also incredibly comfortable and well built. It's going to last you and your family decades. You got to get a piece from Great Blue Heron Furniture. There's a link in the video description below if you're watching on YouTube that will take you directly to our Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. Oh, yeah, we're moving on up like the Jeffersons. We got our own furniture collection over there at Great Blue Heron Furniture. I'm telling you, you cannot find, and you will not find, more stylish, more comfortable, more well-built furniture anywhere in the world. This is a Longhorn-owned company. The factory where they manufacture their stuff is right here in the great state of Texas. It's local. It's good people who do great work, who make great furniture. That's really the thing that you're looking for with the company called Great Blue Heron Furniture. Check them out and use the promo code HOOK'em for 15% off your purchase. That's right, HOOK'em. Type it in at checkout. You're going to get 15% off. Great Blue Heron Furniture.com. Also got to give some love to our friends over at Pest Wranglers. Our guy Cooter, a.k.a. Steve, doing great work. If you've got critters running around your house, inside or outside, and you just don't want to see them anymore, why would you want to see them anymore? You got to call our friends at Pest Wranglers. They're the best in the business. Don't just take my word for it. Look at the reviews. Like I was blown away. People are always like, check the reviews. And I'm like, okay, 4.2 stars. I guess that's all right. No, there are 5-star reviews all over the place for Pest Wranglers. Great people. And they don't make you sign a contract. So they're not like, we got their money. There's no Jimbo Fisher going on with Pest Wranglers. I got that guaranteed money, so I'm not going to work that hard. No, these guys don't make you sign a contract because they believe their work is good enough and their customer service is good enough to where you're going to keep calling them if you ever need them to take care of any pest that you have at your home or place of business. Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers. Check them out. Many thanks to them for their support of Texas Sports Unfiltered. Which matchup against OU would you rather win, now or the Big 12 championship? Yeah, as Jake says, both. Of course, it's both. But it's the Big 12 title. Like it is. It is. If I had to pick one, I don't want to pick one. I want to have my cake and I want to eat it too, because that's the point of cake, to eat it. But yeah, if you had to pick one, like look at OU in 2018. It can happen. You can lose this game, run the table, win the rematch, win the conference title, still make it to the CFP. You get one mulligan. Now, Texas could go 12-0, lose the Big 12 title game, and still probably make the playoff, but you got a better chance if you win the conference and avenge your only loss of the year to make the CFP than losing that game in Arlington on December 2nd. I think that's it. But, if you've got to pick, like that should be everyone's answer. Obviously, it would suck to lose on Saturday, and we're not going to lose on Saturday, so we're not even going to talk about that. That's the end of that. That is the end of that. Chip and Zay coming up today from 1 to 3, by the way, so make sure you're locked in. Please like this video if you haven't yet. Please subscribe to this channel. We've only got like 106 watching on YouTube right now. We keep telling y'all to tell 5 friends. Like, there should be 506 then. I don't think that math checks out at all, but there should be more. We need y'all to keep spreading the word about what we're doing at Texas Sports Unfiltered. We'd like to think we're putting out good content for y'all. We just need people to know that we exist. Let people know where they can find Bucky, where they can find Chip, where they can find Kevin Dunn, where they can find Mike Hardge, where they can find Trey, where they can find Zay, where they can find Wags and Rodney and Fire the Cannon and everybody. And me, I guess. I don't know if that's a good selling point. But let them know where we are. Jeff Howe too, of course. This is it. This is the spot. This is where people need to be. Y'all realize it? Y'all realize it? Oh, Daryl, that's the stuff right there. That's what we're looking for. Come on. That works. We'll take that. Let the people know they deserve better. We're trying to bring the best And we're also looking for feedback too, all the time. Like, love the comments about Texas and about the shows and just any feedback you have on how we can make this thing better for you. This is about you guys. And if you guys don't like it, well, I'm going out of business and I'm going to be homeless. So please like it, but also please tell me what I can do and what we can do to make this thing better for y'all. That's what we're looking for here, man. We want to be the place that Texas fans come to. We want to be the place that just sports fans come to. We don't only talk Texas football on this channel. Cowboys fans, Texans fans, Astros, Rangers, the whole shebang. We're talking about it all. And we'll talk, call-in line. Yeah, we're working on that. We're working on calls, working on a blitz, maybe a once-a-week blitz. I don't know if Bucky loves that idea, but, boss's decision here, presidential veto. We're going to try to get the blitz back up and running. I got to do some testing on that. Maybe when I get back from Dallas on Sunday, I'll do some more testing on that deal to see if we can get that thing rolling. That'd be fun. That would be a ton of fun. So, all right, coming up on 1 o'clock. Any other sponsors I need to mention? Oh, shout out to Altstadt Beer, of course. The best beer that you can find. If you're watching in Austin, if you're watching in Dallas, if you're watching in Houston, they've got Altstadt Beer everywhere. Wherever you buy your beer, H-E-B, Specs, Twin Liquors, Total Wine, Time Wise, wherever you go, they've got Altstadt. Your favorite bars and restaurants throughout the state, they've got Altstadt as well. The seasonal Oktoberfest is back. Cooler weather this weekend. The Oktoberfest is going to be perfect. Perfect for your football watching all weekend and all month long. There's no better beer to get you through football season, to get you through all of the BS that you got to go through in this life, day in and day out, than Altstadt Beer. All right, I see the fellas in the waiting room right now. The Red River tailgate continues with Chip and Zay. Gentlemen, how we doing?
What's up, dog?
Oh, not much, man. How we living?
We live in large. Although, a power outage last night, all that lightning, and my freaking internet. I'm like, thank God I have an Ethernet cord. I think my router got melted. None of my TVs are working. And my air conditioning ain't working.
Damn.
I'm in a little bit of a hacked off mood. I may take it out on the Boomer Sooners today. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's what we want, baby. Give the people what they want.
That's what I'm talking
man.
about.
Yo, you need that Woods AC and repair, man.
I know. I'm going to have to make a call to my friends over at Woods. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, dog.
Because it is Red River Shootout week. And my man BK holding it down. I can't wait. We're going to be at the Harwood Tavern.
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow, 2 to 5. I'm pumped, man. I'm ready to get on the road, ready to get up there, ready to just immerse myself, just throw myself into the State Fair of Texas and all the zaniness that comes with the Mardi Gras of Texas, baby. Show you weekend.
Hopefully they have AC at the hotel you're staying at up there, man. That'd be nice.
Yeah, that'd be nice. But now, what is this about? Don't try to sound hip. I'm just.
Oh, they hating.
I'm C-hip. You know what I mean? I was born hip. C-hip. Will I am. So let's all just relax, Texas Rocks.
Come on, man.
I'm here for you. Don't worry. Don't stray.
Y'all are the best. I'll be locked in. Y'all have a good show.
All right.
Thanks, Brad. Appreciate you, dog.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we are happy you're spending some time with us. Us being Chip Brown and Zay the Right Call Collier, also known as Per Zay Hilton.
What's up, man?
Because he's always got the social media goods on people like Quinn Ewers dating a Sooner. You know what I'm saying? Like no one else is talking about this, but my man Per Zay Hilton deserves some freaking credit for breaking the news.
Yeah.
Quintavious. What are you calling him these days?
Quincy, Quintavious, Quentin, any of those black
Any
ass names.
name that sounds like a brother.
Yeah, any name that sounds like
Any
a
name
brother.
that sounds like a brother. Any name that sounds fast.
Yeah, man.
Not slow.
Not slow. Yeah.
Quinn. How many dudes you know named Quinn?
Not many. He might be the only one. I don't know, like Brady Quinn, but that's the last name, so that doesn't count. The former
Notre Dame
linebacker. Yeah.
The former Notre Dame linebacker / quarterback.
Yeah, that's linebacker / quarterback, whatever. Yeah, and does a decent job on Fox. But yeah, other than that, not too many Quins out there in these streets. How about you?
Yeah, man. I don't know any. I know Quinn Ewers. That's it.
Yeah.
Quinn Ewers. I mean, this is okay. So let's get right to it, Zay, because we got our man Lance Taylor coming on at 1:30. I've got a chip shot on Brock Purdy that you will not want to miss.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm starting him in my fantasy league this week. Justin Herbert's on the bye, so we're starting Brock Purdy this week against the Cowboys, which is dangerous. But
Kyle Shanahan is either the greatest offensive coach in history, or Brock Purdy has a horseshoe stuck so far up his ass. He's 9-0.
Yeah.
Do people realize this? Brock Purdy, choke Purdy when he was at Iowa State. Okay, I'm not going to give away my chip shot. But I do love that Micah Parsons said, something's got to give. When he was talking about Brock Purdy, something's got to give. So Micah,
talking.
Do it. I know you don't like it.
I mean, it's fine. I like it, but it's dangerous. It's dangerous. It's a lot easier to stay quiet.
You got to back it up. You got to back it up.
You got to back it up. You heard Sark talk about the little pep rally that they had on campus yesterday. Nobody said anything that would give the Sooners bulletin board material. Just by saying that to Brock Purdy, that's giving them bulletin board material, even though you might not think it is. Yeah, use anything as motivation. I say this on this show all the time. If you could use anything, hell, the greatest have made shit up. Michael Jordan used to make up all the time. Shaquille O'Neal, all those guys. We talked about Casey Hampton making up stuff so his teammates could play better. You'll find anything to give you that extra juice. So why don't give it to other opponents if you don't?
That's what's so funny, Zay, is that I was talking to a Texas team source the other day who said that Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat are like the modern day Casey Hampton and Shawn Rogers. And Shawn Rogers was the goofball funny guy. Tavondre Sweat's the goofball funny guy, but he can also pick up a house and throw it down on top of you. And Byron Murphy is the guy who's just pissed off at the world and wants to wreak havoc, kind of like Casey Hampton. And these dudes are playing like those dudes, man. I mean, this is a big game for them because no one's been able to run up the middle on Texas unless it's a broken play and a quarterback scramble or some nonsense. But, okay, that's fine. We'll get to that. Brock Purdy, game manager. All I know is he beat Dak Prescott in a playoff game, and it still roils my blood that Dak let that happen. That's on Dak. So that's a different conversation.
Yeah. Trayvon Diggs, how about you hit George Kittle, hit the ball, something. He bobbled that thing for like 10 yards. Oh, I called it. Trayvon Diggs smoked the tackle. I know he's hurt right now, so it's kind of cold-blooded saying that, but I'll never forget that play. That play was the game. And Dak's interceptions, obviously.
All right, what do we think of this for Quinn? Quince Young. That's so bad it's good. That is so bad.
Quincy, I get it. Quince? I don't know any brothers named Quince. But whatever, Jake. You got it, dog.
Quince Young.
Got it, dog.
I can tell Texas Rocks loves me.
Yeah.
Was Dak playing
That's what I'm
defense?
saying. Hey, yo, Trayvon Diggs, that missed tackle, missed whatever, deflection. He probably could have intercepted the ball because George Kittle was bobbling it so much like that. I will never forget that play. There's certain plays that stick out that kind of make the game on big games like that. That one, Dallas Cowboy fans will always remember for the worst, and 49er fans will always remember for the better, because that was a huge play. And yeah, that defense, man, we'll talk about it. Like, y'all getting us off topic and stuff.
That's
We haven't
all
really
off
talked about
topic.
that game.
Because
We all off topic.
We got breaking news.
Okay.
Steve Sarkisian says that Jatavion Sanders is good to go. So this dude is apparently made of polyurethane, which is a great trait to have. If you're made of polyurethane, your ankle can get twisted completely sideways and backwards, and you're good to go. I think Sark even said he's great and good to go. Now, I don't know if Sark is, I don't know what's going on.
Yo, there's clips of him at the pep rally yesterday. No limp in that step. You don't see no OG pimp walk or anything because he's laboring that ankle. Nah, man. It's sounding good right now. And you heard Sark today.
Okay, we got to get a raise for Torrey Becton for making Quinn run fast, Arch run fast, no soft tissue cramping, whatever. And we got to get this training staff a raise, man. If they've been pumping blood, you know what they did? They probably took blood, spun it, pumped it back in there. They're doing everything they can. Like, they probably did some German medicine or some Euro medicine, stuff that's not even legal in this country to get that ankle right. Because if Sark says he is good to go, let's go. That's huge. That's huge news for this Texas offense. You and I had Gabe Eichert on the show. He's going to be part of our best of show from 3 to 5 today. And he said, Jatavion Sanders is a problem for this OU defense. They don't have anyone who can match up with him in their cheetah position, which is their nickel, corner, star, whatever everybody calls that position. I just call it the nickel corner because
it's easier.
We got to keep track of a cheetah and a star and a spur and all this stuff. But if Sanders is good to go, that's big. And even if he's just a decoy, that's big. It's big.
Yeah. Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. And I'm still a little worried about if he's 100% or not. You know, you could
He's
just
not.
Yeah, he can't be. Like he can't be.
Maybe some Euro medicine. I don't know, spinning plasma.
Right. And he's a mismatch no matter what. I think him being out there at any percentage is, better for this offense no matter what. That just shows the kind of freak athlete that he is. But now if you're Brent Venables, that's another problem that you have to worry about, because this is a guy who killed you last year, and now there's way more weapons around him for the ball to be spread out to. So, Texas has bulletin board material. We've been talking about that. Like, they really do. It's not like everybody in national media is picking the horns in this game. A lot of people think that when they saw 5-0 for OU and seeing how Dylan Gabriel's playing, like, those stats look crazy. If you haven't been following crazy attention to Oklahoma, then those stats could be kind of mind-blowing on what they're doing on defense and second in the nation and turnovers, and an offense, what Dylan Gabriel's doing with almost 1,600 yards through the air and 15 touchdowns. So they've seen Texas and stuff, and they think that since last year happened and 49-0, obviously Oklahoma is going to come with some extra motivation, but Texas has a lot to play for too. And if that pressure doesn't become a factor for them, knowing that they're number 3 right now, knowing that some people say they should be the best team in the country and be put at number 1, and you got the college football playoff right in front of you, as long as that's not an issue and you could go out and make that just, this is another business trip like mindset, then the Horns should be fine, man.
Here's my thing, Zay. This game, like coaches say, I don't have to say a word this week. And Sark said practice was sharp. And I reported in the insider this morning, practice has been nails. Guys have been focused. Sark said this is as good a week of practice as we've had. Okay. Well, then I'm not worried about that. And this is a team that hasn't flinched, not 10-10, not down 16-13 to Alabama in Tuscaloosa in the fourth quarter, not when Alabama cut it to 27-24 with 11 minutes left in the fourth quarter. This is a team that has been rock solid in its resolve because they've done it. OU hasn't done it yet. Now, you don't want Texas to be the first time that they do it and be like, okay, yeah, now we got this. Although I do think there is a really good chance, a better than 50% chance, that we're going to see these teams play again in Arlington on December 3rd. And I don't know that we've ever, have we ever seen a Big 12 championship game where it's a sweep? No, because in 2018, Texas beat OU and then they lost in the Big 12 title game. K-State lost to TCU, then beat TCU. It's tough. It's tough to beat them twice in a row, but man, what a statement that would make. If you could beat them twice in a row, kind of like what Georgia's been doing. Well, Georgia never plays Alabama in the regular season. That's what's so crazy. But yeah, I mean, this is I just don't think that this is a Texas team that's going to flinch. Like they got bleep in their neck, because they've been beaten down. They've been laughed at. They've been ridiculed. Now, I think they're getting better. That's what you wanted to see. They beat Alabama and they didn't show up hungover. They're still focused. They know what's on, what's out there for them. And I think they're getting better. So unless they turn it over and there's weird stuff. And look, there's weird stuff that happens. Weird stuff. I mean, I'm still amazed that Texas won the K-State game last year when you think about Roschon Johnson fumbling, Worthy fumbling, guys who don't typically fumble were fumbling in that game, and that's why their second half was so bad, but they won. That was the beginning of them showing some backbone on the road. They hadn't won anything on the road until they went to K-State last year and got up 31-10 at halftime, and Bijan's running wild. And even though they fumbled it twice in the second half, they hung on. So I just think that this Texas team is the team. Like in the early 2000s when Oklahoma showed up in 2000 and Texas was like, and they got a steel-toed boot in their teeth, 63-14, and OU turned out to be the national championship team. Like, that's the kind of swag I think Texas is developing. So I'll be stunned if they show up Saturday at 11 and they're sleepy or whatever, and Oklahoma's the one that's got all the juice and they're the more. I'd be stunned. Now, look, there's a clunker coming. Maybe it was Wyoming. I don't know, but there's a clunker coming. There's going to be a day where the defense isn't locked in and they're giving up some big plays and missed tackle and we're down 21-7 or some craziness. Maybe it's Saturday. I don't think so, but I just think this defense is too good. And I know the safety position is a little, that's the only position on the Texas defense that makes me reach for the Tums, Yeah. Because they've gotten burned. And part of it was they didn't get a redirect on the kid from Kansas. You had to hit him coming off the line because to give him the whole field against Keaton Crawford's a little bit of a disadvantage. That kid could have gone either direction. And Keaton's like, what am I doing here? So what do you think?
Yeah, I expect Blake Gideon to clean all that stuff up, like that's kind of a place where you are a little worried at. And it's not like Jaron Thompson hasn't been good. He has 2 interceptions, that pick 6 against Wyoming. So they've been able to make adjustments mid-game. And Michael Taft, I think he's been solid. We talk about Derek Williams, the fact that he was a freshman and got here in the summer. He wasn't an early enrollee. He got here in the summer, and he's out here being productive like that. You love that too. And
I think he could play a lot Saturday.
Oh, absolutely.
Because he's fast.
Yeah.
He's got the speed.
Yeah, for sure. And Keaton Crawford, he's solid too. But this is when Jaden Catalon makes his money. This is the week that Jaden Catalon shows why he was all SEC back when he was at Arkansas, because he's been showing glimpses. It's just, they've been saving him. They've been saving them due to the depth of all the players that I just named. So now this is the game that he should thrive in, because it's a big-time game. He's been in big-time games his whole career. Even though he's been a little injured, I think that's very smart for this coaching staff to keep him fresh and not giving him all those snaps. The way that he played last week, he's ready. I think he trusts his body now. I think he trusts the scheme that Pete Kwiatkowski puts together, so he could go out there and just play the way that he's supposed to, and that's make big-time hits and impact plays. So, yeah, I think 11's going to have a huge game this week, whether that's maybe a forced fumble or a big-time interception or a big-time sack. Like, this is one of those Mike Huff-type games that Jalen Catalon could have. And, yeah, CB, I agree. He's an absolute missile. Just the way that he attacks every tackle, you got to be careful with him, because sometimes you're like, dude, you're going to kill yourself out here. I know you and I, Chip, we've compared him to a Bob Sanders. Well, the worst part about Bob Sanders' career, it was short because he was always injured. That's what you don't like.
Defensive MVP, but
yeah, defensive MVP, Super Bowl champ, coming out of Iowa,
like
big time player. Yeah, they have too much in common if you look at it that way. But again, just with all the other players that they're rotating, I don't think the injuries are going to be a problem, knock on wood. Sark did say, even though JT Sanders should be available this game, Ryan Watts is going to be a game time decision. So those corners, Gavin Holmes, Terrence Brooks, Malik Muhammad, they're going to be locked in too. And this wide receiver core for Oklahoma, they're good, man. They're good. That is the focal point for this team. That's what Jeff Lebby, he wants to get the ball in those guys' hands, the Drape Stutes of the world, Anthony, Farouk, even those bench guys that come in like Nick Anderson. A lot of his touchdowns came against Tulsa, but still, has a lot of potential, and he's a big guy. So the secondary versus that wide receiver core for the Sooners, that's going to be a big time matchup in this.
Don't forget about Brennan Thompson. I mean, he's their fastest receiver.
Yeah. We haven't even seen him much.
Came back from the ankle injury, and he had a 54-yard catch against Iowa State. I mean, Dylan Gabriel, he's accurate. He's like, I got to throw the ball a little earlier to Brennan Thompson because that dude's so fast. The other guy to keep an eye on is this Jaden Gibson, number 1. Can't miss him because that dude's averaging 26.5 yards a catch. He only has 6 catches, but he's got 2 touchdowns. And the Nick Anderson kid, 27.9 yards per catch. So they're looking to get deep, man. And that's why the safety position is totally under the spotlight in this game. And that's makes you nervous. I've gone back and forth about whether I think this is going to be a high scoring game or a middle scoring game or a low scoring game. But if Dylan Gabriel's locked in, he's a gangsta in this game, then it could be a 2008. It could be a 45-35. I would be surprised because I think the Texas defense is better than that. But look, this is OU's Super Bowl, and they think all the pressure's on Texas because Texas is the number 3 ranked team. OU's the pick 3rd in the Big 12 behind Texas and K-State. Venables 6 and 7. Is he cut out for the job? Does he blah, blah, blah. So I don't believe that. I just think these players know when they walk out of the tunnel in the Cotton Bowl that it is war. And And then it's about just making the plays, executing. And I think Texas has shown they can handle that. And, they pistol whipped Baylor. They handled business against Alabama on the road. And this is a home and away game. It is. It's a home and away game at once. It's not a road game. That you got half the house. It's crazy though. It was interesting hearing the players talk about when they have to go into the OU half of the Cotton Bowl, that it's a trip. Like, you cross the 50 and suddenly it's, and you're like, damn, okay. And then half the game you're trying to score in your burnt orange end of the Cotton Bowl. And it's like, and it's crazy. I mean, there's nothing like this game. So, I mean, imagine you and the Bowie Bulldogs taking on Westlake, where every time you cross midcourt, it's or Zay, we love you, Zay.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that must be a crazy feeling, man. That must be a crazy feeling. That's why keeping your emotions in check is key in this game, and the maturity of this Texas Longhorn team, the leadership of this football team, that should be able to get them this dub. Like Oklahoma, yes, they're 5-0, but you said it earlier in the show, Chip, they haven't been tested. Cincinnati, okay, Iowa State, those fools lost to Ohio. So who have y'all really beaten out here? Tulsa, come on now. While the Horns going up to Brian Denny, beating Bama. Even though Baylor wasn't
Wyoming's
that good.
A good team.
Wyoming's solid. Like, Sark's
Wyoming's
right.
Gonna win the Mountain West.
Yo, Sark is right. Every team that they've played thus far probably will go, maybe not Baylor, but the 4 others probably will go to a bowl game. They'll probably find 6 wins and get to a bowl game. I don't think we could say that about Oklahoma right now.
Hell, somehow Baylor came back from the dead against Central Florida last week. What was that, 28-7 they came back from?
Yeah, huge comeback.
Holy bleep.
Yeah, so
my Central Florida Knights are looking like they're
not looking too good.
They're slipping off into the middle of the night.
Looking too good their first year in the Big 12. But back to Dylan Gabriel a little bit. You mentioned him wanting to go deep. Like, he's very accurate on his deep ball, like very accurate. They don't do it much. He kind of likes to dink and dunk his way up the field, and those guys do a good job of getting open for him, especially since they don't have a run game. They kind of do those short yardage gains that kind of
think about what you just said.
What?
They don't have a run game.
No.
How the hell are they going to win this game?
They're going to try to dink and dunk and try to surprise Texas, man.
And they get it out fast, and it's tempo. Yeah. It's tempo.
Yeah, exactly. Lebby, he wants to go fast, and then he wants to catch you off guard, and he probably doesn't want to allow this Texas team to rotate very often. If you keep those guys on the field, that's what you want. You want to keep those guys on the field for as long as possible and wear them out so, they don't show their strengths and how deep they are for this long.
And if they don't sub, Texas can't sub.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to be a key to this game. But
especially early.
Right.
Especially early. They'll be subbing later, but that first
drive. Some design runs for Dylan Gabriel. You'll see those design runs for him because he's a little fleet of foot. Like, he could run at different times, and he's gotten a lot better at sliding this year, opposed to last year where he got hurt in that TCU game, which he missed that Texas Red River Shootout game. But yeah, that run game for them, it's pretty weak right now. And Texas, that run defense is very strong. So they definitely can't let that happen. And if OU has to play from behind, then Texas corners, Jade Barron, those guys. I don't know if Ryan Watts being out. If he's out, I know he's a game time decision, means that Sark's going to move Jade more, and he won't be in that nickel position as often. But either way, I trust whatever this defense does, and I think next man up mentality for Texas is a good thing.
That's an interesting point, Zay, because there were times where Texas moved Jade to corner last year. He can play. I mean, he's played safety this year. He's played nickel. He can play corner. That'll be interesting. I mean, I think they feel good enough about Gavin Holmes and Malik Muhammad and Terrence Brooks that they can rotate those 3 to either side and leave Jade where he is because they need him near the line of scrimmage to take care of those bubble screens that OU likes to run. They run the same stuff that Texas does with Worthy. And Barron is the ultimate screen killer.
Yeah.
He gets off blocks and he makes the tackle, and it's big time.
OU wide receivers, they do block. I'll give them that. Those guys, watching film on them in these last 2 games were Cincinnati and Iowa State on those bubble screens and stuff. They do block. They're not afraid of contact. So, yeah, especially if their running game's not working, you better shed those guys and be able to make the tackle, or it could be a long day for this defense if they don't.
Look at this pimp. Look at this pimp.
Oh.
Look at this pimp.
Zay, I'm in the whip. I'm in the
I
whip.
see you, baby. I see you, man.
Where you at?
I am just leaving the office. I got in one of these meetings that went a little too long. I had planned on being stationary for you guys. I got to go let my dog out right now, and then I've got a
No, that's boring. We need you driving around, risking your life, taking your girl to the Saks Fifth Avenue. It's an adventure. It's an adventure.
Not that exciting, but yeah, Thursdays are pretty busy. It's pretty hectic day for me. So I just I got to jump on when I can jump on. But I love talking football with you guys.
Well, listen, you're the lock. You're Lance's lock. I've been texting you more than I've ever texted you about your gut feel about Texas and Oklahoma. And this is the biggest game in this series, Lance, since 2008 and 2009, when Texas was actually a factor in the national championship scene. And that was also the last time they won back-to-back games against OU, if you can believe that. That tells you that they've been out in the desert. But what's your gut right now, lanceslock.com?
Okay, so first of all, we do a thing called 4 downs on the next round every day. And on Thursdays, it's a non-traditional 4 down. So it's not really sports related. It's just weird questions. And one of the questions today was, what is your kryptonite? Well, my kryptonite happens to be 11 a.m. games, picking them on Saturday. For whatever reason, I can't pick them. With that said, Texas, to me, is still a much better team. Dylan Gabriel's got a ton of experience, 110 career touchdowns, which is second most behind Sam Hartman. Their offense is scoring a ton of points, sans the Cincinnati game, and their defense is playing lights out. Just don't think they've really been tested. I think personnel-wise, Texas is the much better team. I think more is at stake for Texas. I don't think there was a huge expectation in year 2 for Brent Venables. I think he's already showed from 6 and 7 to where they need to be improvement-wise. For Texas, and I said this before the season, Chip, and I think I said it to you, Texas fans expect not only to win the Big 12, but to go to a college football playoff this year in year 3 under Sark. And I think this is the game. If you get over the hump, you know you're going to be favored in every game moving forward. And with the win over Alabama, dependent upon what Alabama does moving forward, I think Texas can afford a loss, win the Big 12 championship, and be a 12-1 Big 12 champion and get into college football playoff. So I think this takes a little pressure off of Texas if they're able to win this game. So I think it's a much bigger game for Texas. Oklahoma fans would disagree. I think Texas is the better team. You're getting it under a touchdown right now. A lot of people believe it's kind of a coin flip game, but I would play Texas in this spot right now.
Okay. So that's interesting that you say that, Lance, because I've been on that, track of, I don't know how big the Big 12 team, if they lose a game, anybody in the Big 12, whoever wins it, could get to a CFP.
I was going to say you're Pac-12, Lance.
Yeah, Pac-12, crazy. Big 10, Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan, SEC, that a team's going to make it out of there. Like, do you really think with what we've seen from Tech, Baylor, TCU, UCF, Cincinnati, Iowa State, that the winner of the Big 12, if they lose a game, can still make it to the CFP?
I do say, and you got to throw the ACC in there now because we know where Florida State is. I think Miami is really, really good. They've been laying in the weeds after that A&M win. North Carolina, Tez Walker's coming back. That's a team that is yet to lose a game. So I think there's some interesting things going on in the ACC as well. But I think with that Texas brand, with the win at Alabama, and you can make an argument, at least to this point, that is the biggest win in college football. And yeah, I think Texas with one loss gets in. I really do. I don't know if there's going to be a Pac-12 team that comes out with one loss. I think there's too many balanced teams at the top. You know, from Washington to Oregon to USC to Oregon State to Utah once Cam Rising comes back to Washington State. Just a lot of good teams. So I see a 10-2, a couple of 10-2s playing for the Pac-12 championship.
Okay. All right. Obviously, it is a second. I'll just say, okay, what stands out to you about Oklahoma before we leave the Red River Shootout, Lance?
You look around, and outside of Dylan Gabriel, I don't know anybody skill-wise that is jumped. You know, I don't see a Samaje Perine. I don't see a CeeDee Lamb. You know, I know Dylan Gabriel is really good, so I don't know how good their offense really is. I think they're averaging 45 points per game, but you go back and look, 47 points per game, which is what, sixth?
A lot
in the
against
FBS?
Arkansas State and Tulsa.
Yeah, exactly. And against Cincinnati, they scored 20. Again, their defense is good, but they're playing a Texas defense, and we've got an NIL deal with Tyler Booker, one of the starting offensive linemen for Alabama. And I might have mentioned this to you guys after the game. He said, dude, what makes Texas so good on that defensive front is it doesn't matter. Any of the 8 guys that are rotating, they're all animals. And so this is going to be by far the best defense that Oklahoma has seen. And if Cincinnati can hold them to 20, I'm not going to be surprised if this is a game. And I know 2 years ago, it was just an unbelievable back and forth, and Texas had the big lead, and Caleb Williams comes in and saves the day. And then last year was just complete ass whipping from Texas. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a 31-14 Texas win. I could see it playing low because I do think Oklahoma's defense is pretty good, but they ain't seen anything like this Texas defense. Texas defense is legit.
Yeah.
What about in College Station, Lance? Nick Saban there. Nick Saban versus Jimbo. That's always a good one. Apparently, Jalen Milroe might be dealing with a hamstring injury. I don't know, but the backup for A&M, Max Johnson, he looked pretty good last week, the old Southpaw. What do you think is going to happen in this game? How's it going to play out?
Well, I go back 2 weeks ago, and I had Texas A&M against Auburn, and when Wegman went out, I was like, oh, shit. I was like, here we go. And then Max Johnson came in. I thought he played great. And then I was worried about Max Johnson knowing that he was going to be the starting quarterback going into Arkansas. Look, he did turn it over 3 times, 2 fumbles and a pick. He's going to be playing the best defense he's seen. I mean, this Alabama defense is legitimate. You take away that fourth quarter where they give up 21 points to Texas, they have played lights out. But Texas A&M, 15 tackles for loss in their last 2 games alone. 30 tackles for losses in the last 2 games, going against an Alabama offensive line that gives up a ton of sacks. I think Alabama's got problems here. You mentioned Milroe. Just started to hear about this injury yesterday. I don't know if it's legitimate or not. I've reached out to a couple of my guys. They can't confirm or deny. You look at what the numbers done in Vegas. It opened in a lot of shops at 4.5. It's all the way down to 1.5. The totals dropped from 50.5 to 46.5 before all of the line movement. I like Texas A&M in this spot. Nick Saban has obviously got the advantage coaching in the headset. Quarterback, throw it up, toss it up. Who knows? I think Alabama's defense overall is probably a little better. You got to factor in Kyle Field. Which quarterback makes less mistakes will ultimately be the team that wins this game. And I am going to say that A&M gives Alabama their 2nd loss in the first week of October.
Oh, God.
Man.
Okay, then this makes me think that we could be in for a freak out Saturday, because I think Jimbo threatened DJ Durkin's job. I swear, like, DJ Durkin is the most underachieving defensive coordinator, and that game against Miami, I think Jimbo went into his office and said, I'm about to fire your ass. So if you don't get this defense turned around,
I don't disagree, man. You know, they had a 10-point lead in that game, and the one thing they didn't do, and Tyler Van Dyke was clean the entire game, they blitzed 33% of the time, and since then they've been blitzing 66% of the time, and they're getting to the quarterback. They're getting these tackles for losses. Tyler Van Dyke is I think a really good, borderline outstanding quarterback, especially, 4 consecutive games of 70% completion percentage. And I think he's a guy that will start one day in the NFL. But you got to get pressure on that guy. And I don't disagree. I could see Jimbo Fisher say, look, we finally got this offense right. Defense has never been a problem.
All the talent in the world. on that defense.
Look, we had somebody say it yesterday. Hey, man, these guys are making a lot of money. They need to go out and play like it. And that's fact.
That is fact. Yeah. That is fact. Okay, so what does that say about Alabama, Lance? Like, where are you on Alabama right now?
I am that Alabama is really good. I don't think they're elite. I think they do have an elite defense. I think Jalen Milroe is getting better, but if he does have a tweaked hamstring, he still has the propensity to turn the football over. And this is going to be he got the one start against A&M last year and he wasn't good. This will be by far the most intimidating crowd that he has ever played in front of. And not only is it Alabama's season, so to speak, because they lose this game, they're pretty much done. But A&M always has this game circled. And I think A&M fans are very optimistic going in. They believe they can beat Alabama. They know where that point spread is. The last time they played on this field, they beat Alabama. And there's going to be so much emotion going into it. I think the crowd is going to be insane. And Texas A&M in all 5 games this year has scored on their first 2 possessions. And I think that is really important. We used to see these Alabama explosive offenses. They were up 7-0, 24 seconds into the game. It was crazy. And that's just not the Alabama offense anymore. If Alabama gets down early, that crowd will continue to feed. And I think it could be a long day for Alabama. I think I'm in the minority. Public's all over Alabama. It's still the Alabama brand. I don't love Jimbo Fisher. But I think Texas A&M is in a really, really good spot here.
Yeah. How about LSU at Missouri, Lance? 3-2 right now, those Tigers. And I don't know what the word is on Brian Kelly and that squad, but I feel like going to the SEC championship game last year, they had more optimism than where they are now. They probably didn't think Missouri would be this good going into this game. Well, how do you think that one's going to play?
Well, Missouri 5-0 for the first time since 2014 when they played Alabama in the SEC championship game. I would have literally bet my ball sack that if you had 3-2 against 5-0 in this spot, 3-2 was going to be Missouri and 5-0 was going to be LSU. And I came across this number today. Brady Cook, and I forgot exactly how many because I am in the whip right now, so I can't confirm it, but I think it's 264 consecutive passes or 334 consecutive passes without a pick. It's the longest streak in SEC history. And this is Brady Cook, a Missouri quarterback, and he's got maybe the best receiver in all of college football in Luther Burden III. This is the game last time we saw it in Missouri. It came down to a final play. I think Missouri is not nearly as talented, but LSU's defense has been awful, giving up 31 points per game. I hear there's a little dissension in that locker room, and I think more so it's Jaden Daniels in that offense saying, we're doing our job. What the hell are y'all doing on the other side of the ball? This game could be interesting. Again, LSU much more talented, but Missouri is playing above because I think they're playing with a lot of confidence.
Yeah. All right. So what we'll stay in the SEC. Arkansas at Ole Miss. I heard you all talking on the next round about who you think's on the hot seat. I agreed with you. I thought your cohorts were a little rough on my man Sam Pittman, but is Ole Miss still drunk off of the win over LSU as a 14-point favorite against the Hogs?
I would say so. And KJ Jefferson, Rocket Sanders is finally getting a little healthier. But KJ Jefferson, the last 2 meetings against Ole Miss has gone off. 9 total touchdowns. He'll play with confidence. That Ole Miss defense, you saw it last week, they're going to give up a lot of points. I did think Ole Miss physically beaten down in the second half in Tuscaloosa to Alabama. I thought that they would limp into this game and LSU would ultimately win. Turns into a track meet. I've just got a feeling Arkansas keeps this one a lot closer. I think Ole Miss wins the game, but go back 2 years ago, the last time we saw the game in Oxford, it took that final, I think, 2-point conversion to win this game. I think we're going to see another high-scoring game. By the way, the SEC is becoming the old Big 12, but I think Arkansas keeps it close.
Yeah, with you saying that, do you buy what Kirby Smart said on every SEC team should be ranked and it's not getting the respect they deserve?
I don't buy that. We know Vanderbilt shouldn't be. I don't think Florida should be after that ass whipping last week to Kentucky. I mean, the SEC's got good teams. I don't know if they have any great teams. I mean, I was at the Auburn game last week, and Georgia, for the second consecutive conference game, has trailed by double digits. Georgia can't do that against Kentucky. They will do their best to focus on Ray Davis and slowing down the SEC's leading rusher. But this might be an opportunity for Liam Cohen, the offensive coordinator, to open things up. And you've got 3 quality receivers. You've got a quarterback in Devin Leary, who was so good, the ACC Player of the Year, Offensive Player of the Year 2 years ago. This might be what they've been saving him up for. I wish this game was in Lexington because I think it could really get interesting. They've won 13 straight against Kentucky. I think they probably find a way to win, but this could be a tighter game than most people expect.
Yeah, Georgia favored by 14.5. They don't have anyone who can catch the football outside of Brock Bowers, apparently.
Hey, that guy's a stud. I mean, watching him in person last week, that's the 3rd time I've seen the guy in person. And we talk about matchup nightmares and the ultimate mismatch. He is that guy. There is nobody in college football that can cover him. And Carson Beck, I'll give him a little credit, calmed down last week. They turned the football over a couple of times, and the rush defense wasn't good. But Brock Bowers bailed them out of that game. Without 19, they lose that game. And that guy is that good.
Yeah. What about Notre Dame at Louisville? Notre Dame, 3rd straight tough game in a row. Notre Dame's a 6.5-point favorite. Louisville's undefeated. Thoughts?
Audric Estime has done such a good job of taking pressure off of Sam Hartman, leads the FBS right now in rushing. Louisville really hasn't played anybody. Look, they got a 3-point win on the road against a team that just benched their quarterback. NC State's just not that good. Louisville's they've had the benefit of not a difficult schedule. Now they've got Notre Dame, but you mentioned 2 really emotional games. Notre Dame losing on that last second and then bouncing back. And I still don't know how in the hell I gave out Duke plus 5.5. We had Sam Hartman in a 4th and 16, and he scrambles for 17. And then Estime breaks it to not only break my back, to cover for the Irish. Notre Dame's a better team. Will they get away with a win here? I don't know. I think it'll be a pretty good game. I wouldn't play this one. If I had to play it, I think I might play Louisville plus the points just because they're getting Notre Dame in a prime spot.
Yeah. Anything else for us for a college football standpoint, Lance? Anything that we miss?
Yeah, what about Michigan at Minnesota? Is that line too steep? Minnesota plus 19.5?
I don't think so. Everybody's talking about Michigan hasn't been challenged. They have beaten 2 4-1 teams, and obviously those 4-1 teams, the only loss was to Michigan, UNLV, and Rutgers. Not great teams, but Michigan has scored 30-plus in all 5 games. They've given up 7 or less in all 5 games. And in today's college football, if you can go on a 5-game stretch to open the season, giving up 7 or less points in every game, that is a dominant defense. It will transfer and translate in Minneapolis. I don't see how PJ Fleck, that offense, is able to manufacture any points. I think Michigan's going to be just fine.
Okay.
I was going to give you guys an NFL play, though.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
San Francisco.
Woo!
I hate to say this. I'm a Rams fan, huge Rams fan. I like my team, by the way, at 2-2. We gave San Fran all they wanted, losing by 7 earlier this season. San Francisco, best roster in football, best team in football, but not this Sunday night. I like the Dallas Cowboys plus 3.5.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think Dallas wins it with defense. I think it's a fun defensive battle. Brock Purdy has done everything that's been asked of him. I think San Francisco's got a very underrated offense, but I think Dak Prescott, a lot of pressure on him. Bad game in the postseason against San Francisco last year, but I think Dak shows out when he needs to. I don't think there's going to be gaudy numbers on the other side, but I like Dallas to actually beat San Francisco on Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Restore some order in that series.
Yeah.
What about your Rams? They got these Eagles. The Eagles look up and down, but they keep winning.
The Eagles, I think 20-1 now. Jalen Hurts as the starting quarterback in the regular season. Interesting matchup. Dan Orlovsky from ESPN comes on, former quarterback. And, I threw him my obligatory Rams question just because I got to hear about my boys. And he said, I think this is a really bad matchup. He was like, the way the Rams bunch receivers, Philadelphia's defense is the worst against bunch receivers. They're the worst against motion. That's all Sean McVay does. Puka Nacua has been incredible. Tutu Atwell has been a nice compliment. They are getting Cooper Kupp back next week. Can't wait to see this offense with that. But Stafford, he's turned it over 5 times. 3 of those picks, not his fault. He's playing really good football. I think it's a prime spot in SoFi, getting 4.5 for the Rams to hand the Eagles their first loss. So correct me if I'm wrong. There's only 2 undefeated right now in football. Eagles, 49ers, both go down this weekend.
Boom.
Wow. Okay. All right.
All right. What? Oh, go ahead, Zay.
Are you buying the Baltimore Ravens? I know they lost that tough one against Indianapolis a couple of weeks ago.
I am.
I like what Lamar Jackson is doing this year.
Yeah, I said before the season I thought it was going to be Ravens and Eagles in the Super Bowl. I'd probably revise that a little bit, but I think Baltimore under Todd Monken's offense is kind of finding their way, and I think it's going to take them a little bit. But once they establish that run game again, is Zay Flowers, Odell Beckham, there is going to be this offense is going to get rolling under Lamar Jackson. So I think Baltimore, when I look at that division right now, Nick Chubb is just a catastrophic injury. Pittsburgh, that offensive line is just terrible. Joe Burrow doesn't look like he's going to be healthy this year. I think Baltimore might end up running away with this division.
What is going on with the Steelers, man? They got lit up by the Texans.
Yeah, and they've always, the one thing you could rely on with the Steelers is good defense, good offensive line. And they've got a good defense, but their offensive line is so shitty. And I've got one of my co-hosts is like, Kenny Pickett's awful. He's awful. He's awful. And I'm like, I really don't know. I don't think he is, but we're not going to know with this offensive line.
Yeah. Well, what about baseball, Lance? Do you have any overarching thoughts?
Yes, I do. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm in Braves country here. I used to drive over to the old Fulton County to watch my Dodgers when they were back in the NL West. And I don't really have a high expectation for my Dodgers. I'm not saying this just to hope this. I really believe Philadelphia right now is going to beat the Braves in this NLDS. You're catching 135, I think is the price. The Braves are minus 155. I think you're getting a little value with the Phillies here. And Zach Wheeler's been great. Aaron Nola didn't look good in the regular season. Aaron Nola postseason showed up yesterday. They got some big bats right now. And the Braves starting pitching, the guys that are experienced in the postseason are a little banged up. Bryce Elder has never pitched in the postseason. Spencer Strider has pitched one appearance last year in the postseason and got completely shelled. So I think pitching, as good as the Braves offense is, could be a problem against this Phillies team. I like the Phillies to win this series.
Okay. You got a World Series, or what about the American League?
I don't know. I hate the Astros. I'm going to be a little biased. I do. They stole a World Series from us in 7 games, one of the greatest World Series ever. And then you find out they were cheating on the backside of it. Look, Astros, I know. The Astros, they were like, okay, let's wake up and let's play baseball the last 2 weeks of the season. Let's win this division. And they did it on the final day. I hate them. They got the shortest odds to win the World Series right now behind the Braves. I'm just hoping they go down. I've got a bad feeling. I like Baltimore. I don't know if they get enough respect, but the Rangers are rolling right now. And that Rangers offense is tough to stop. I could see the Rangers take down Baltimore. We've got an all Texas ALCS in Texas and Houston. Hopefully Texas wins that. I'll go right now just off the cuff, and you're going to have to let me revisit this next week, but I'll go Texas, Philadelphia World Series.
Okay. All right. Rangers fans will take that.
Yeah.
Rangers fans will take that. All right. Any other interesting nuggets from lanceslock.com?
Oh, we're going to win for you. It's simple as that. We had a unbelievable shit the bed moment last night with Middle Tennessee State. They're up 23-7. I've never seen anything like that. Jacksonville State, right down the road from us here in Birmingham. They came on fire in the second half, but that was a gut-wrenching loss for me. But we bounced back tonight. We try to be transparent. We've got 3 plays up for you right now, lanceslock.com. It's only $100 a month. Jump on board and win with us.
All right, buddy.
What about tonight's game? I know it's a just shit show, but tonight's game, Commanders, Bears.
Well, I played the total on this, and it's up at lanceslog.com, so I got a good feel on the total. I wanted to play the Bears, but I swore them off 2 weeks ago. Justin Fields looked pretty good, although they ended up losing the game last week. Commanders have been a little bit of a surprise. Sam Howell's gritty. That defensive line's one of the best in football. I stayed away from the side, though. I don't even want to watch this game tonight.
I know. All right, Lance, you're the man. This is going to be a wacky weekend in football, I have a feeling. But
Yeah, you guys enjoy the state fair. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to mixing a little Redmont vodka, Bloody Mary on Saturday morning, getting up and getting ready for that great 11 o'clock game. So excited about that. And I'll be pulling for your horns.
You need to come to this game.
I know we've said this every year. You finally came our way. I need to do it. I will do it.
Yeah. Let's plan that for next year.
Sounds good, boys. I will talk to you guys next week. Have a great weekend.
There
Appreciate
he
it,
is.
Lance.
Lance Taylor, the Lance Taylor on social media, lanceslock.com for the picks. Wow, lots to chew on there, Zay.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got A&M beating Bama.
Yo, man. Whew. If Jalen Milroe is hobbling around,
Yeah.
for one, a guy that likes to run and has a hamstring injury, possibly. Lance didn't confirm or deny it, but it's not sounding good. If you have to go to those two backups, Ty Simpson or Ty Buckner, I don't know whichever one is number 2 right now, not good, because we know that's a talented roster that Jimbo Fisher has up there in College Station. And yeah, you don't want to go up there with no quarterback, possibly.
I swear to God, I think Jimbo threatened DJ Durkin's job.
Damn, threatened him?
Because that defense has totally turned it around since that just throwing up on themselves at Miami. And I agree. I think Miami's better than people think. But it looked like they didn't have a game plan. They didn't pressure Tyler Van Dyke at all. Now they're leading the nation in tackles for loss the last 2 weeks. They're getting pressure. I mean, they're talented. That's the thing. They should have shown up much bigger than they did against Miami. And then now you've got them playing like the Ravens of 2000. So I don't doubt for a second that Jimbo said, listen, dude, you got all the talent the money can buy. And they're playing like they're on their, spring break. Let's go. And you know how I feel about DJ Durkin. I think he is fool's gold. Fool's gold. But, man, if A&M beats Alabama, it just adds to the intrigue. It just adds to the Longhorn Aggie, back and forth trash talk. And Bama turns into the Wicked Witch of the West with water thrown on her when they go to College Station. I mean, who was it? The Calzone? Who was that quarterback that beat him the last time? That Italian sounds like an Italian
Calzone.
I mean, I'm pretty close. What was that A&M quarterback's name? Calderon? I don't know. But that was crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
oh Lord.
Better bring your lunchbox and your hard hat, Nick Saban, because you got to go to work. That's a different environment, and they haven't played well there, a lot. So I get it. It's Bama, but yeah, Lance is right. This is the year to get them. This is the year to get them because of that offense, and just Tommy Reese and Jalen Milroe trying to get adjusted to one another. If he even plays.
Yeah. I'll tell you what you need to get. You need to get some of this incredible furniture from Great Blue Heron Furniture. Listen, this is the best looking, the best built. And we're talking like rustic farmhouse, beautiful leather furniture that guys, if you're looking to surprise her with that great gift for the anniversary or a birthday, you really want to blow things out of the water, then click that link right there. And it'll take you to the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection and use the promo code HOOK'em and see what I'm talking about. because this is the best of the best. This is how you dress up your living area. You got room for bedroom furniture, great blue heron furniture. Just click that link right below, take you to the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. Use the promo code HOOKGUM, and man, you will win Valentine's Day, whatever you're thinking ahead. Think ahead, guys and gals. You know what I'm saying? But great blue heron furniture. It's a great teammate of ours here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. And don't forget about my friends over at Olipop. I am all in on Olipop. I mean, I've tried them all. I love them all. Cream soda is my favorite, but I'm addicted to carbonation. I mean, people laugh at me because I'm always carrying around these LaCroix, but now I'm starting to replace my LaCroix with my Olipops because I get 9 grams of fiber. I'm old, Zay. I need fiber. I'm trying to stay in the game. And love all of our partners here. Relax the Back. Woods, I need to call Woods right after the show.
Yeah.
Get this party started. And I was at 7-Eleven getting my Powerball and Mega Millions tickets yesterday. And guess what, Zay? I won $4. I got the Powerball right.
There you go.
I just got that one number. That's all you have to do to get $4.
Yeah.
That allows me to go buy 2 more tickets. You know what I'm saying? But I always buy it at 7-Eleven. Ashish and the gang. Love them. Got to get my Slurpee and my Mega Millions and Powerball tickets. Always at 7-Eleven. And if you want to go to the Texas OU game, you better call
Centex Tickets.
Shelby,
baby.
Centex Tickets. It's gonna cost you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh my God, Zay. My boss. I love my boss. Like I love my boss over at Horns 24/7. But he was like, I'd love to buy 2 face value tickets. I'm like, dude, have you been on Centex? Like, do you understand? It's gonna be a premium. Ain't nobody selling for face value unless you know someone really rich who just had 2 friends cancel on their private jet. So come on.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to spend a little bit for this game, but that's okay. Next year,
somebody on the super bootleg, real bootleg, but be careful. That thing might be fake. That might say Texas State versus Oklahoma State or something. You don't want them. So yeah, be careful because there's some people out here that are very sketchy that are scamming folks.
That's why you got to go to Centex Tickets, because you're always going to have real tickets. You're not going to get swindled by some huckster.
Yeah.
And hey, for you folks, I'm getting ready to make my appointment with Dr. Eckert, Dr. U, because I need a little dental checkup. And whether you need just general dentistry or advanced dentistry, sports dentistry, Dr. U has got you covered. How about going to a dentist you like, a dentist you actually look forward to seeing, instead of just picturing all those, little silver instruments in your teeth. That's what Dr. U is all about. Just make an appointment by calling 512-345-3166 or check them out online at drueckert.com. Your Austin dentist. And of course, don't forget, he also doing great things with Brain Vault, the patented mouth guard proven to reduce the impact of possible concussion. Just go to brainvault.com for a fitting. If you've got a kid in athletics, brainvault.com. Zay, when you went to the State Fair of Texas last year, what was your food of choice? What did you eat that you were like, you know what? I'd get that again? Because some of this stuff, like one year they had fried Snickers. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, the funnel cake is always kind of can't miss. The fried Snickers, it was like, I don't know, 10 years ago. But did you have anything that you were like, oh my?
Probably the fried Oreos.
Okay.
Yeah, I get to have some ice cream. That was a go-to. That's what, if I was going this year, I definitely have to get that. To be honest, I know a lot of people are going to look at me sideways for saying this, but the Fletcher corn dog is a little overrated to me. I get it. It's a must get. I understand that. I don't know if I didn't get the right mustard. I just kept it OG with the normal yellow, but yeah, man, I don't know if I got it at the wrong booth, if I got it at the wrong time. I don't know. But I go to Sonic right down the street and get a better corn dog than that. I'm just saying, all the stuff I've heard about Fletcher's corn dogs, and they sell different corn dogs at the state fair too. You don't have to just get Fletcher's. That's just the ones that are most common, and they have booths set up everywhere throughout it. But
their breading is sweet. I mean, it's almost like, like that kind of sweet cornbread.
Yeah.
I like it, but I'll tell you what the best thing is. The best thing I've ever had at the State Fair of Texas is the funnel cake double bacon queso burger.
Oh my gosh.
It was so good.
Wow.
I bought it from the food court inside. It's not out on the midway. It's in that food court inside. Look for the funnel cake double bacon queso burger.
Wow. I can feel my foot twitching right now like it's going to be cut off if I ate that thing due to diabetes. That sounds ridiculous.
Oh, it's
that sounds nuts.
And you're like, oh, I can't eat it all. And you're like, it's so good.
Yeah.
But get ready to take a nap.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
like,
that's the itis. I'll creep up on you real smooth.
Okay, I can't believe you didn't remember this guy's name, Zay.
No, I don't care about no Texas A&M quarterback.
Hey, but I said Calzone. I was pretty close. Calzone.
Yeah.
Like,
you were close.
No one's ever heard of this guy again. He was like, he was like a one-hit wonder. He's like that, the outfield or whatever. Pick your favorite one-hit wonder song, because he's gone. He beat Alabama. He's gone.
Hey, did his job.
Having that guy King. All these quarterbacks that go to A&M and they get all this hype. And I like Connor Wegman. I'm not going to lie. I like Max Johnson. It's all right. All right. We're going to talk to Stretch, Glenn Smith, former Cowboys offensive assistant. But let me give you my chip shot right now, Zay. And we'll get to the right call after Stretch. And we might have to do our picks today because tomorrow.
Yeah. What's the deal tomorrow? I don't even know what's going on.
Okay, I don't either. But I told
BK.
I told BK that I needed to do the roundtable because I got to get to Dallas.
Right.
And I can't check into my hotel allegedly until after 1 o'clock. I'm like, come on, people. You're a Holiday Inn Express, for God's sake. Like,
they gotta clean the room from all the filth from the night before. You don't want no nasty ass room.
And it's on Harry Hines, so I might be getting a room where the hookahs were just doing their thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Might be at the Sticky Sheets.
Oh, stop it!
All right, sorry. Anyway, here's the chip shot, which needs a sponsor, by the way. So I'll work on that. Brock Purdy. To me, this every time. Look, I'm not a hater. Brock Purdy, fine college quarterback, smart, helped Iowa State to the most successful season in Iowa State history, 2020. Then went to the Big 12 championship game. Once he got to the Big 12 championship game, it was doo-doo. 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions. When it matters most, and I'm saying this, and I know he beat the Cowboys in the playoffs last year. You go back through his whole Iowa State career, every big game they played, he was a no-show. When they played Texas in 2018, he was 10 of 23, 43%, no touchdowns, 1 interception. When they lost to Washington State in the bowl game, no touchdowns, 2 interceptions. When they lost to Iowa, he was, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. But against Kansas State in 2019, 15 of 30 passing, 50%. In the loss to Notre Dame in the bowl game, 17 of 30, 56%. When they lost to Louisiana in the opener in 2020, 16 of 35, 45%, 1 interception, no touchdowns. Like, the guy was hot or cold, and every time you needed him big, like in 2020 when they played Oklahoma for the Big 12 championship, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions. I mean, I'm just amazed. Like, either Kyle Shanahan is the best offensive coach ever and has turned a middling college quarterback into the best game managing quarterback in the NFL. But Zay, he's 9-0 as a starter. They've gotten rid of everybody because of him. They dumped Trey Lance after trading the world for Trey Lance. Jimmy Garoppolo's in Vegas. Like, Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, has totally flipped the script. And Kyle Shanahan knows offensive talent. There is no doubt. And he decided this guy is the guy who's going to take us to the Super Bowl, because San Francisco is Super Bowl ready. They got dudes. Their defense is legit. They've got, Debo. They got dudes. They got Kittle. They're ready. They're ready to win now. And Brock Purdy, now, Micah Parsons says something's got to give. Something's got to give. I kind of like that, because I do see Micah Parsons like ragdolling Purdy this week, and it's about time. And unfortunately, or let's say fortunately, this is another opportunity for Dak Prescott to show that he can get it done. Because remember, Dak is a rookie going to San Francisco and getting it done. Dak running, doing whatever he had to do to get it done. How about that, Dak? But our man Lance Taylor says Cowboys 49ers, Cowboys plus 3.5. He likes the Cowboys to win outright.
Yeah.
This is part of the reason this weekend's shaping up as a freaky upset Saturday thing. I don't want to go there because Texas is a 6.5 point favorite. We don't need any upset Saturday this weekend. But if you're let's play the devil's advocate here, Zay, as I completely stray off of my Brock Purdy chip shot. I'm amazed. Kudos to you, Brock Purdy. You're Mr. Irrelevant. Now you're the franchise quarterback of the best team in football. I don't trust you. As far as I can throw you, but prove me wrong, because what a great story. You'd be Tom Brady Jr., Tom Brady 2.0, Mr. Deep in the draft, rising up to win a Super Bowl. I'll believe it when I see it, but I still can't believe. I'm like, the Cowboys are going to beat the 49ers because they're playing with Brock Purdy, for God's sake. Every time I watched Brock Purdy in a big game at Iowa State, he coughed up a hairball. But 9-0. Yeah. Can't deny that.
Yeah, and I think a big help to Brock Purdy's success was the 49ers last year going out and making the midseason trade for the best running back in the NFL and Christian McCaffrey. Like,
no doubt.
That dude, just the fact that he could do so many different things. You can line him up as a wide receiver. Obviously, you could hand the ball off to him. He could go in between the tackles. He could go on the outside as good as anyone. And if he stays healthy, then look out. So Brock Purdy, it's not like he's going out and having having to win you games like a lot of these quarterbacks in the National Football League have to do. He could be a game manager, like somebody said on our comments section. He could be that because they have so much talent around him. You mentioned Deebo Samuel and what he brings to the table. Like that dude, his body, ridiculous, man. It's so hard to take that dude down because he's so swole and he's built kind of like a running back, but he runs routes like a receiver, which he is, and he's just a matchup problem, especially when you see him in the backfield and you see Christian McCaffrey on the outside. It's just kind of discombobulating if you're a defensive coordinator. So Dan Quinn, who did a really good job in the playoffs, like against this squad last year, if it wasn't for Trayvon Diggs absolutely smoking that hit or non-deflection on George Kittle, then that might have been a different game. But yeah, again, George Kittle, one of the best in the league. Brandon Ayuk, he's coming along at one of the best number 2 wide receivers in the league. They put Kyle Juszczyk, the fullback, they put him everywhere, and he's always a Pro Bowler. The dude might go to Canton. I know it's weird to put a fullback in the Hall of Fame at this point in what we see in the NFL, and they're basically extinct, but he's in the Pro Bowl every year. He's always like first team All-Pro and stuff. So they'll give him the ball every once in a while. He's a great blocker. And in that Kyle Shanahan offense, they just utilize him so well to go along with everything else. So Brock Purdy, all he has to do is not turn the ball over and make a couple of big time throws a game where other guys might have to make 10 or so. So yeah, it's you can see why he's 9-0. He's not doing too much. He's not playing, above himself. He's just taking what the defense gives him and giving it to those guys who are serious weapons around him and letting them do a lot of the work. And you see why San Francisco is one of the best teams in the league, not only because of their offense, but their defense has stars. Greenlaw, Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, one of the best edge rushers in the league, Hufanga, Ward. Like, they just have all pro players all around. And yeah, this is a grand opportunity for Dak Prescott and the Cowboys, who are still without Trayvon Diggs, and really showed that this defense could still make plays with Deron Bland, pick 6 last week against Mac Jones, and Leighton Vander Esch's fumble recovery for a touchdown. They still got playmakers, but hey, this is your true test. And if Dak Prescott could get it done, then that's going to be huge for the Cowboys' confidence.
Let's bring in the guru. The guru. The one and only. Stretch. Glenn Smith, former Cowboys offensive assistant coach. Stretch, how the hell you doing, my man?
I'm good, fellas. How are y'all today?
Good, man.
We're like in disbelief. We think Kyle Shanahan, like every time I saw Brock Purdy in a big game at Iowa State, he coughed up a hairball. Now he's 9-0, Mr. Irrelevant. They got rid of Lance. They got rid of Jimmy G, all for Brock Purdy. Kyle Shanahan thinks this is his guy to take him to the Super Bowl. I'm like, I'll believe it when I see it. But Kyle Shanahan, Jimmy G was 7-0 to start his NFL career with Shanahan. I mean, he got paid a fortune for it because it was near the end of the season that he went 7-0. What do you think of Kyle Shanahan? Stretch?
Yeah, I mean, you use the term guru. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm a guru. But yeah, I mean, Shanahan's he's been tabbed to that, and he's obviously, he understands, offense. He's been around it with his dad. He understands that zone scheme. They do a great job with running the football. They're a very talented football team. They're really good tight end, really good skill players. And, he's got a quarterback that can function. They went and traded for McCaffrey, who's, the reason that Carolina let him go. He's hurt all the time, and he hasn't been hurt much with San Francisco. So I think that, you have to give him credit, and you have to know that he's a good offensive coach. I go and say that, hey, Dallas is every bit as talented on the offensive line, every bit as talented on the defensive line, every bit as talented, I think, in the skill position players. I believe every bit as talented in the back end of the defense. The question becomes, you got a $40 million quarterback versus a $300,000 quarterback, and that's what you talked about. So I think that's what it's going to come down to, is who can function the best from a quarterback standpoint, and we know that Shanahan's offense is a quarterback-friendly offense. They run the zone, boom, they pull the zone, they boot out, and they can do those things. So, I look for Dallas to obviously get after him from a defensive standpoint, and I also say that, ultimately Kyle Shanahan coached for Dan Quinn when they went with Atlanta to the Super Bowl. So Dan Quinn is going to understand some of, Kyle Shanahan's play calling methods, some of his tendencies. Now, I'm sure they change all that from an analytical standpoint, but I do think that obviously the Cowboys have got their work cut out for them, but I really point to one position, and I believe it's all about the quarterback. And if the quarterback can function for the Cowboys, they'll have every opportunity to win the football game. If he decides he's going to throw it to the other team, which he's very capable of doing, then, they could have a tough time out there in San Francisco.
Yeah, Stretch, this is a defense in the 49ers that just have so many different guys that can make plays and cause havoc for Dak Prescott and this offense. With what you saw with Dak last Sunday against the Patriots, which they made Bill Belichick's team, that was just flat out embarrassing for New England. But with what you saw last weekend, how much confidence do you have in Dak going into the Bay and trying to get a dub?
Well, they can move the football. Dallas hadn't had any issues moving the football. Their issues have become, issues in the red zone. Well, this is the first time that you're going to see a Dallas offensive line that's going to have their true 5 starters out there: Smith and Smith on the left, Biotish, Martin and Steele. Now, we know red zone offense is really all about the more physical football team. It's about going and bloodying somebody's nose. It's about, you're in a tight area and you got to come off the football and you got to get a hat on a hat. And Dallas is going to have their best 5 versus San Francisco's best 5. So I think it's a great matchup. I think it's a matchup that everybody obviously is going to want to see. And, I do believe that Dallas will be able to remedy some of those red zone issues because, again, they've got their top offensive line is going to play. And I think Jake Ferguson is really a good tight end. I think they made a right read there. That's why they let Schultz get out of here to free agency and go to Houston. And so, I could see Dallas bowing up and saying, you know what, we're fixing to get after him, and we're going to get after him in a physical way, because that's what it's going to come down to. It's going to come down to the more physical football team and the 2 quarterbacks who can, function and get their football team in the end zone when they get them in the red zone.
So this is an interesting subject, the red zone, because Teddy Lehman, the former Oklahoma linebacker, came out this week and said he thinks Quinn Ewers is average and looks at Texas's struggles in the red zone and puts a lot of that on Quinn Ewers. And so how much of red zone success or failure do you put on the quarterback? And you watch Texas football, how much of because Texas is having the same issues the Cowboys are, how much of the struggles do you put on Ewers?
Well, I've watched every Texas game this year. I certainly wouldn't say Quinn Ewers is the issue. I think that, again, there's only so many things you can do in a very tight area. That's what you got to remember. And when you see Kansas City, they run all kinds of misdirection. They run all kinds of zip motion and ghost out the backside and shovel it up underneath. There's all kinds of little things that they're trying to do just to get one guy to step, as if he's going after the ghost fake. One guy to say, here comes a power block. I'm going to wrong shoulder this, and they misdirection that. I believe the key again in the red zone, when you have red zone issues, the key is the offensive line. You have to be more physical and impose your will in the offensive line when you get down in those really tight areas, because you and I can madden it together, and we could sit here and get some cocktail napkins out and draw a bunch of, we could draw all kinds of things, but ultimately, if they're going to tackle, you better block their ass. And that's what it comes down to. I mean, it's a mentality of saying we're going to come off the ball, and I believe that I believe you'll see Texas do that this week. I really do. I think that both of these games a little bit mirror one another. You know, I think Texas is saying, hey, you know what? We're going to come in here and we're going to impose our will because, quite frankly, they are the better football team. I'm talking about from a physical standpoint, offensive, defensive line. I'm talking about get after it up front. And I think that Dallas will show that too, because I think that they're bringing their top 5 offensive linemen in is going to speak volumes. Now, guess what? If it doesn't, and you know, Dallas will be in for a long year, and we'll have to see where it goes. But I do believe that it starts from a red zone perspective, fellas. It starts with the guys up front, and you gotta be able to come off the ball, create angles, and when you get that angle, I mean, moving your feet and getting those guys moving.
Yeah, Stretch, what does this Texas OU game mean to you? I mean, the Red River Shootout, being taken to the SEC. The SEC commissioner is going to be down there to check it out, and I don't think Brett Yormark, the Big 12 commissioner, will be down there to see it for the last time in the Big 12.
He will not be there.
Oh, that's so petty. That's so weird. Come on, Brett. These are the only 2 teams that are ranked in the Big 12. How can you miss it? But, you know, whatever. But, Stretch, what does this game mean to you, and what are your fondest memories of it?
I mean, obviously, I've been on both sides of this deal, and I'll just share this with you. I know you guys always want to pull a story time with Stretch out. So
it's story time with Stretch, kids.
I'll give it to you. So I was it was my first year at Oklahoma, and Todd Schonar, he was one of the graduate assistants, had played quarterback at Clemson, and I remember going into that week. He said, "Tell me, why is this game such a big deal?" And you know, all you could hear was the eyes of Texas playing in the OU, in the OU training room throughout the facility. All you hear was Phil Collins. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Yak, yak. We get all that. And I remember telling Todd Schonar, who, I mean, he had admitted it. He said, man, I've been in Clemson, Florida State. I've been, maybe the biggest game in the country. I said, the difference is you haven't played in a stadium where it's split down the middle. You haven't played in a stadium where you have so many passionate fan base, a fan base that is rabid. Both of them are very prideful in their states where they are. And there's nothing like it walking down the tunnel and the fact that it's in the Cotton Bowl. It's right down the middle. It's right around the state fair. There's just so much around it. And I remember him, and he was walking down with me, and I remember right there, they had that walkover kind of over the tunnel, and I remember some people razzing my ass all Stretch, you're a traitor, whatever. And I remember Todd Schonar looked at me and he said, you know what? I've never been around. And let me say this, we got right to the bottom down there. Bevo's on one side and the Schooners on the other, and Bevo's snorting around, and the Schooners wanting to run them little chicken chip ponies out there. But the bottom line was, it's 2 rabid fan bases that are prideful. And Todd Schonar looked at me and said, I've never experienced anything like it. And I think it's a very electric, it's a very, I don't know, it's the zenith of college football. That's all I know to tell you. And they can talk about all the other rivalries in the country. To me, when you got 2 teams in the top, 12 right now, I guess Oklahoma's 11, Texas at 3, undefeated, coming into this game, little fall in the air. It's going to be 69, 70 degrees. Chip will have him a bellyache from eating one of them corn dogs and drinking one of those State Fair Dr. Peppers. So it'll have a magic.
My funnel cake double queso burger.
Yeah, God bless you. Exactly. But I say it doesn't get any better than Texas, Oklahoma. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care. Michigan, Ohio State, yak, UCLA, USC.
Right. You're right.
Nothing like it.
It's because they divide the fans at the 50. So you have one fan base trying to outscream the other. It's an assault on the senses for the players because they're used to hearing cheers at home games and silence when they're playing well on the road. The sound never goes down in that game. So if you're the team winning, that sound picks you up and carries you like Superman. If you're the team that's losing, it can feel like you're drowning. And that's why this series goes in streaks 16 times since 1900. The teams have won at least 3 in a row and as many as 9 in a row. And it's crazy. If you look at that series, it's www for one team, LLLL. And if you get on the wrong side of it for 2 years in a row, it gets in your head. It gets in the program's head. You show up that third year. I mean, Texas knows they had good teams in the early 2000s. They got poleaxed from 2000 to 2004. And it's because of what you said, Stretch. It's because of the seeding in the Cotton Bowl. There's no other game like that. There's no other atmosphere like this.
No, again, fellas, they can say everything they want. They can talk about all these other rivalries. There is nothing like coming down the tunnel of the Cotton Bowl and the Texas-Oklahoma game. There's just nothing like it. And I think anybody that's ever played in the game, anybody that's ever coached in the game, anybody that's ever experienced that, like you were saying, Chip, I mean, it is, you're trying to get your fan base going. Both bands will be ripping it. Like I said, Bevo, the Schooner, they'll be shooting the damn guns. It's a Wild West atmosphere, and it doesn't get any better than Texas, Oklahoma. I mean, if you go to the damn Cotton Bowl Texas, Oklahoma game, and it doesn't make the hair on your neck stand up, and you ain't got a damn pulse.
Yeah. The one thing I have not seen at a Red River Shootout, I've not seen the Schooner tip over. I'd love to see that this year. I've seen it on TV when it tips over. That'd be good.
You want to see that? You just want to see that girl come bust her ass out of there and take a big roll. That's what it is.
Yo, they fall hard, Stretch. When
all that hair,
they fall hard, man. That's a crazy sight. So you being on both sides of it, can you tell us what your point of view or your just finest memories of both sides, of being on both sides, and your point of view of being on both sides?
I mean, again, I think when you go in there and you make Bosworth pout over a tie and what he felt like was a bad call. I mean, that's one side of it. When you get on the other side of it and you go to be a graduate assistant at Oklahoma, and I think I was about to quit. I had enough, and Switzer gave me a few sideline passes, and I was able to pedal those off and make myself a little money. And next thing you know, oh, that's right. Oh, Jet had some long cash coming out of there, and I woke up. I think it was this is true. It was 10:05. I was in the Marriott at DFW. And I jump freaking out of bed, and we have a noon meeting. And Pod and I had me a 5 Series BMW, and I was carrying the mail to Norman, praying Switzer would be a few minutes late back there for that noon meeting. I had my hair on fire heading through the Arbuckles, and I was damn glad when I got there and was able to. And he was 15 minutes late, and I set my ass down the back of that meeting room and started breathing like I was Lamaze breathing, for crying out loud. I was so glad I could get back there in time. But hey, there ain't nothing like winning it and being able to come out of there a winner. And it goes so far in recruiting. It goes so far in everything that you do for your fan base. It's a big ass game, and don't make any mistake about it. Don't let anybody tell you any different than that.
Does that golden hat fit on your head?
Chip,
you got a big head.
Coach, I got a 7 5/8, and there's a lot of room in there to store a bunch of other stuff. So hell no, it didn't fit, and I didn't even try the damn thing on.
Oh, Lord have mercy. I mean, okay. So when you were on the Texas side, I don't know if we've talked about, I know you went to Texas, but what what positions you play, all that stuff.
Well, I mean, I tried to get out there. I'm not going to pretend I was anything, but I tried and wasn't much of a player. I'm a hell of a lot more better coach than I was a player. But, I'm not going to say that I did much of anything. I had shoulder issues my very first year, wasn't able to overcome. So, it's like I said, I didn't experience that on the field experience. I felt, coming out of the tunnel there and then obviously coaching it and the other side of it. So I'm not going to get on here and tell you the story that you want to hear because I didn't.
Were you at OU when Mac Brown was the OC?
No, I was at OU when Jim Donnan was the OC.
Okay.
He was the Georgia coach.
So right after Mac.
Correct. I think Mac had gone to maybe Tulane then. Yeah.
Yeah, because Switzer, I love this story. I don't know if I've told you this story, but they're playing Kansas in '84. Danny Bradley goes down. They take the red shirt off of Aikman, and they come in at halftime. They're down 7-3 to Kansas. And Mac Brown's going off saying, if we don't play better, we're going to lose this game. And then they went out and lost the game. And Switzer grabbed Mac after the game and said, we don't ever talk about losing in my locker room. And Mac said that changed him forever as a coach. Like he always, talked him up and all that. But
I can only tell you that, anybody that doesn't or says they don't care for Barry Switzer have never met Barry Switzer.
Oh, he's the best.
He's a great guy to work for. He's a great guy. I mean, he's sound. He's a sound human being. I respect Barry in every single way. Obviously, he gave me an opportunity to coach when I couldn't get an opportunity there, and we're not going to speak about that right now. But he gave me the opportunity to coach, to have my own position, to have my own meeting room, and then obviously brought me back to the Cowboys. So I have nothing but positive things to say about Switzer, but I can remember friends of mine saying, they'd make a comment and I'd say, I tell you what I want you to do. I want you to go with me and we'll go meet Coach Switzer, get around Coach Switzer. They'd be around him for 5 minutes and all of a sudden, they got their arm around him. They're yucking it up with him. And I mean, he was a great guy to be around and fun to be with. And I mean, it doesn't get any better than Barry Switzer. And obviously, I mean, I have nothing but positive things to say about Coach Akers, which was my time at Texas too. God rest his soul. He was a hell of a man too. So, it's been great coaches. It's a great rivalry. I mean, you look at Coach Royal, Oklahoma guy, comes to Texas. Obviously we know what he's done. Mac Brown kind of got his start at Oklahoma, came to Texas. So I think there's a lot of crossover and a lot of passion there. For both of these universities and what they stand for and, the towns, the states. We could just sit here and go on and on.
Can you believe Darryl Royal's still the all-time interceptions leader at Oklahoma?
I didn't know that, but I do know, I did know he was a hell of an athlete. And, I think a lot of Bill Bradley and, you talk about interceptions and there's so many guys, Jerry Gray, Mossy Cade. There's so many guys from a defensive back standpoint. And then, you got all the guys, again, that were at Oklahoma, just really, really good football players. And there's a lot of history here, fellas. It's going to be a heck of a Saturday at 11 o'clock, and it'll be a hell of a Sunday night when the Cowboys and the 49ers tee it up. It's two great games. It's just going to be a heck of a football weekend.
Darryl Royal had 18 interceptions at OU. He's still the all-time interceptions leader for the Boomers. And like as an offensive-minded coach, Stretch, you can appreciate this. So Emory Bellard creates the wishbone, and Texas is beating everyone's ass with it. They win the national championship. And was it Chuck Fairbanks was at OU? Correct. And he was struggling. And out of the goodness of Darryl's heart, because he's friends with Chuck Fairbanks, he tells Emory Bellard to teach the wishbone
Yep.
To Chuck Fairbanks, whose offensive coordinator was a guy named Barry Switzer.
I was waiting on you to tag that. That's your radio side, but that's exactly right. And then, you know, Switzer, I mean, you talk about a love for the option and a love for the option game. And then Oklahoma had the crest on the field. I mean, I can remember the first time I had ever gone to that, you know, I'd ever gotten in the stadium at Norman. You'd look across the field and you'd see the other guy. I mean, he'd be about you could only see from about mid quad up because there was a crest on the field. I mean, it was the true run downhill, pitch that ball. I mean, it was all about option football.
Unbelievable. And he, of course, the bootlegger's son would walk into the homes of, you know, Billy Sims and all the black athletes and be able to, I mean, Eric Dickerson says, I wanted to play for Barry Switzer. My mom wouldn't let me. Switzer showed up in a mink and was like, Eric, you're going to love it. You're going to love it in Norman. We're going to make you the king of Norman.
A mink in this heat?
Oh, yeah.
Man.
And Eric Dickerson said his mom said, ain't no way in hell over my dead body you're going to play football for that man.
Right. Well, it wasn't in this heat. It was about February when he was in there, and
Okay.
I'm sure it was about 60 degrees down there. But hey, Switzer was sporting that mink coat like he was in Aspen, Colorado. I can promise you that. And went in there with not only with a mink coat, but a few other things at the time that I don't believe were.
The word was Charles Thompson told me that there was a country club in Norman where the players could go and order whatever they wanted on some member's bill. So they could always go get a meal and whatever, take a date to the country club. And Switzer had it, you know, whatever. I mean, and the funny thing is he's still loyal to all those players to this day.
100%. I mean, you won't meet a more loyal guy, and yeah, what's wrong with having a number at the country club? I worked at Austin Country Club and had a number. I'd probably tell you Mr. Roberts' number at the country club. I charged me plenty of Bobby Jones shirts on that. What the hell's wrong with that?
Right. Hey, NIL, baby. NIL. Let's go.
I was a little ahead of the time, but I'll tell you this. I had the credit card to the Interurban, and I was in charge of the Crimson and Cream recruiting girls. And we didn't have any issues with money. We didn't have any issues with what we needed to cater in. And, you know, if we wanted to have a little frozen frescas on tap, we might do that too. I don't understand what's wrong with that, Chip.
I know.
Yeah, not a damn thing, Stretch. Not a damn thing.
That's right. You'd have been if I'd invited you, you'd have had your narrow ass in there. You'd have been the first one invited and the first one to show up. That's what I'm talking about.
All right, you feel good enough on the Longhorns and Cowboys to put a little wager?
Oh, absolutely. I you know what? I feel good enough that I'd make it a little 2-team parlay. As a matter of fact, I mean, I can see Texas coming out here and I'm talking about putting an ass whipping on Oklahoma. I really do. I think that could happen. And then I don't think that. I think Dallas would be a very tight game. But I think that if Dak will just keep it out of the ditch, just keep it on the road for us, make a few plays here and there. Defensively, we'll get after them, and I could see the Cowboys winning a close game, and I could see you guys driving back to Austin and absolutely yucking it up over a big win.
All right, buddy. Well, listen, you're the best. Love story time with Stretch. You kidding me?
Yeah, you know what, Chip? I try to give you a little something to, kind of get you through the weekend. Hey, have a good weekend down. Hey, if you don't get one of those big Dr. Peppers, partner, I don't know what they do to that. I don't know what they do. I never have figured it out what they do to those Dr. Pepper guns at the fair. But it's a sweeter Dr. Pepper, and it's got that burn in your esophagus. I'm talking about, partner, you get one of those Fletcher's corn dogs and chase it down with that Dr. Pepper. It doesn't get any better than that.
You sure you didn't put a little whiskey in there?
Well, you go to your church and I'll go to mine. I can't remember. I got selective amnesia.
Stretch, let's do it again next week. Have a great weekend.
See you guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Stretch.
Right.
Appreciate you, man.
There he is. Story time with Stretch. You kidding me? It's the best. It's the best. It's always a good time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's terrific.
All right, Zay.
Oh.
All right. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready, man. Before
All right,
the call, though, I got to get the Covert BK.
Oh, of course.
And the Covert family that has been holding the greater Austin area down for over 100 years. The Covert team has been committed to providing customers with a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles and outstanding service and customer satisfaction to the greater Austin area people for over 100 years. So go visit them at Covert BK. The 42 acres just has 7 beautiful brands to choose from: Cadillac, GMC, Ram, Buick, Chrysler, Dodge, and Jeep. Covert BK will hook you up. And if you want to look for the latest specials and inventory, you can either stop by or you could go online at covertbk.com. There's coverts all over the greater Austin area, but the one that holds Texas Sports Unfiltered down is the one at Covert BK. Dan and the crew do a terrific job, not only with us, but for everybody who's trying to buy a car for them. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
All right, kids. We just had story time with Stretch. Now it's time for the right call with Zay Collier.
Yeah. So I saw something today very interesting about the NFL and a very good team that was around almost a decade ago, it seems like, and that you come to find out that had way more problems than we thought. And that is those old school, I want to say they're old school, but they are older Legion of Boom teams for the Seattle Seahawks back in that, 2014, 2013 time. You know, Richard Sherman and Cam Chancellor, Earl Thomas, Marshawn Lynch, Russell Wilson. You know, the team was solid. Pete Carroll as the coach. And Marshawn Lynch, he went on Shannon Sharp's podcast or show, whatever, and Shannon was asking him just straight up, like, hey, what's your relationship with Russell and Pete Carroll? And Marshawn Lynch just straight up said, I don't mess with those guys. I don't have Russell's number. Me and Pete Carroll weren't really tight. Russell was just my quarterback. That's it. We didn't have no relationship. And yeah, just kind of basically saying that, you know, he blocked his number type of stuff. And it kind of goes to Russell Wilson now and the type of character he is and how he acts and just being non-authentic. You know, the running on the plane when they're taking a trip, you know, the let's ride stuff. Like Russell Wilson could come off as really corny and unauthentic, and it could rub some people the wrong way. I get it. You have an image, but you also have to look like a real person. And sometimes that could get a little fuzzy for Russell Wilson. But we know Marshawn Lynch, you got to take it with a grain of salt because he's a character his own self. So Marshawn Lynch, you know, I know a lot of GMs probably didn't like the way that he rolled during his NFL career, but whatever, to each his own. But yeah, you know, going back to that game against the Patriots, Chip, in the Super Bowl, where Pete Carroll and those guys should have ran the ball and gave it to Marshawn, you would expect him to have some saltiness. Yeah, expect him to be a little bitter, a little petty. And the fact that Russell was the one that threw that ball, like if they would have scored, I don't think Marshawn Lynch would be saying this. If those guys have 2 rings instead of 1, I don't think Marshawn Lynch would be saying this. But the fact that it went down like that, it makes sense now, because usually when you win at the highest level and win Super Bowls and stuff. And we're seeing this with like one of my favorite Thursday Hilton type stories is Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen beef that they have. I think that's absolutely terrific. But usually when you win championships, that's like a unbreakable bond that can't be touched. Like, yeah, we might have had our differences, but I'm not going to throw him out there to the media in a disrespectful way because me and this guy went to war together. And for the Jordan Pippen case, obviously it's messy with Jordan's son and, you know, Scottie Pippen's ex-wife dating and stuff, and Scottie Pippen feeling like he got absolutely hosed on The Last Dance and how they made him look, which was trash. They made Scottie look pretty bad, and it was all about Michael. Like, Scottie's in the Hall of Fame too. He deserved to be a part of that a little bit more. I get it, Mike, you're the greatest of all time. But in Marshawn's case, yeah, it's weird to just see these types of things. Because again, he's making Russell, like, he could have said a lot more. If you go back and watch this clip with Marshawn Lynch and Shannon Sharp, he could have said a lot more. And even the stuff that he didn't say, it makes you think, Chip, oh, wow, like this guy, Russell Wilson, he's been like this. Like, he's been kind of a just, in a way, fake guy. And I think his wife, Sierra, because everybody loves Sierra. I mean, she's gorgeous. She's made hits. You know, she's a mom and stuff. She got away from the crazy gangsta-ish rapper and Future and got with Russell. So maybe he feels like he needs the, you know, Russell has the pressure on having to put this very positive image on while her baby daddy's out here talking about lean and popping Molly and stuff. I don't know. But it's weird to still have this be a thing and not just take the higher road if you're Marshawn, who's in the limelight a lot. He does that Thursday Night Football stuff. Like, he's always talking, but it's weird for a guy that's won a Super Bowl with Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson not to have a good relationship with him.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I used to defend Russell, and then he just got weird.
Yeah.
You know, like, I felt like when he was still with Seattle and Percy Harvin got dealt because there were rumors that someone got with Russell's wife from the team. Look at me. Now I'm going Percy Hilton. And
that's what I'm talking about, baby.
And like the locker room divided and was against Wilson, but Wilson just kept winning games and figuring out ways to win games and put up great numbers. And then he got with Sierra, and it was like he just turned into a weirdo. Like, he's doing like live streams from his bed. Mr. What's that stupid thing he says?
Yeah, what does he call himself?
Mr.
something.
Mr. Untouchable or something. I don't know. Some stupid, weird thing. He just got weird. And then I thought, okay, he's going to go to Denver. He's going to get it going.
Mr. Unlimited.
Mr. Unlimited. Yeah.
Mr. Unlimited.
And it was like Mr. Unlimited. And you're like, dude.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I kind of just threw up my hands on Russell. Because he was a hell of a player. I mean, he was a warrior, but he got the Super Bowl and then he got the girl, and I think he's just like, he's got the money. Does he have a kid with Sierra, or does she have kids from?
Yeah, they got kids together. Yeah. But he acts like he's baby Future's real father, which is good. Like, you got to do that. You're y'all are married, so you got to act like the dad. But he makes Future look bad. And look, this is the thing too. This is my petty Perez Hilton coming out for sure. Everybody listens to Future. Yo, everybody listens to Future, Chip, especially for a football player. Like, Future is top 5 hype music to jam before the game. Easily. Just good turn up music, get you ready to go. You know, what he be talking about is fun. So if we can't play that in the locker room because this guy over here might be in a verse or something like that, or he doesn't have big enough cojones to take that, he's not comfortable with himself to have that plan throughout the locker room because of what that dude did to your wife previously.
Golden Tate, I believe it was.
Oh, okay.
And then they dealt Golden Tate. Like they dealt him, and Percy Harvin was like, why are we dealing Golden Tate? He's a good player. Yeah. So what if he got with Russell's wife?
So what if he got with Russell's wife?
I mean, so what? So then they got rid of Percy.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the locker room was like, why are we getting rid of all of our good players? Because they've been getting with Russell's wife, man.
That's what I'm saying. Yo, the Spurs didn't get rid of Tony Parker when he was doing the Brent Barry situation. But you're wrong, TP. You're still wrong for that. Eva Longoria blew that. Like, you know how good Eva Longoria looks? She still looks good to this day. And that was when she was in her hey, Desperate Housewives, season 3, Eva. Like, she was right. And Tony had to just, the temptation gets some brothers, man. They can't help themselves.
Because I'm
Temptation
French.
gets some brothers. Yeah.
I'm French.
Yeah, but they kept them. And the Spurs kept winning championships and stuff. So, yeah, what really matters at the end of the day, Russell, you got to have stronger skin, man. You want to win, you got to have tougher skin, dog. But, yeah, it's hard you got to take Marshawn Lynch's statements with a grain of salt because it's not like he doesn't have his own luggage. It'd be different if Marshawn Lynch was like if it was an Emmitt Smith talking or a Barry Sanders. Like, you're talking to Marshawn Lynch. This is the guy that says he went to the locker room at halftime and took a swig of Hennessy and multiple games. Like, this is a different type of character. He from Oakland, for real.
Yeah.
He's a different type of character. So when he says stuff like this, even though I do think some of it is true, I also think, well, Marshawn, you didn't make it easy for anybody. Like, you did your own thing, and I know you had your teammates you were boys with, but I don't think Marshawn just lets anybody in his circle either. So and Russell, I don't think he's ever going to say anything about his teammates. I think he understands, hey, I'm not going to talk bad about the guys I went to war with. There's a certain code in the NFL that you have to have. And shoots. I saw Alex Bregman talking about Carlos Correa, talking about they ain't friends. Somebody asked, "Oh, you're friends with Carlos Correa, right?" With this Twins Astros matchup. Alex Bregman said, "Nah, we ain't friends." Straight up like that. I don't know if he's joking. I don't know.
Correa's a little bit of a hothead.
Yeah.
How about Kobe selling Pau Gasol down the river?
Oh, Kobe. He did it to Shaq too. What he did to Pau?
Told Pau's wife that Pau was out on the road getting busy.
He did that to Pau? I know he did it to Shaq. I know he did it to Shaq. Yeah, that's what, because Shaq was, he needed something because Kobe was out here cheating in Colorado and all that stuff. And then Kobe was like, Shaq out here too. What y'all worried about me for? Shaq out here living crazy too. And Shaq's wife divorced the hell out. At least Kobe stayed with his woman. He bought her that big ass ring, Vanessa, and they worked it out. Shaq, his wife got a divorce and then started Basketball Wives, the show, with his money. Ain't that a bitch? Like, that is cold-blooded. It's one thing to divorce them and just take the money and go live somewhere on an island.
How many times Shaq been divorced?
Wow. I just once. I know he has a couple of baby mamas, but
Shawnee O'Neal. A lot of commercials, man. A lot.
Oh, yeah. The dude's smart. And that's the thing. That's another reason why Kobe was so, salty in a way. Because if Shaq wasn't doing commercials, if Shaq wasn't rapping, Shaq wasn't trying to pretend to be a cop and all this stuff and was in the gym instead of doing all of those things, sure, the Lakers might have had 8 championships, 7, like Jordan and them. Like, it wouldn't have stopped at 3.
Let me tell you. The one state you do not want to get divorced in is California because you pay alimony for the rest of your life.
Oh, yeah.
You want to get divorced in Texas where they cap payments. They cap the payments. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
I wouldn't wish that on anybody. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. Like, seriously, wouldn't wish it on anybody. But do not get divorced in California. Oh, yeah. Good Lord.
Yeah. You taking the risk marrying an NBA player. Women out there, okay, they look attractive. They got great bodies. They're tall. That's all what you look for. But yeah, a lot of other girls like what you like. And
they're in the hotel lobby of every away game.
Every away game, man.
Every single one.
My mama told me her best friend back in the day, which mama, I gotta out you. This is your home girl. You didn't do nothing, so whatever. I'm throwing your home girl under the bus. My mama back in the 80s, her and her home girl back in Houston, when the Boston Celtics would come into town, they knew exactly where Larry Bird was staying. And her homegirl was a huge Larry Bird fan, and they would see him walking around and stuff. I'm like, damn, it was that easy? It was that easy if you wanted it to be. So, yeah, man. And that's Bird. You know, Bird, he kept to himself. You know, he was the type of dude that mowed his own lawn and stuff, and people would take pictures outside like Bird. He wasn't all about that, but there's some dudes, Zion Williamson, that are all about that. So, yeah.
Hey,
man.
I gotta ask you about this. How about Jarrett Elliott recruiting Marcus Spears' daughter, Carrie Spears, the #1 player in the 2025 recruiting class, 6'4" outside hitter. Carrie Spears committed to Texas.
Big time. Yeah, she understands. This is a team that wins national championships. You want to play with the best. So, yeah, why not come here, get a great degree, play some high-quality volleyball, and they're going to be good when we go to the SEC too. So, yeah, I saw that. She got her pops height, that's for sure.
Well, she joins some other daughters of famous, pro athlete parents. My girl, O'Neal.
Yeah.
Oh God, who else? Anyway, Carrie Spears, baby.
Yeah.
Oh man, Zay. I got to figure out how to get my internet back on, man.
Yeah, man.
I'm sweating.
You got a lot to figure out. We don't live too far from one another. I didn't get hit like you did. Man.
I think it melted my router because everything else is working. Like the power's back. My internet is working because I'm using an Ethernet cord from the wall to keep all this going. But the router for all the Wi-Fi is toast. So anyway.
Well,
hey, listen. We love our sponsors. We love them all. And don't forget, kids, to make your plans for Monday night at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Guys, you want to be on point date night. Make a Monday night date night when she's least expecting it. Go get some of the best seafood you've ever had at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. This is the seafood restaurant of our man, Jack Gilmore, who also has given you Jack Allen's Kitchen. He's the greatest guy, first of all. And you want the best seafood, the best oysters, and a place to catch Monday Night Football? See? Be thinking ahead. Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, locations in Austin and Round Rock. Now, tomorrow, Zay, from what I hear from our esteemed leader who I see in the green room, the one and only BK, you are doing a show from 12 to 2 with Kevin Dunn, KD.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
And then the roundtable from Big D Dallas will convene.
Okay, cool, man. Yeah, we're doing it big. We're actually going to be in Dallas. You know what I'm saying? Unlike some people out here trying to represent Texas sports. No, Texas Sports Unfiltered will be here in Dallas. Yeah. Represent.
We'll be at the Harwood Tavern tomorrow, 2 to 5.
Yeah, let them know.
Zay, we didn't do our picks, man. Can we figure out our picks right now or tomorrow?
Dang, man, we going overtime.
We can't do that. We can't do that. We'll do it tomorrow.
We got tomorrow. All right.
Let's text each other and then we'll just announce them on the air.
All right, got you. Got you, man. You be safe going to Dallas, my friend.
All right, man.
All right. Y'all be
Here
cool.
Here comes BK, right?
Yeah.
There he is.
What's up, boys?
The hardest working man in show business.
Hey, yeah, y'all don't expect any overtime pay. So
what? For these 3 minutes?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get off, man.
For these 3 minutes of gold?
Oh shoot, it was gold, but
it's not even worth a can of Olipop.
I can get you some Olipop.
I'm out here buying Olipop. You're giving it to all the staff. I'm like, did I miss the memo? Did I piss you off?
Oh no, I got some for you. I'm bringing some up to Dallas. I'll hand over a couple of cans. What's the cream soda? That's your go-to?
Love it.
Yeah.
I love them all, but I love the cream soda. I love the root beer. Yeah.
Root beer's good.
Yeah.
It's dangerous, man.
Yeah. What you got today, BK? You had a solo flight from 12 to 1.
Yeah, Trey had to go on a school field trip with his kids. I don't know if that qualifies as a good excuse to miss work, but it is an excuse to miss
Father
work.
of the year.
Yeah. But now we're doing a little best of over the next couple of hours. So we're going to replay the interview Mike Hardge did with Earl Campbell yesterday. We're going to replay y'all's interview that you did with Gabe Eichert, the Texas OU preview from a couple of days ago, and a couple of other just good Texas OU related interviews from
you won in our interview with Quan.
Yes, that is on there. Yep, that's one of the 4. I think we've got 4. 2 are from y'all's show. So see, I love y'all. Might not give you all the Olipop, but I'm giving you guys the extra content in this drive time slot. So
there we go.
So that's it over the next couple of hours. So if you missed those interviews or want to watch them again, we got you covered right here.
Did we have Brian Robinson on, Zay?
Was that last week?
Let me see. He was good too.
I missed that one.
Oh yeah. B-Rob.
Last week. That was last week. Kansas game.
Okay.
Yeah. Everything's flowing so fast, man. I'm starting to lose track. That's a good thing. We got some great people on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Yeah, it was Friday. Friday.
Yeah, I'll never forget the halftime of the Wyoming game, right? That was on LHN. And, of course, our guys Griff and B-Rob were on there. And it was Alex Loeb running the show. And at the end of the halftime report, he's like, give me one word to describe the first half of this game. And B-Rob said disturbing. And I thought it was the funniest thing ever.
I mean, B-Rob, if you want laughs, go look up on YouTube his interviews that he did with the Minnesota Vikings, asking every player, what player on our team would you not want your sister to date? And they all said Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
I remember
and then B-Rob goes to Stephon Diggs and is like, hey, man, what's up? Everyone on the team says you're the one that they don't want their sister to date. I mean, it is hilarious. So with that,
yes,
we will hand it off to our esteemed leader. Have a good show.
Appreciate you, BK.
Okay, see you tomorrow in Big D Dallas, baby.
Yes, sir.
Be safe, man.
Absolutely. Appreciate y'all. See y'all tomorrow.
All right.
There they go. And here we go. Little best of Texas Sports Unfiltered as we get closer and closer to kickoff between Texas and Oklahoma. I teased it with the guys a moment ago. We're going to be playing 4 interviews over the next couple of hours. We're going to start with a special one. This was a fantastic conversation. Legendary lifetime Longhorn Earl Campbell joined Hangin with Hardge yesterday. And when Hardge told me he got Earl to say yes to come on the show, I'm like, oh, that's great. That'll be 10 minutes, maybe 15, whatever. We'll take what we can get for maybe the best player in Texas football history and one of the most iconic football figures in the history of the sport. But no, this thing went almost 40 minutes yesterday, and it was some great conversation. So let's make sure we get this thing good to go. We should be ready to roll right here. Without further ado, Hanging with Hardge, featuring the legendary Earl Campbell.
You know he don't give a damn. He gonna run you over and run through you. If you are a big fan of college football, NFL football, he is the one, the only Mr. Tyler Rose, Earl Campbell. Big man, how you doing, sir?
I'm great, man. How you doing?
I'm doing outstanding. First and foremost, thank you so much for joining me right here on Hangin with Hardge, right, part of the Texas Sports Unfiltered Network.
Hey, man, thank you. It's always nice when somebody like yourself asks me to do something like this because it's been years since I was on the gridiron, so to speak.
Hey, but nobody forgets you, Earl. Nobody forgets you. Look, I even broke out my Houston Oilers cap for you today.
You know what? I see that, man. That looks great, too. That bring back fun memories, man.
No doubt about it. First and foremost, I wanted to ask you a little bit about what you've seen on these 40 acres. The running back position is something that has been disrespected a lot across the NFL, and we'll get into that conversation. But what do you see when you look at these running backs right now at the University of Texas, Jonathan Brooks and CJ Baxter?
Well, during the off season, Stark and I was at my son's charity, and he told me, he says, Earl, I think I got the one. I said, what's that? He says, I got some running backs that are unbelievable. So Christian and myself sneaked out and watched them practice one night when tour days was going on. But from what I can see, I think they got some running backs that love to go north and south. And that's what I like. I really enjoy. I think the 1-2 combination is great, but one of them really stands out. I mean, you could tell. And I would say this. I think, like when we played Kansas, even though I'm a Monday morning running back, but I seen some opportunities, man, that look like when they got inside the 20. If I had some running backs like that, I know myself, I would want the ball. Because when I played, that was one thing. When that ball got closer it got to that goal line, I figured it was my time to shine.
And that's what
I'm
thinking.
Backs over there. Those two running backs are really good. Sarkisian has really done an unbelievable and is doing an unbelievable job over there.
Yeah, he's done a great job with these running backs. And I was talking about Jonathan Brooks at the end of last year. I was talking about it when he first came to the university, but he's been behind two great backs. When Bijan Robinson is on the field, you're not getting much opportunity. And then you got Roschon, who came out and did what he was able to do. So he was biding his time, but he was also learning. He was learning those opportunities as well.
From what I can see about college football now, I think your first year, you're getting just kind of the feel. Your second year, you kind of get to play a little bit. And then that third year, because of how the NFL draft is, you really have that 1 year to really shine. But I like what I see with those running backs. I just wish you would, as Zeke would say out of Dallas, I wish they would feed them a little bit more.
We're talking to legendary lifetime Longhorn, Tyler Rose, Earl Campbell, right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Earl, I was sitting, and this is something that Sark has decided that he's going to do. He has started running the football. He has given them more opportunities than what we thought coming into the season. Because the big story was, okay, what are you going to do to replace Bijan Robinson? What are you going to do to replace Roschon? But the other part of it is every single year, he's always had 1,000-yard back. And right now, you're looking at Jonathan Brooks, who's sitting at 597 yards already. And this is a huge, huge week for him to be put on the map on the bigger stage because everybody's going to be watching it. He just won your award, the Earl Campbell Tyler Rose Player of the Week. That's outstanding. And you recognize all the players in the state of Texas that put up great numbers. But when you're watching this kid, doesn't he look like he's getting stronger and stronger later in the games as opposed to at the very beginning?
I think that as a running back, I think they, the first two quarters are pretty good. The third quarter was. But when you're like a horse and get really lathered up, I always figured that fourth quarter was all about me. And I think that's the way those running backs over there at Texas are. And I just said, I made a statement a few minutes ago. I just think they need to be given the ball a little bit more. I like what Sarkisian is doing. But I think as I said before, when you get close to that goal line, I think it's too crowded down there to be passing. I would like to see them give the running backs more of an opportunity.
Yeah, I believe that is something that we all want to see. I know we talked a lot about Jonathan Brooks and what he's been able to bring to the table, but one of the main guys, the number one recruit for Texas last year, was a guy named CJ Baxter out of Florida. He's a good-looking back. He's been dinged up a little bit, but what do you see in him? Because he looks like he's going to be a load to take down once he starts getting his feet up underneath him.
I think when Jonathan Brooks and those guys get out of there, I think that's where he's going to come and display. Next year, I believe, a little bit more this year too. He'll get a little playing time, but I think next year it's going to be all about him.
Yeah, I think a lot of Texas fans have been waiting on that. Sark hadn't truly said that Brooks is his number one back because he always mentioned CJ in the conversation. Yes. But I believe that everybody's watching Jonathan grow right before our very eyes.
I think it's great that he has those running backs like that because once they get out there, they know they're going to have to shine. They want to do their best to keep his attention and they want to produce. And I think it's great to have them competing against one another like that.
Yeah, because when you have that kind of competition, iron sharpens iron, and that's something that we all want to see. I wanted to talk to you a little bit, too, about what you've seen from Quinn Ewers. You talked about Sark and what he's been able to do and the way he's recruited, and he schemes up the game plan so well and getting guys open. But one of the questions this year was, what is Quinn going to be in year number 2 in this offense? And right now, he's playing some damn good football, and he's even doing it with his legs. I didn't think he could run like that.
Yeah, I didn't either. I didn't see that last year in him, but this year he's put his legs on display. I think UT got a ways to go, but I think they're gelling at the right time. I think Stark is doing a really good job with those young men. And, the fans kind of was on Stark a little bit these last 2 years, but he told them when he came here it's about a 3 to 4 year process. And now I think he's giving us that process. They can only get better. I think this weekend is a very, very good big stage, and everybody wants to be on it. If you want to be big time and be on stage, this is your chance.
What are some of your memories? What are some of your memories in this game? Because obviously this is a long-standing tradition, guys going at each other. Everybody hates up north and everybody north hates the south. And so there's always some battles. But what are some of your memories from this game?
Well, my deal was I never did a lot of talking about it. I just wanted to get out there and play. But my first year as a freshman, I was in the OU game, and, I was running the ball, and these guys tackled me from OU. And in my head, I said, man, them guys, they got mustache and beards, some grown men. And what I'm talking about is Selman, Leroy, Lucius, and D-Roy. I played against all 3 of them. And that's when I found out that it was all about that one game. That one game can make an athlete and it can break an athlete. If you want to be on the big stage, that's one. And I like to say to Brent Musburger, a lot of people don't know who that is. And I know you being in the business, you know who that was. But
yes, sir.
I remember my senior year, after the game, and I had a chance to watch all the films and stuff, and Brent Musburger said, now that's a Heisman Trophy run. And that game right there started my Heisman Trophy roll. And that's thanks to Brent Musburger. I mean, that OU game, it's some snot flying, and the best of the best is going to come to play.
And that's what it's all about. That's why people sign up and go to both of these schools.
Oh,
you know
yes, sir,
what the stage is.
I keep saying, you want to be on a big stage, you got it. And I think the thing the guys at Texas need to understand, every week at the University of Texas, when you step on that field, whether you're at home or not, everybody in the country wants to be Texas. And that was one thing Darryl Royal and Fred Akers, that's one thing they expressed to us. I had no doubt I was on, every game I played in front of 90,000 people. And everybody wanted to beat us in the Southwest Conference. And it was great because in my mind, I wanted to always feel like I had something to prove. I had something to accomplish. After you get through with one goal, you sit yourself, bounce right back into another one. So that every week was great for me. I loved that competition.
And the competition didn't love playing against you because they knew you was going to come through with them thighs and that stiff arm and making sure that they knew that they paid for every time that they tackled you.
I think the late Jim Brown, when him and I got to be very good friends. When I started watching films and getting the little clips of him, I never was a very good dancer in my family, but I could go north and south. And after watching Jim Brown and having the chance to be friends with him and talk to him about what was going on his mind in certain situations, that's what I wanted to be. My deal was to be the next best Jim Brown.
And you got to spend a lot of time with Jim Brown and getting to know him and understanding who he is. What did Jim Brown mean to you?
I mean, I would like to say it was more than a big brother, because a lot of people forget Jim Brown I think it was CBS he used to work for. So when I was in college, I would say about Coach Ken Dabbs, who recruited me at the university. He got a hold of he knew I liked Jim Brown. He got me a tape of that. And I used to take that tape in the dorm and just go back and forwards watching Jim. And that's what I would try to imitate myself. But we was more than friends. A lot of people don't remember, but he used to work, I believe, for CBS. Right. So he would always call me like that Wednesday or Thursday or pick me up at the airport. And I used to pick him up. I used to have a van called Skull Brother. And he would always talk about that van. But Jim and I was very good friends, and we miss him. But I learned a lot. And I learned a lot from Jim about just off the football field, how to handle yourself, things like that.
No doubt about it. We're talking to legendary lifetime Longhorn, Earl Campbell. And Earl Campbell is one of three Texas Longhorns to ever go #1 overall. Tommy Nobis, Earl Campbell, and my good friend Kenneth Sims out of Casa, Texas. He told me to tell you hello. I had lunch with him on Friday.
Oh, yeah, Big Sims, he's good.
Yeah.
I tell you, playing at the university, and you talked about going #1 in the draft and all that, but more importantly, I was never worried about what goes on the football field. Thanks to the good Lord, I could take care of that. But what I wanted to do is I wanted to make sure I understood what was going on in that communication, which is where I got my degree from. Now is a school, Moody School of Communications. But back then in the day, I got my degree from the School of Communication. And that's where I could always tell something good was going on in that building, because you major in something, so you're always in that building. And I was always in the School of Communication building because that was my major, but they also filmed Austin City Limits down there. Man, I could sneak in there every now and then because I was over there in the building and see who was playing and all that. That was a great experience going to that school.
And that's where you and Willie Nelson became really good friends, correct?
Yes, because Coach Arroyo, you may see Charlie Daniels, Merle Haggard, you may see Charlie Pride, the Gatlin brothers, Janet Fricker, just whoever Coach Roy wanted to bring to practice. And what happened is Royal was telling us about, you can't grow a beard, you can't wear no mustache. Man, as a brother putting that shin trap on you, that would irritate your skin. So I was saying, gee, how can he be telling us that? And look how this dude he's running around with. This man had hair everywhere, and he would go in our dining hall. But one of the main things I never will forget about Willie Nelson, my sophomore year, he was at practice one day, and him and Coach Roy were going to the dining hall like everybody else. So he was kind of by himself walking in. I guess Roy told him I'd be on later, and I watched him behind a building. And there was some students on campus stopped him. And he gave everybody an autograph and said, thank you. I was watching that. And that's why I got a lot of that from him. I wanted to take time out for people. I couldn't sign everybody's autograph, but I would like to leave in their mind. At least I tried. And then, just over the years, we got to be friends. During this coronavirus, this lady called me. And she called me 3 times, and I would just hang up the phone. I said, listen, I told you I don't have time for this. She says, oh, hold that 4th time. She said, listen, please listen to me, Campbell, Mr. Campbell. I said, okay, what do you want? She said, I've been calling you, and this is my 4th time, and you always kind of hang up and like you don't want to be bothered. But what I'm doing is I'm up at Willie Nelson out here in Briarcliff. I said, oh, yeah, I know that. She says, and he requested that we get in contact with you and have you in this documentary. And I hung up on the lady 4 times. So I went out and I did the documentary for him. Willie's a nice guy. He's done a lot for America.
Yeah, he's always been around and always, everybody talks about him here locally. He's always out in the community doing his fundraising and a lot of his charity work. So if everybody ever say anything bad about Willie, there's going to be hell to pay.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he's a good guy. But at Texas, a lot of people talk about the football part of life, but there was so many great things happen, like the orange and white game. Right after the orange and white game, as soon as we came out the field that same weekend was the Texas relays, they was getting ready. So on top of the stadium, they would have a fish fry all the time. And I would go up there and mess around with them guys. But 1 or 2 times, if I remember right, the last 3 years I was at Texas, the Special Olympics was in our stadium. And Coach Royal and Coach Fred Akers really did demand you do it, but they just kind of suggest you do it. And like go over to the Special Olympics and see if you can help out with the kids, And that's why I learned to work with Special Olympic kids. And when I got down to Houston, it was a guy that named a restaurant named on Main Street called Angelo's. And he had a special daughter. And every year we would have an oyster eating contest. And I didn't eat oysters, but I was always there. And then the jeweler on Westheimer was a guy named Ray Fenneman. And he had a special daughter. So when I learned at Texas working with Special Olympics, I worked with those 2 guys that they had 2 daughters that was special. So you learn a lot about football and all that at UT, but you also learn how to be a good human being.
I wanted to ask you that because, you obviously could have went to any school in the country. You were lauded by everybody. What made you decide to come to the University of Texas?
I'll be very honest with you. My mother, who raised 7 boys and 7 girls, and I think I was number 7 in the family. If it hadn't been for the racial problems in the 60s and early 70s, my 2 older brothers was better athletes than I were, but they just didn't get the chance. So when people were recruiting me, my mother was telling me, how to handle myself. And Make sure you don't take anything free from the white man because nothing is free in life. And here goes some of those coaches. My mother's telling me that. And some of these guys is telling me, we'll buy you a car, we'll buy you clothes, we'll do this. And I was saying, but my mother said, don't take that. Not. So Darryl Royal, Coach Royal was the big chief, but who really, from the University of Texas, took care of Earl Campbell was a guy named Ken Dabbs. Ken Dabbs was responsible for bringing all of us great black athletes to the university, as well as other guys too. And what he did was he told me that, Earl, I had a chance and I coached a guy that you kind of heard of him, and I got a break to come to Westlake High School to coach. And then Coach Royer found out about me and brought me over here. And be honest, to me, Coach Dad was in charge of bringing all the great football players to Texas. And I was one of them that he brought to Texas. But him and Coach Royer was talking to me about education, about doing the right thing. And if you need tutors, you can get tutors. If you much food as you want, we have a dining room table, and all that kind of stuff. And then these other guys were saying over here to my left, we're going to buy you a car, we're going to give you clothes, we'll take care of you. And my mother, I decided to go her way. And I prayed about it, and I don't regret that I came to the University of Texas. I believe coming to the University of Texas was one of the greatest things that ever happened to me in my life. It's so many things. I mean, I had an opportunity to work with the great Joe Jamel in Houston, was my lawyer. I have a chance to work with Bob Greer, who is the president and run Cullen Bank. And the Cullen people in Houston, even though Mr. Greer was a Texan, Cullen Bank people gave their money to the University of Houston. So I had a chance to work with people like that who didn't need my money, but helped me to take my money and make money. And I understood, going to a meeting every month to talk about the finances and what was going on off the football field, things like that. All that happened because I came to the University of Texas.
And the network that you created is undeniable. You got the field named after you. There's so many different things. You got your statue over there as well. The University of Texas truly, truly appreciates you. And obviously,
well, I think this, back to that football field, what happened during Corona, I was sitting in my game room. I never will forget where I'm sitting now. And it was one Sunday afternoon, and I never will forget that because I love golf. And the Byron Nelson, they had just come back. That was the first tournament. And my phone rang, and I answered, and it was Dar Jamel. And I knew that voice, and I'm saying to myself, what? I haven't been nowhere. I haven't signed nothing. I didn't have any business. Because that's when Dar got to get me out of trouble. I signed. Then I go to Dar. Because he's my lawyer, and that's Joe Jamel's son.
Yes, sir.
And he says, Earl, I got something to talk to you. His voice kind of changed. And I said, okay, Dar, what is it? He said, my brother Randall and the other brother. I said, yeah. He said, well, three of us has had a meeting, and we made a decision that Dad is gone, and Dad's name is on that football field. I want to talk to you about, we three had a meeting, and we voted to put you and Ricky Williams' name on the football field if you would accept that. I said, man, you gotta be kidding me. He said, no, I'm serious. He said, but listen, if you agree, I got to call Ricky. I said, man, it would be my honor to have that done. And that's how the football field got named Earl Campbell, because of Joe Jamel's three sons, Dar, Randall. And Rob. But I met those people like the very first time I met Joe Jamel and Darryl Royer. I didn't know who he was. But check this out. We played Austin Reagan in the Astrodome in Houston, and we beat the living hell out of Austin. But I didn't understand. That's why I was going to school. And Austin Reagan is in Austin. So after the game in the Astrodome, of course, we beat them and won the state championship. It was this guy had an Apple hat on, and he had this real nice leather jacket on. Leather jackets was in style.
Right.
So I had pulled off my jersey, and I was trying to do my shoulder pads, and there was some guys behind me said, "My goodness, look at that body." I said, hey. Wait a minute. That was George Jamel and Darryl Royer. And that was my first time meeting either one of them. And he said, "We're going to be talking to you about coming to the university." You know, man, okay, I'll be there. But they was looking at my body, and I thought it was something else. And then turned out, I got very interested in that leather coat Joe was wearing. And lo and behold, we turned out to be very good friends. And Jamel family is part of the Campbell family. And it's an honor to have that football field named Earl Campbell and Ricky Williams. And Ricky is a great guy. And he did things that, just like myself, that the university is real proud of.
No doubt.
If you notice one thing, and this is how I tried to do it, especially when I got out of football. I started kind of looking at that bubble about the guys that play at UT and what happens to them after they leave UT. And then I compared him to somebody like the opponent we was going to play this weekend. And a lot of those black guys that played at Texas, they going to do great things. And not talking about Oklahoma, but I bet you the guys that go to UT does a hell of a lot better in life than those guys at Oklahoma. Even though Billy Sims and we all friends, we all run around together. Like, people would be amazed if they knew that Tony Dorsett, up until Corona, we didn't get to do it because Corona came in, but he had stayed on my ranch and slept in my mom's house that I built for her. And Tony did that for about 8 years. And he was out to me the other night. We was at a deal in Dallas. He said, "Hey, why don't I go with you down to that ranch no more?" I said, "Hey, man, this year something bad happened, and I was traveling. I didn't get a chance to pick you up. But next year, we'll pick it back up." So we all hang around with one another.
It's funny that you bring up those two guys because I wanted to ask you about a couple players in this position. First, before I get into those guys, why is it that the running back position is being so disrespected right now? You guys are a major part of the success of every football team, but now they don't want to pay the running back because they say their shelf life is too short.
Well, I think this. You heard me talk about earlier when you get down close to the goal line, when that ball hit the 20-yard line, I figured that was my chance to shine. And every time I had the ball in my hand, I tried to make sure they knew that I wanted it the next time. Because of the running back in this passing game, I think it's nice to pass the football. But as you get closer to that goal line, I think it's getting a little bit crowded down there. So why not put your guy like Earl to work? And why don't they put those two young men that they got at Texas to work now? I said at Schultz's Bill Gordon last Saturday, and me and this guy was just talking. And I said, if he keep throwing that football down there, something bad's going to happen. We had to kick a couple of field goals. And you got two great running backs back there. Why not let them have a chance? I believe that no matter what happens in a football game, you're going to need that running back because you just can't throw. You got to run the ball.
And
But,
that's how the game ends.
what happened is when you got a guy like Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, them guys can run it or throw it. I mean, that's nice to do too, but I still think you need that running back. I tell you what happened this weekend. You watch and see how many times they be throwing that ball. They're going to be running that ball because that's what this game is all about.
Yeah, they said that the team with the most rushing yards in this game have won 18 of the last 22 games. And Texas right now is running the ball very, very well. They got them big fellas up front opening them holes, and they got them 2 running backs in the backfield, including adding a third one when we put out there Quinn Ewers that's been elusive out there. I don't know where them legs came
that's
from.
good too, but I want to know what's going to happen with a guy named Whittington out there. That Jordan Whittington, that's a dirty guy. That guy there, he likes to do everything. Block, he can catch passes. That's a great little fellow there. He's a good football player.
I like him a lot. I think we need to get him involved a little bit more. And
I think that in the past, what has happened, look like for some reason, when we start playing Oklahoma, that's when, from then on to the season, look like that's when Jordan goes to work.
Like you said, get on that stage. Get on that stage. Everybody's got to be built for that stage. I want to ask you about a couple more running backs. Walter Payton. When you hear his name, what do you think about?
Man, I had a chance because I played football with the great Robert Zeal and a guy named Vernon Perry. Those guys was on the same team with Walter at Jackson State.
Yes, sir.
So I had a chance to play Walter, and it's a famous picture out there. People would think we're talking about football, but we're really talking about Brazil, Vernon Perry. And I'm laughing. And I mean, what a great guy, man. He wasn't that big, but man, he was powerful, that little guy.
Mm-hmm.
He was unbelievable. I think that's one right there in the books with the Jim Browns and Gail Searles and guys like that as well.
Roosevelt Leaks.
Man, Roosevelt was the reason I came to the university. Rosie was the reason I ended up majoring in speech communication. Because one day he asked me when I was a freshman, say, "You want to take an EG class?" I said, "Yeah, man, what is it?" He said, "Get in that speech class." I got in the speech class the first day of school. The lady says it was a Monday, Wednesday, Friday course. Everybody that alphabets in and C, I want you all to have me a 5-minute speech ready for Wednesday. That was me, Campbell. And this little redhead lady, I found out she was from the British over there, and she would talk funny. So after I gave my speech, she says, "Everybody leave class but Mr. Campbell." She asked me, was I serious about this class or was I playing? Because I got up there and told them everything about how to be a fullback. Roosevelt gypped me into getting in that class. He told me to get in that class if I want to take his course. And I listened. That's why I ended up majoring in speech communication. That lady would have me come over after practice. She put a camera in front of me, camera behind me, camera over by my ears. She said, that's how I learned how to talk and how to do interviews and stuff. Was from that lady. So thanks to Roosevelt Leaks.
That is awesome. Ricky Williams.
One day after I retired from football, Ricky was still playing football, and Jamel called me. Said, "Earl, Joe, Big Daddy." I said, "Yeah." He said, "I want you to bring Ricky Williams down here to see me." I said, He said, "He knows he's coming to see me. I told him you was going to drive him down here." I picked Ricky up on the side street down there on 6th Street somewhere. Back then was my drinking days, so we had a few beers riding down and we were talking about it. So he got up to Joe's office and Joe said, hey, bring him on in here because he's done some things just like you. And that was my relationship beginning with Ricky Williams. And he comes over to the house. He was over here doing that field getting named after me and him.
Mm-hmm.
My son Christian had him, and we had talked for about 3 or 4 hours. And he says, hey, Ricky want to know why you put him out. I said, I didn't put him out. I just didn't have no more to say. Ricky's a great guy, man. I wish more people would have a chance to sit down kind of like this and get to know him. He's a good people.
We'll make that happen. Cedric Benson.
Man, Cedric is in there again with those great runners like Ricky and myself. Unfortunately, Cedric had some unfortunate things happen to him at a young age, and I'm not just talking about that accident.
Yes, sir.
Some people, of course, every running back coming to Texas can't be like Earl Campbell or Ricky Williams. I mean, time has changed. They got different things they do. And Benson was one of those guys that he was just a little bit different, but he was productive at what he had to do.
Yes, sir. And Bijan Robinson.
Oh, man, that's a great young man. I think he's got a chance to do great things in the pros, and I think the Falcons is handling him just right, Instead of just throwing him out there all by himself, they bring him in and do this and do this, and he's been successful at it. But I don't think he's running back like Ricky and myself that you want to just put in there and take that pound and down after down. But I think the way the Atlanta Falcons is using him is good.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching Bijan grow, the maturity.
Yes.
He talked about the relationship that he had with you and how you and Ricky were like his big mentors and being able to teach him some of the things on the field, but mostly the things off the field. And that's what I know that you take a lot of pride in. I want to ask you before I let you go, there's 2 people that I've become really good friends with, and I know that they are special to you, and that's Tyler and Christian. Your boys, they help you with everything. They run the business. Tyler is doing all those great speaking engagements, and I saw you at his foundation and everything. And then obviously Christian, what he does is second to none. So talk a little bit about your boys.
I think I'll sum it up like this. That was a period of my life, I got off the beaten path a little bit, I guess. And that included Budweiser, tequila, and a few pain pills. My wife tried to do it, but she couldn't do it. So my 2 boys sit me down and had a talk with me, and lo and behold, that's why I'm sitting here now, because if I hadn't listened to them, I would be an Alcohol Anonymous to this day, but I don't think I'd be here sitting talking to you like we're talking. So those 2 guys saved their dad's life by getting him some help for that alcohol and pain pills. And I always tell them they don't ever have to give me another present. That was the best. That right there was good enough to save my life. I think everybody that have children, and I think it's even more with the ones of us that are in the limelight or the public figures. We all want to see our children grow and do positive things. And those 2 young men now are keeping the Camel tradition alive because they're doing great things.
They always are. They always speak highly of you. They always are looking out, and they always believe in giving back to the community as well. You get what you put in. And that's what you
what
got.
it's all about.
That's what it's all about. I cannot thank you enough for taking the time today. I know I kept you a little long, but I definitely appreciate it. I wanted to let you know that my father-in-law, I think I told you this before, he's got all your jerseys. He got a helmet. He tells me every day that you are the baddest man on earth. And I also want to show you this. I had this picture right here.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Who is that? Scale?
Yeah, it is Scale.
Scale did something with the gas stations down in Houston, and that's how that picture came.
Yeah. And Kenneth Sims is actually the one who gave that to me. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate the time. And what's your prediction for the game this weekend besides Payne on the other side?
I don't know. I don't know the score, but I think that this game here, you don't have to ask for them to play good. I think it just automatically happens. I think it's going to be a great ball game. I think it's a great contestants, and I think we'll come out on top.
No doubt about it. Mr. Campbell, I thank you. Thank you so much for taking the time, and have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Thank you. Have a great time.
Appreciate it.
All right. How about that? The legendary lifetime Longhorn, Earl Campbell, with Hangin with Hardge yesterday. Nearly 40 minutes of great conversation. Some incredible stories from Earl Campbell, telling stories from his playing days, talking about the Texas OU game, talking about some of his favorite running backs in Texas and NFL history. That was really, really cool to see and hear. All right, the best of Texas Sports Unfiltered continues as we get you set for the Red River Shootout. Coming up right now, a conversation from Chip and Zay. A couple of days ago, they brought on former Oklahoma offensive lineman and current OU sideline reporter Gabe Eichard to preview this game from the Oklahoma side. Check it out.
Bring in the one and only Gabe Eichard. Gabe, you are, I was just talking about your exploits. You are a Sirius XM radio star. You are the sideline reporter for Oklahoma football broadcast. You do a podcast with Teddy Lehman that is hilarious. In fact, I think I actually retweeted your podcast segment after Texas beat Alabama, saying, "Oh bleep, Texas is pretty good at football." How you doing, my man?
I am doing well. Now, this is legitimately like a holiday week for my family. I mean, I'm born and raised in Oklahoma City, grew up an OU fan, lifelong OU fan, was fortunate enough to go play there. OU Texas weekend is a big deal in the Eichard household. So, man, I am fired up for this matchup, and I think one of the best parts of it for OU's football team, for Texas' football team, for all the fans involved, it feels big again, right? This year. I mean, this is the biggest it's felt in a long, long time. It's always big, right? But game day there, Texas, arguably the best team in the country. OU are very, a much improved football team from a year ago, just outside the top 10. This is how OU Texas is supposed to feel. And I am fired up about it, boys.
Yeah. Oh, it's the greatest. It is the greatest. You and I share this, Gabe. This is the greatest game day atmosphere in sports, not just college football. It's sports. I've been to Super Bowls, Final Fours, national, NBA Finals. This is the best. There's nothing like it. And it's because that Cotton Bowl is split right at the 50. Texas players this week saying it's a home and away game at once because they come running out of the tunnel, drowned in booze like they've never heard. And by the time they get to the 50, they're like heroes coming out of the Coliseum. So it is the best. If anyone's listening who is on the fence about going to the game, go to the game. You will not regret it. You will
be prepared for chaos, but
Yes.
go to the game.
Yeah. Yeah, you see a couple shoulder bumps because everything's so tight, Gabe, with the state fair and stuff, and people trying to get around. And I've seen some shoulder bumps with Texas and OU fans. Now I'm like, oh man, that could have easily been a squabble. But
my favorite part, by far, my favorite part of the OU Texas experience are the people that are at the fair that didn't know the game was that day somehow. Like they live under a rock. And they're walking around with like their 4 or 5 kids, and they're like, wait, why is everyone wearing burnt orange and crimson? What's going on here? Why are there so many people? You see, there's like a handful of people that have no idea what's going on. They don't follow college football. I always love finding those people in the fair crowd because they look so confused and so miserable, and I love it.
Okay, Gabe, I know you've got your own radio show coming up at 2, so we've got a limited time with you, but you and I talked a little bit earlier in the season about Oklahoma's defense. And of course, you get an up close look. This defense Oklahoma's the only team right now in FBS that is top 5 in scoring offense and scoring defense. The defense, it seems, is for real. And if you could just talk about what stands out about this defense, because I thought it was interesting. Steve Sarkisian said with Brent Venables, he carries a lot and he uses it all, and you don't know what you're going to get. So maybe you could interpret for us.
Yeah. So, well, from Sark's perspective, I think he's talking about it from a game plan perspective. You only have so much time with your guys during the week, right? You've got a 20-hour rule. Brent Venables is going to throw a 4-man front at you. He's going to throw a bear front at you. He's going to play some 3-4. He's going to play some 3-3-5. There's going to be elaborate pressures. Like, it's impossible to practice it all. And that, I think that's what he means when he says, hey, Venables, he carries everything, right? The guy is constantly in the lab just coming up with some crazy stuff. And it can be difficult to really get a beat on how you think Venables is going to attack you defensively. So there is a chess match between Sark and Venables heading in this football game, which I think Sark is arguably the best offensive mind in college football. And I think Venables is obviously arguably one of the best defensive minds in college football. So that's fun, right? I mean, that's fun. That's another fun angle to this football game. But when you look at Oklahoma's defense, there's just no doubt it's better than what we saw from a year ago. And just being able to talk to some of the players about it, they're all way more comfortable in the system. It's a complex system. It takes time, right? It takes repetitions. That's practice. That's games. And then it also takes time when a team does some things that they hadn't put on tape, which is what happened in the Iowa State game, right? Especially with their run game. They came out, they've been running zone all year. They come out running counter and running pin pull stuff, and OU's defense had to adjust. But they have more experiences in the scheme now to fall back on, right? Where you can say, and this happens, you can say, oh, this is what they're doing. Remember, go back to what SMU was doing. We're going to treat it that way. And you've got veteran guys that can now recall those experiences, and they're tackling much better, especially in open space, and the defensive line is playing at a higher level. They do not have this year. They don't have a guy that's going to be like an early round draft pick on the defensive line. But what they do have is 2 deep at each spot on that front 4, guys that have played a lot of football, guys that are experienced, and there's not a big drop-off between the first team and the second team. There's really not much of a drop-off at all. Do they have a Tavondre Sweat? No. They ain't got a guy like that. But they've got guys that play with good technique, good physicality. They play good team defense. And then you've got a couple difference makers out there in Stutzman, who's playing at all-American level, and then Woody Washington playing really well at corner. Gentry Williams, he's a young player, but he's starting to look like he's going to be a star for Oklahoma. And then you got a lot of talent in the back end of the defense, with Billy Bowman and Key Lawrence and Reggie Pearson, and Peyton Bowen is getting better each week. So the defense as a whole is better. From a personnel standpoint, I know they're not where Venables wants them to be, but they're addressing that on the recruiting trail. They're going to continue to attack the transfer portal, but there's just no debating it. They haven't played great offenses. I'm not going to act like they have, but you can only play who's on your schedule, and they've been much improved this season.
Yeah, Gabe, one thing that's synonymous with Texas OU in the recent years is just the coaching changes with Brent Venables going to OU and Steve Sarkisian coming in, Venables being in year 2 and Sark being in year 3. And obviously it's different with Lincoln Riley and the success he had, and kind of grass is greener while Tom Herman got fired. But just seeing that culture shift for Brent Venables, you're really starting to see it in year 2. And you just mentioned they might not play the best offenses, but that team that I saw put up 50 against Iowa State, that's a solid club that this Texas team definitely has to be worried about. What's the difference have you seen in year 1 for Brent Venables to year 2 now?
I think it's just everything feels more organized, and it just everything feels less chaotic out there on the field, right? Especially defensively. Last year, you go back and watch that defense. Before the opponent was about to snap the ball, there's a lot of talking going on. There's guys running. You're just like, okay, what the hell is going on? And this year, the communication is clear. The defense is set. They're ready to play, right? And that stuff matters. Now, as far as Venables, I think it's a classic case of you don't know until you do it, right? With being a head coach, and I think he's done a better job this year of delegating some of the other stuff to guys on the staff, and he's really focused himself on the defense, right? He was, I'm not going to say embarrassed, because embarrassed is a strong word, but he was pissed with how that defense looked a year ago. So he's been more involved defensively. He's more involved day to day and on game day, right? You'll see it on Saturday. The offense will be out on the field. It'll be 2nd and 9. Dylan Gabriel will be catching a snap, and Brent Venables is nowhere to be seen because he's in the defensive huddle going through cards, drawing stuff up on the whiteboard. And he's got guys like Matt Wells and Seth Luttrell who have lived that head coaching life, right, that he trusts to manage the game when he's doing his thing, what he's best at, right? And that's defense. I think that's given him some new, like he's a little more energized. And then I think the roster is just in a better spot. Yeah. Right? I think that's made a big difference for Venables. Once again, it's not where they want it to be, but they've got more guys that kind of fit the culture that they want to have. And they've got some better players, honestly. So that's extremely helpful. And then Dylan Gabriel's played really good football. That also helps team success.
Well, that's where I wanted to go, Gabe. The OU offense, Dylan Gabriel putting up crazy numbers. He's number 6 nationally in pass efficiency. And he's got receivers who are catching the football. I mean, guys, 2 guys came in the portal, Andrew Anthony from Michigan, Brennan Thompson from Texas, to go along with Jaleel Farouk and Drake Stoops and Nick Anderson. This guy, all he does is catch touchdowns.
That's it, Chip. Touchdowns only for Nick Anderson. No,
I mean, tell me about this offense and how it's humming.
It's going to be the key to this game for OU. Is the passing attack. This is the best place to start, I think. OU's running game, it's okay. They just have not been able to produce explosive runs, right? You look at Texas's offense. For the most part, right, you're seeing 4 and 5, 6-yard runs. But then you see the type of runs that Jonathan Brooks was ripping off against Kansas. That's what gets you to that big yards per carry number. Those 40, 50, 60 yarders where you make the defense pay for misfitting something, right? Or you just block the hell out of them and it works out perfectly and the lane opens up and you hit it downhill a million miles an hour like Brooks did against the Jayhawks. OU hasn't had those runs. And I don't all of a sudden think that they're going to start having them against the best defense they've played, right? Especially the best defensive line that they've played in Texas. So I think Dylan Gabriel in this passing attack, I think that's going to be the key for OU offensively. And you look at the wide receivers, that was a big question mark coming into the year. Like, did they have a guy? And now we're sitting here going, wide receiver may be the best position group on the entire football team. With what they've shown, I think Nick Anderson's the most physically gifted out of all those guys. He just tall, long, strong, fast. Andrew Anthony has, as I've watched him this year, I just scratch my head and go, what the hell? Why did Michigan not throw this guy the ball? Like it makes no sense when you watch how crisp of a route runner he is with that speed that he's got. He's also really physical, blocking out on the perimeter and some of their RPO stuff where they just throw it wide, or even in the run game. He's been really good. Farouk is just a guy, I believe you got to get the ball in his hands. He's shaped more like a running back, and they find a lot of different ways to get him the football. The athleticism that Texas has in the back end of the defense, I don't think he's going to run by any of those guys, but he's a crisp route runner, and he's good after the catch. Drake Stoops is Mr. Reliable. I mean, he's just a physical football player, bunch of important third down catches, right? You know, the quick stuff, I think that in Texas throws a lot of it, right? Ewers just catches the ball, throws it out wide real quick. And the wide receivers are blocking for the other guy. They throw quite a bit of that stuff to Drake Stoops. He finishes those plays with physicality. Yeah, the wide receiver group has been solid. And Jaden Gibson is all of a sudden starting to make some plays. And he's 6'5" and long and competitive. And I think that you look at how he can be used. He's a big red zone target, but he's starting to round out as, you know, kind of a more complete wide receiver. So wide receiver, when you look at OU's team this year, I think it's been the most pleasant surprise on the entire football team.
Gabe, when you look at this Texas roster, offense, defense, special teams, etc., what scares you most going into this game on Saturday?
All of it. There's a lot of OU people, right? And I love the OU fan base to death, but if you aren't acknowledging how good and how talented this Texas team is, you're just lying to yourself, man. I personally, with what I've seen on tape, and I watch a lot of tape, right? My wife falls asleep like 2 hours before I do, and I just sit in bed and I just watch. Texas is the best football team I've seen all season long. With what I have seen up to this point, through 5 weeks in the season, I think they're the best team in the country. And you look at it starts on the offensive line and defensive line. Now, I don't know what was going on with Kelvin Banks against Kansas. I'm just going to choose to believe that was an aberration. That's as bad as I've seen that young man play. That was weird. Maybe he was sick. I don't know. I don't expect it to happen again, though. But O-line is solid. They're physical. They're athletic. They play well together. Got 2-3 really good running backs. And then you've got arguably the best wide receiver core in the nation. And maybe the best tight end in the nation, even though what's the latest on Sanders? That looked bad, man. I'd be shocked if he played.
I think if he plays, he's going to be limited.
I think he's a first round type of guy. Right? I think he's that good. Everyone's looking for a mismatch at the tight end spot in the NFL. If they don't have him, that's a big loss for Texas, because I thought that was a spot. Jatavion. I think it's Ian, right? It's not Ian. It's Jatavion.
Yeah. Jatavion.
He goes. Oklahoma would have had a really tough time covering him with a guy like Dasan McCullough. That is like covering a guy that athletic, I don't think that would have been a great matchup for McCullough. And then if they go with the smaller guy at the cheetah position, you know, a guy like Kendall Dolby or Peyton Bowen, then you got a size problem, right? So him being out, I think it does eliminate what I would have considered a big problem area for Oklahoma's defense in this game. But Xavier Worthy and Adonai Mitchell, those two dudes are problems enough, okay? I mean, Ewers is playing well, too. I know a lot of people want to talk about, hey, he makes mistakes when he's under pressure. Yeah, so do all the other quarterbacks. That's what happens when guys are under pressure. But where has this come from, gentlemen? What's going on?
The weight loss,
man's got
man.
wheels.
The weight
he gave
loss,
up Chick-fil-A for salmon. Gabe, he lost 18 pounds. He's been working out with, I don't know, the track team, I guess.
He's diving for pylons on naked bootlegs on the goal line. I mean, look at you go, Quinn Ewers. Now he's playing good ball. But we all know what he can do with his arm. Now, some of the things he's doing when he sees man coverage, he sees those defensive backs turn their back and run with wide receivers. He sees a little daylight. He's extending drives. That's tough on a defense, man. You're thinking this guy's a pocket guy only. He's a pocket guy only. We don't have to worry about his legs. And all of a sudden, he's picking up 3rd and 9. That can be crippling for a defense. It can be frustrating. So their offense looks great, and Sark is one of the best in the business when it comes to creating matchups and getting guys one-on-ones and letting them go win, with speed. Yeah. That's what I think this thing's going to come down to. It's like, who can produce more explosive plays? And if you're Oklahoma, like, you have to minimize the we're talking long touchdowns. You got to make Texas execute in the red zone, right? Down when the field is condensed and the speed's not as big of a deal, right? You have to make them execute at a high level down there. Especially, you force some field goals. Bert Auburn's not kicking it well right now.
Nope.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right.
I got a lot of thoughts on this game, obviously. I've watched a lot of both of these teams.
Yeah. Well, special teams wise, Gabe, how is OU? Because it looks like the field goal kickers hitting the field goals. There's some return action for a touchdown. How would you size up special teams?
Strength and a weakness right now for Oklahoma. I think the return game has been solid. Gavin Freeman, their punt returner, took one back, his first touch of the season in the opener. He'll take some risks, right? He's a guy that he doesn't get many opportunities out there. So if you kick it to him, don't expect him to fair catch it. You better be ready to cover if you're Texas's punt unit. OU has not punted the ball well. They have a continuing punting battle going on still, and neither guy's been very good. That has been a weak spot for the Sooners. Kicking game, Zach Schmidt has been okay. I don't think he's hitting the ball particularly well. He's had multiple mishit kickoffs. He had one in the Iowa State game where it went out of bounds. That stuff cannot happen, right? But OU they have blocked a couple punts, right? They blocked a couple punts. If Texas has shown a weakness there, they are going to try to attack it. And that's just been proven. They're going to come up with something and try to attack any weakness they see from an opposing punt unit. So kind of up and down special teams wise, like some really good stuff and then some stuff where you go, I'll just be real with you guys. Zach Schmidt, Bert Auburn, I don't want this game to come down to field goal kicking. I would, and maybe I know I'm not alone in that opinion. I would just rather this thing be decided in the trenches, Please don't make it come down to field goal kicking. Please.
I'm with you, Gabe. I'm with you, man. I can't. Bert Auburn scaring me right now. 3 for 6, and his last 6 kicks has been brutal. But hey, man, how do you feel about Oklahoma going to the SEC? We know Texas going too, but Greg Sankey, he'll be there, the SEC commissioner, for I guess his first taste of the Red River Shootout. And Brett Yormark, man, he's probably as down bad as anybody in the nation right now. How do you feel about what's going on in the last year of the Big 12 for both of these teams?
Yeah, it's exciting, right? And I can't imagine the rest of the conference is thrilled with it. But with what I've seen so far, and with the fact that OU doesn't have to play Kansas State in the regular season, I think this is the first of 2 games between these teams. I think these 2 teams are going to play again in the Big 12 championship game, which I assume is Brett Yormark's nightmare. And Greg Sankey's just, we won't go there, but it'll make him happy. It'll make him very happy. Now, I'm excited for the SEC move. I think it's fantastic for the fan bases for both Oklahoma and Texas. And, if you want to be the best in college football, you have to consistently measure yourself against the best, right? And I think that's just where it's at. And then clearly there's a financial component to all of this, right? The stability for OU and Texas moving forward in the SEC. You go from a conference where, I don't know, the networks are coming to your 3rd, 4th, 5th in line to, hey, you're first in line. I mean, that stuff matters from a business perspective, but I think Steve Sarkisian's got this roster in a really good spot. They're continuing to recruit at an extremely high level. OU's recruiting at a really high level. I think both of these teams are going to be very, very competitive in the SEC. Very, very competitive. And I think there's a lot of SEC fans that are going to be surprised when OU and Texas are whooping their team's ass next season.
Yeah.
That's just the sense I get. I think both of these programs are headed in a very, very good direction.
Gabe, what you do, and I love it, the Oklahoma Breakdown podcast with Teddy Lehman. You guys are hilarious. Is Danny Stutzman playing at a Teddy Lehman level?
That's obviously a better question for Ted, but he's playing at a very high level. Very, very high level. And the thing about Stutzman, well, first and foremost, the guy is just a goofy dude. I mean, very goofy dude. But what great linebacker isn't a weirdo? He's just so much calmer on the field. Now, when he makes plays, he's going to lose it, right? He's an emotional player, but you can just see everything is calmer. He's starting to see the big picture. And this is something that Ted talks about on our podcast all the time, is at linebacker, like your key, you've got your key, but you've got to see everything else while you're focused on your key. Like you have to have that feel and that vision of everything that's going on, whether it's a blocking scheme or a protection or a route concept. And basically the way that Ted has explained it is Stutzman is seeing the whole picture now. He's not just locked on his key. He's locked on, but he's seeing it all, right? And he's developed that feel. Still a young player, too. I mean, he's played a lot of football, but he's still a young player. But his leadership, I think his confidence has rubbed off on a lot of guys on that defense. And I have to imagine they are really, really excited for by far, their toughest test yet with what the Longhorns offense is going to throw at them.
Yeah.
How do you see this one playing out?
I think it's going to be a really good game. I am interested in how Quinn Ewers plays. I was so impressed with how he handled the atmosphere down in Tuscaloosa, right? With just the way that he played in that game. It changed my opinion of him as a player. but he'll still make a mistake or two. And that's what I think it comes down to, is like, which quarterback makes the big mistake or mistakes, multiple. And I think Texas is able to overcome a mistake or two from yours. Because I think if you look at the football teams across the board, Texas is the more talented football team. They've been the better team up to this point. But I always come back to this, man. Weird things happen in this game. Some things, like weird things happen. Sometimes you can't really explain it. And it's the momentum that gets going in that stadium. But I expect it. I'll be surprised if it's not a game that comes down to the last 4 or 5 drives in the fourth quarter. Right. And I think Oklahoma would be really disappointed if that's not the case. It feels like all the pressure is on Texas.
Yeah.
Right. It's starting to feel like you start looking around the landscape of college football. Georgia's looking solid, but not that they're not invincible. Right. You look at Michigan, they've looked really, really good. But I mean, it's starting to look like Texas could be, a legitimate national title contender this year. I mean, they're the team that's ranked third in the country, not Oklahoma. So I expect it to be a really, really good football game. And I would expect Texas to win this, but it's not going to surprise me at all if OU comes out on top with just some game-changing plays that kind of swing things in the Sooners' favor.
I mean, it's the biggest game between these two since 2008. And that game had wild swings in it.
I mean, this is, and I was at OU. I redshirted in 2009. I was there 2010 to 2013. And I've been doing the radio stuff since Kyler's year, so that was 18. But I've been pretty dialed into these two programs. This is Texas's best team since 2009, and it's not even close in my estimation. It's been a long time since I've turned on the tape and gone, damn, okay. And I do want to say this about, and I hate giving Texas so many compliments. It makes me feel just gross. But when I was playing, each time this week came around, we had a discussion in our locker room, in our team meeting room, that we knew we were tougher and more physical, and we knew we had worked harder in the summer and in the spring than Texas. It was something we had zero doubt about. And when you turned on the tape, you went, we are going to hit these dudes in the mouth. And now when you turn on the tape and you watch Texas, you go, okay, this one's going to hurt. We're going to have to earn this shit. And I think that's the biggest compliment I can give Steve Sarkisian, is he's changed whatever you want to call that, whatever that was. People are like, oh, they're a country club, they're entitled, whatever you wanted to call it. I feel like he's done a really good job of changing it. Yeah. That's a physical, disciplined football team.
Yeah. Gabe, before we let you go,
brings
man.
me pain to say that.
Hey, Gabe, before we let you go, man, favorite State Fair food, something that you have to get every time you get down to the combo and the fairgrounds.
Same thing every year. It was when I was playing. Still do it now. Funnel cake, Fletcher's corn dog, a Diet Dr. Pepper, and then 3 ice cold wax cup beers.
Wow.
Boom.
Okay.
And this is the order it goes in. I drink the 3 beers as fast as I can, right? Because everyone else is drinking. I'm working, You got
to catch up.
Little hydration. Maybe there's water in there as well at some point. But then it's funnel cake and corn dog time. Wash it down with the ice cold Diet Dr. Pepper. Same thing for, I don't know, every time I've been to the game in the last 10 years, if I've been to that game, I'm getting old. Since 2010, every time I've been to that game, I've done the same thing.
There we go.
Well,
Same
Dave,
plan this year, boys. I don't need any of the elaborate stuff. Just give me the staples and give me some beer and let's roll. It's either happy beer or sad beer.
Yeah.
Well, listen, check out Gabe. He's everywhere. He's Sirius XM Big 12 radio. He's got the Oklahoma Breakdown podcast.
And
he's doing the sideline reporting from the games.
I'm going to plug my pod real quick. The Oklahoma Breakdown. You can find it anywhere you find it on podcast platforms. You can find it on YouTube. We're going to have Fozzie Whitaker on our podcast on Wednesday. We're going to do a big preview of the game. Very in-depth. If you're into the X's and O's, it's kind of a deep dive into matchups, right? And some of the things we'll be watching for kind of more through like a football lens, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Love it. Oklahoma Breakdown podcast. Gabe, go get it, man. Appreciate you.
Oh,
there
I
he
got to
is.
get in the I got to get in the thread.
There he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, get him
See you,
out
boys.
of here.
Hey, appreciate you guys.
That was a rough way to end a really, really good interview. Gabe Ikard, former Oklahoma Sooner and longtime NFL offensive lineman, joining Chip and Zay earlier this week to talk Texas and Oklahoma as we continue the best of Texas Sports Unfiltered program, getting you set for this Saturday's matchup between the Longhorns and the Sooners at the Cotton Bowl in Dallas. Now, another conversation with another guy who covers OU football. This one is from the midday show with Trey and BK. Yesterday, we had the chance to speak with Tyler McComas, who hosts Afternoon Drive for the Ref in Norman, Oklahoma. You can hear that and watch that conversation right now. Rush on the Ref from 2 to 6 in Norman. Our great friend Tyler McComas is with us right now. What's up, T-Mac?
So I guess the two injuries we're talking about the most this week, Jatavion Sanders and now Trey's dog's ACL, I guess. So those are the two.
Oh, you want that dog out there for the Longhorns, Tyler. He is an absolute moron. He'll forget plays. There will definitely be some false starts or offsides depending on what side of the ball he's on. And he'll just be a general annoyance because he barks at his own shadow. But I love him.
Yeah. Hey, this is my favorite show, guys. 51 weeks out of the year, it's my favorite show. This is just the 1 week, guys. You know.
Well, we appreciate you coming on, even though you hate us this week. And hey, the feeling's mutual. Don't worry about that. First question, and this is the Vegas question I could probably ask: Is Oklahoma good, or are the teams that they've played just bad?
Can I say yes to that? Because no, I mean seriously, because the combined record I think for the 5 teams they played is like 1 game over 500 at this point, but we said all off season long, guys, all off season long. And we talk 95% OU football on our show. It's okay. They can do some nice things throughout the first 5 games, but we're really going to know how good this team is, truly how good this team is when they go to Dallas. But with that being said, even with the bad competition, I think OU is good. And I think that they are significantly better than last year, especially on defense. Guys, like there's a lot of reasons why I could point to, like, why they're better on defense. This weekend is obviously the true test of that. But they've had 3 bad quarters so far through 5 games. And that's not really the main reason why I think that they're better. 3 bad quarters. It's because after each of those situations, they came back and completely shut the other team down after that. They had a really bad second quarter against Tulsa. And I think TU had like 3 points in the second half. OU had a bunch of turnovers. They dominated. Not a great first half against Iowa State. But the score was 21-20, and in the final 39 minutes of the game, Iowa State had less than 100 yards and didn't score again. The pass rush is better. The secondary is really good. Danny Stutzman's playing at an All-American level right now. That's not to say that I don't think Texas scores 10 points or fewer, but your question is Oklahoma good? And yeah, I think they're good. I don't think that they're elite by any stretch, but I think that they're a good football team.
What are they good at on both sides of the ball, Tyler?
So offensively, it's flipped exactly from what I thought it was going to be before the year. And I may have told BK that, hey, kind of feel good about the offensive line up here. Kind of feel good about the running backs up here. That is not the case right now. at all. Wide receiver was the position I was most concerned with going into the year. That may be their best position on the entire team, guys. I mean, whether it's Nick Anderson, who is Rodney Anderson's little brother. I mean, his potential is unbelievable. He's had 5 touchdowns the past 3 games. Andrel Anthony, the Michigan transfer. Jalil Farouk is back. Drake Stoops is solid. Like, offensively, they are good at the deep ball, Trey. That's what they're good at. They throw the deep ball extremely well. I think Dylan Gabriel has been really good in those spots this year, and the wide receivers are either making plays down the field or they're either getting tackled by a defensive back for a 15-yard penalty. So offensively, they can stretch the field. Like, they really excel at that. Defensively, man, I think they're really good at stopping the run. I think they're really good at coverage in the back end. I think they're really good at forcing turnovers. Like, I'm serious, guys. Like, I'm really impressed with this OU defense. So offensively, I may be only able to point to one thing, but defensively, stopping the run, pass defense, there's a lot of areas where I think that they're a good defense.
Yeah, talk a little bit more about the defense, Tyler. I mean, you brought up Stutzman. That guy has been really, really good this season, and he is playing at an All-American level. There's no OU bias in that comment at all. But outside of him, I mean, it just doesn't feel like there are a ton of household names for non-Oklahoma fans. Which guys on that defense do Longhorn fans need to be keeping an eye on Saturday?
So I do a recruiting hour, 1 hour a day, and we just talk all, college football, OU recruiting. Peyton Bowen took years off of my life last year. Viewers who know the 5-star from up there in Denton know what I'm talking about. I mean, it took years off of my life, but so far he's all the crap we had to go through for that. He's totally worth it. He's started at Cheetah a couple of weeks ago, which is kind of like a hybrid defensive back linebacker position. Essentially, he's a star, just a true freshman, but he's really good, guys. You've got Gentry Williams, who is a second-year player. He is the corner opposite of Woody Washington. He wears number 9. God, he's been fantastic, too. He's come up with some turnovers. Really good run-stopping corner as well. I throw in Billy Bowman, who you guys are probably a little familiar with. He was hurt last year and didn't play in this game. Had a pick 6 the first drive against Iowa State. So I could see how there's not a lot of household names. There probably shouldn't be. They were god-awful last year defensively, But Danny Stutzman has really stepped up as that big leader role. He's consistent week in and week out. They don't have those household names yet outside Stutzman, but you guys are going to know who Peyton Bowen is in the years moving forward. You already know who Billy Bowman is. You're going to see more this year. Jaron Kanik, the linebacker next to Stutzman, he's a second-year player. He's going to be good. Defensive line, I would just say that they're just solid across the board. But they've got another former 5-star, true freshman, PJ Adebawore. And, guys, this kid looks different if you haven't seen him already. He doesn't start, but he's a rotational player for them. His arms are crazy long. I mean, they have some dudes through recruiting right now, and we all knew it was going to happen with Brent Venables. Like, the defense is going to get better. The caliber of player they're bringing in defensively, that's going to improve. How soon is it going to happen? Guys, you're seeing it this year with guys like Bowen and Adebawore and some others. So there's some really good young players on this defense.
Coming from the Texas side of things, Tyler, I understand why you speak with confidence if the defense is that good, if they are solid against the run and the pass, because I think that's the biggest reason to be confident that Texas can accomplish great things this year to go along with an offense that seems to improve by the week. If there is a weakness for this OU defense right now, then what is it?
Well, I would say if a certain team had a star at tight end, that could be a mismatch issue in the middle of the field. I would definitely say that, but we don't know if he's necessarily going to be available, right? Weakness, I think like most teams, it's, this team at times has been prone to giving up big plays by the quarterback in the run game, And as strongly as I feel about this defense, I think that they're good in the back end. I think that good against the deep ball. You actually have guys there turning their head around, making a play on the football. But this is a different beast that they're going to face this year, guys. I mean, or this weekend, guys. You guys know that. Brent Venables acknowledged it on Saturday. So I don't know if there's a real legitimate weakness on this defense. But I might have a different answer to that, Trey, coming out of this weekend, because if there is one, Sark will scheme it up, man. He's as good as anyone as there is at scheming up and putting his playmakers in great spots. That's why I've been talking about it all week, whether Sanders is available or not in this game, whether he's 100%. Like, we're talking about that as a major, major deal. And I don't know if you guys are there, if you agree with that, but to us, his availability is a big deal in this game.
Oh, it's a big deal for us too. I mean, don't feel bad, Tyler. It's not like Oklahoma is the only team in the country that doesn't have anybody who can match up with JT Sanders. Like that guy is a problem. He's a matchup nightmare. So, yeah, I mean, for me personally, like I think that guy's worth a touchdown in this game if he's able to play. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But I want to ask you a Brent Venables related question. Like, okay, year one did not go well, and you always tell yourself to be patient with coaches, right? Because it's the transition period and it's going to take time. But Oklahoma, it had been a long time since you guys had a season as poor as last year. And it felt like, I don't think there were people in Norman really calling for Venables' job yet. You can tell me if I'm wrong. Obviously, it feels like, though, he's changed the narrative through these first 5 games of the season. Super long-winded question. If Brent Venables loses this game on Saturday, does it go back to Oklahoma fans questioning if he's the right guy? Or do you think like he's done enough in year 2 to show people that, okay, even if this result doesn't go great for the Sooners, that people still feel confident that he is the right man to lead that program?
If he gets his ass kicked again, then there's going to be a lot of people, asking the question, like, is he going to be one of these guys that beats the teams that he's supposed to, but can't get over the hump on Texas? Like, that's a scary spot to be. So I frequently ask this question to our text line just because of what happened last year. And I even brought it up the Monday, actually a week ago today, going into the Iowa State game, just kind of pulling everyone like, how do we feel? We're almost exactly a year and a half in terms of games into the Brent Venables era. How's everyone feeling? And I would say 95% of people are, nah, this is it. This is good. They've got the right blueprint this time to win a national championship. They're getting better on defense. We can see it. But if they go down there and lose, and they lose convincingly, and we all recognize how good Texas is, like it feels a little bit different this time around. But still, man, like there's going to be some people I think really, really nervous about the future. Brent Venables will get a lot of heat. I'll tell you who else is going to get a lot of heat as well. Jeff Lebby, the offensive coordinator, probably takes more arrows than anyone associated with the program. And right behind him is Dylan Gabriel at quarterback. So Brent Venables will get his blame. But, dude, it is the OC, and that's always been the case around here as long as I've been following this. But people have been so spoiled with elite quarterback play around here that Dylan Gabriel's he's a good quarterback. He's not elite, but he's a good college quarterback, right? Like, you can win a lot of games with him. But there's a lot of people that just think he absolutely sucks. He's no good. He's going to be the reason why they lose this game on Saturday. Hell, Jalen Hurts came after Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray, and people were complaining about him, and he finished second in the Heisman Trophy race and was the starting quarterback in a Super Bowl last year. Like, people are just so ruined from the Lincoln Riley era, I feel like, especially with quarterback play. But to get back to answer your question, there's just this feeling this week around here of, well, even if we lose, we'll face those guys again in the Big 12 championship game. OU and Texas are the 2 best teams in the league. This is the first of 2 matchups. But come on, you lose on Saturday, and it looks like there's a massive talent gap. Yeah, some people will definitely be questioning Brent Venables, I'm sure, after this game.
Piece of advice for Jeff Lebby if he's facing that much heat. You may not want to invite Art Briles onto the field after a game wearing Sooners gear.
Yeah, that was boys, that was a whole deal, man. There's never a shortage of drama around here.
Conversation about a half day into talking about it too.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was a whole thing for about 3 days. I'm glad that we're finally past that, but there's been times where we haven't even really talked about football. There's just always drama around here. Jeez.
Yeah, that is one of those sports radio topics. We all know them well, where for whatever reason it keeps getting brought up, and it's like all I'm doing at this point is repeating myself, and there's a sanctimoniousness that comes into play as well. Can we please get back to talking about the sport?
Well, yeah. Let's hope that Art is not wearing the golden hat on Saturday if OU wins, okay? Just hope that doesn't happen.
Let's hope no one wearing crimson is wearing the golden hat on Saturday.
I would actually pay money to see Art Briles wearing the golden hat on Saturday.
I'm sure you would.
Yeah. Hey, I guess plain and simply, Tyler McComas, by the way, from the Ref in Norman, Oklahoma, is joining us. Wanted to reset if you're listening on the app right now. Plain and simply, Tyler, Oklahoma wins this football game on Saturday. If what?
If they can figure out a way to have their best rushing game of the season. I'm sure you guys or some other shows here have brought it up as well, but the rushing status really mattered in this game. And I know it matters in every game, but in this game, it's really mattered. And Jonathan Brooks looked good for Texas last week against Kansas. I was really impressed. So maybe it feels like Texas run game is starting to get going a little bit, but going into last week, by the numbers, these two teams were rushing the ball at a pretty similar rate. But OU's got to find a way to consistently run the ball, man, because I don't think OU's interior of their offensive line is great. And Texas got some dudes on the interior of that defensive line that can cause some problems. I just don't think that OU can be an air raid type of team and win this game on Saturday. But the question is, guys, I've never seen anything like this, not just from OU, but from any team. How they've used the running backs this year is wild. Like, one guy will get 20 carries one week, and go back and look at the game logs. Like, it'll back it up. One guy will get 20 carries one week, and then the next week he just won't play and just won't get any carries. And they'll try two other guys. And then the next week he might get, 18 to 20 carries, but then the next week he's not going to play either. So who are their two starting running backs, or who's going to get the most carries? I don't know. Like, it was supposed to be Barnes and Sawchuk this year. Both of them have been dinged up. Both have not looked like, what they were against Florida State in the Cheez-It Bowl. That's your if right there. OU's got to find a way to be more successful running the ball and hit on some big plays. But right now, it's a guess as to who the two running backs are going to be. I would guess it's going to be Tawee Walker and Marcus Major. But they really tried to get Gavin Sawchuk going last week. Javonte Barnes didn't even play a week ago. So who the hell knows who's going to get the most carries? It could be Dylan Gabriel getting the most carries for OU on Saturday. It's that big of a mystery. And they've just been trying to get someone going this year, and it just really hasn't happened up to this point yet.
Tyler, Texas' biggest weakness right now might be special teams miscues, and we've seen special teams help one side or the other win this game in the past. How has Oklahoma's special teams been so far this year?
By the way, there's the
tornado warning up in Oklahoma.
Yeah, well, we call it Wednesday. You guys call it tornado warnings, whatever. Hey, man, like special teams, I'm glad you asked. It has been awesome. I haven't seen great special teams around here in 15, 20 years. I'm used to calling for fair catches at the 15-yard line on kickoffs and not even trying to block punts. But like this, there's this whole other side of football that we didn't know. We had no idea that you could make big plays on special teams. Like we had no idea. Gavin Freeman had a punt return for a touchdown on the in the Arkansas State game this year. Peyton Bowen, who I talked about, the true freshman, former 5-star, 2 block punts already this year. 2 block punts. Now, their punting situation, Michael Turk is not back. Not great. If they're worried about any area of special teams right now, boy, punting has just been, frankly, bad the past 2 weeks. I think Zach Schmidt at kicker overall has been solid, but he did miss a kick last week. So, we'll see how that works out in a game like this. But they're blocking punts. They're forcing missed field goals. They are returning punts for touchdowns, having long kickoff returns. It's the special teams are as good as they've been in a long time. And if they can figure out the punting situation, I might call them an elite special teams group. But Peyton Bowen's been fantastic. Gavin Freeman, Jalil Farouk returning kicks. It's just been, I don't know. I was just convinced for 15 years that nobody ever misses a kick against OU, especially in the Cotton Bowl. But OU's forced like 5 missed field goals this year. So all of a sudden I'm optimistic about that.
The good news is Texas's kicker has also missed 5 field goals this year. So we're trying to figure that part of special teams out down here. And who knows? Maybe this game does come down to a field goal. I mean, it's funny. You look at the margins of victory for these two teams, right? OU leads the country in margin of victory. They're winning games by 36, and Texas is winning games by 23. So, like, field goal kickers have not mattered really for either team to this point. But in a game like this with a less than 1 touchdown spread, you never know. I think last thing, Trey, unless you have anything else, but we gotta get the prediction, Tyler. I mean, Texas opened up as a 5-point favorite. I'm seeing 6.5 now. So Vegas money is coming in on the Longhorns. We know what happened last year. We all know it's a different Oklahoma team. We also know it's a different Texas team. So I ask you a couple of days out, who you got on Saturday, Texas or OU?
By the way, 95% of the money was on Texas on Monday. 95% of the money, according to scoresandodds.com. Yesterday, 91%. I haven't checked it today. Okay. Is Texas overall a better roster than OU? Yeah, I think so. Here's how I'm basing my entire prediction. And it's probably completely flawed, to be quite honest with you. But I'm not going to come on here and pick Texas to win the game. Are you kidding me? Just like you guys wouldn't pick OU to win the game if you were on with me on my show. But here's like my premise, and here's how I'm going about it this week, all right? You got your ass beat last year 49-0. I don't know if you guys saw that game or not, but OU it was complete embarrassment, okay? And I remember walking out of the Cotton Bowl and saying, you know what? Watching that game is not the worst part. The worst part is the next 364 days and hearing all the Texas fans just saying 49-0 to you all year long, and you have nothing to say about it. And that's exactly, it's been the case. 49-0, 49-0 all over the place. This staff knows the importance of this game. They know that they've got to come back with a vengeance. They've got to come back and play their best football game. I just think that there's been situations this year where maybe they've held back the offense a little bit. I think we've all got that feeling up here a few times. Like they're going to unleash something on Saturday. I just feel like after getting exposed, embarrassed, all that last year, I feel like OU is going to come out and play their best game of the year. And they better. They're going to have to if they're going to win. I'm going to take the under. I think OU is going to win 30-27 in a very close game. That's just where I'm at.
The
Dylan
good news,
Gabriel's going to have to play his ass off, but that's where I'm at.
The good news, Tyler, is there's a good chance that you guys score more points than last year.
Yeah, there will be a loud cheer on our end of the Cotton Bowl the first time OU puts points on the board. It'll be nice to not have that zero.
Can't wait to hear that in 2024.
Yeah, right? Seriously.
You're the man, Tyler. Always enjoyed this segment, my friend. Really appreciate your time today. And if you going to Dallas?
Yeah, we'll be at the Omni downtown on Friday, and we may have you guys' favorite Austinite there. Baker Mayfield, I think, might stop by on Friday during our show. So I'll tell him you both said hi. I'll let him know.
Yeah, please
Just
don't.
Tell them to watch out for all those retaining walls that are up around Dallas too, please.
Please don't get tackled Friday night, Baker. Don't let that happen, please.
You're the man, Tyler. We'll hit you up this weekend, man. Hopefully we run into you in Dallas.
Yes.
All right. There he goes. Tyler McComas of The Ref in Norman, Oklahoma. He was a guest on Midday with Trey and BK yesterday. I know we're a little bit short of 5 o'clock, but I got a trip to make tonight. Not sure where I'm going. Nah, I know where I'm going. And y'all know where I'm going. Headed up to Dallas tonight because we will be broadcasting live from Harwood Tavern in downtown Dallas from 2 to 5 tomorrow. If you're making your way up I-35 or if you're already in Dallas, make sure you stop by and say hello. And, of course, the Texas Sports Unfiltered pregame show will take place at the fairgrounds Saturday morning, starting at 8 o'clock. We'll be at the Old Mill Inn, very close to Big Tex. You won't miss us if you are making your way to the State Fair this Saturday. Thank y'all so much for watching. We appreciate the continued love and support of Texas Sports Unfiltered. We will get things rolling tomorrow morning with Bucky and BK live from Dallas at 8 a.m. And, of course, a full day worth of content as we continue to get you set for Texas and Oklahoma. Thank y'all so much for watching. In the meantime, you'll have yourself a great night and hook 'em.